Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Eh, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Light vibes on the desk and lethal in-game. Welcome dito sa ating CFS SEA Masters Spring 2026. We are already on the day 14 and kami ang inyong kasama dito sa ating paddle desk, Mochi and El nga pala. El, grabe yung mga nasaksihan nating mga matches yesterday. It is quite already clear kung sino-sino yung mga kasama sa mga standings. Ano ang mga na-observe natin so far?
Yeah, I think we had the best set ever, no? Kahapon, ×2 between Execration and STS. I think in the standard ng ating laruan, kumbaga kahapon, halo-halo siya eh. May default, may magandang banger na matchup, and there are some middling teams na nagsasettle na into their standings. And siguro in this last 2 days, no, today and tomorrow, feel ko magsasettle lang lalo kung saan ba talaga lalanding itong mga teams natin. And yung pinaka-inaabangan natin na main event, no, will be gearing up for that. Pero for now, I feel like we're gonna take things slow muna. Easy lang muna for today.
Of course, no? And once again, no, para sa mga hindi nakakaalam, since nagkaroon tayo ng issues noon last week, yung mga matches natin ay na-distribute from Friday until tomorrow. So, ngayon na second day, nung 4 na matches, bonanza na yon. So, I'm pretty sure na maraming mag-e-enjoy kasi parang somewhat of a long weekend, no? Kasi biro mo, Labor Day, tapos Sabado, Linggo, abay tuloy-tuloy lang talaga ang ating kasiyahan dito on Crossfire. And we've also been able to see na rin, no, from yesterday kung paano nagkaroon ng very, very tight nga na mga laban, no? Kasi honestly, I feel like talk of the town yung kung paano naging sobrang dikit yung laban natin with Execration with Team Stallions. Pero umpisahan muna natin dito sa umpisa, of course, no? We have Execration versus Alliance Gaming with 10-5 and 10-2. We're in Nangkara, 10-5, 10-2 na agad support. Grabe, no? Talagang binilisan nila itong ating series.
Yeah, kumbaga para dito sa Execration, itong match natin kahapon between ALG is the appetizer before the main course nila, which is STS. Malalaman naman natin mamaya kung ano yung nangyayari. Pero so far, I feel like the form of Execration is there. Sadyang medyo lackluster lang in the form for STS. Against ALG, sure, very clean, very non-compromising, and very, I don't want to say perfect since yung angkara nga nila is nakalima itong ALG, and then sa fourth mas malinis pa lalo. So kung ganito yung performance nila, if hindi ko alam yung nangyari sa Execration and STS, sasabihin ko na pwede silang manalo. Pero so far, for ALG naman, no, sabihin na lang natin na sure, it's Execration. But then again, this kind of performance, really, yung tanong ko para sa kanila. Kasi patapos na tayo sa ating regular season. It's not looking good, and for their future matches, kung meron pa nga, parang ang sakit ng bumawi nito.
Yeah, totoo, no? I feel like yesterday has been like quite of a very, hindi siya sneak peek eh. Parang nag-grounded lahat ng mga tao na as much as hina-hype natin itong Alliance Gaming, they still have a long way to go para magkaroon tayo ng kaantas na level dito alongside with Execration and the likes of them. Pero ito ang ating recap with Ridaz and as well as JY ESPORTS, na kung saan talagang Ridaz has been able to just breeze through dito, no, for JY ESPORTS. Pero dito naman kay JY, sila na rin nagsabi, they're just here to know kung ano yung mga specifics na maaari nilang malaman dito with no intentions of winning. But at the same time, nakita naman natin, they really put up quite a good fight, especially in the map of New Compound.
Yeah, I think the word dito, Mochi, for JY is the participation, no? The participation award siguro yung masasabi kong makukuha nila. I mean, they're at least trying, they're at least showing up. But to not get a win versus Filipino teams, it's kind of disappointing even from an internal standpoint kung ako yung JY Esports, no? So if you're going into the matches na wala na tayong pakialam for the results, let's just bring out the best that we got. Sure, kung Virtus naman, they're steady into the playoffs, no? I think they secured their spot, and with this performance versus JY, I think the cleanliness of the game na lang yung habol nila. And if you think about the second set natin into 7, that's now really clean, right? There's moments na may pwede pang chance at ata tong JY na makahabol or makakuha ng set win, which is sana nga mangyari. Pero so far, for Ridaz, cleanliness and tidying up, no? Kailangan nila maglabas ng walis para lang ma-secure yung playoff nila.
And I do like to think that Ridaz is still in the midst of clearing their mental headspace and making it consistent as time goes by. Kasi andun na yung mechanical aspect no? Meron na tayo doon, the playbook, it's been building or thickening nicely, but unfortunately, yun lang talaga, dun magkakatalo sa laban sa utak. Pero dito tayo ngayon kay Ridaz and as well as Veteran, which unfortunately, this didn't push through, no? Which resulted into a 10-0 na lang, which is sad kasi I would like to see our Rosy teams battle it out, no? Nag-prepare specifically si Bipolar and si Sneaky Frog para dito sa match na to, but unfortunately, hindi natin sila nakitang naglaban. Nag-default lang.
Nakarinig pa nga tayo ng balita ng ating tawag dito, weather kahapon. Pero sayang. Sayang lang talaga. Gusto ko makita itong matchup na rin to, pero that's just life, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Kaya naman mag-proceed tayo dito. Ito na. Marami tayong masasabi dito kasi sobrang dikit ng laban natin dito, Eldo. STS 13-10 and 13-11 in both maps of Subbase and Ankara. Sadyang kinapos lang talaga ang Execration, and it seems like the curse of not finishing a map, regardless of how close it is still the curse of Exit.
Yeah, I want to focus dito, Mochi, yung sub-base ng Execration, which they had a 9-2 lead and then they just threw it all away. Sometimes nga talaga, no, the focus to the last round is sometimes the hardest to get. And, well, that just speaks to the quality of Stallions. Being a former Stallion myself, we are not easily going into the ground. And that is the quality being shown dito ng Stallions. Nakita natin yung comeback dito sa sub-base, 13-10 pa nga. And for Execration, props them, not giving up to their mental, no? They kept a clear head heading into Ankara. Sure, it was closer, but still not a set win, not forcing forth, which would have been an exciting set dahil alam natin na dito pinatumba na Execration yung Virtus.pro, and that's a fact, no, Mochi? Very, sabihin na lang nating clear-cut yung 1, 2, and 3 teams natin for the playoffs. And Execration, knowing that they have a bit of a vendetta versus these two teams because almost na nila nakukuha yung panalo, sadyang hindi lang nabibigay, sa playoffs sila babawi ngayon, and I would love to see that Execration.
Yeah, that is true, no? And I feel like it is very noteworthy na banggitin din kung ano naging sobrang tindi yung performance din ni Loy during this one. Here for Execration, actually every single one of them, nakita natin kung gaano kaganda yung pagka-comms dito ni MVA whenever at their time. Ounce is actually active. So the ZYK nagpa-pop up, he's not looking like a kuya or an unk at all. And also, syempre, Folex and as well as CBN for some reason laging almost 70% above yung kanilang mga headshot rate. So I feel like talagang magaling na talaga just din etong si Team Stallions. And despite of how Execration's been able to navigate it until the OT, yun lang, sadyang kinulang sila. But that raised a lot of conversations, no? Because Execration showed that STS is not unbeatable. Na kaya mong dikitan, na kaya mong sabayan, at kaya mo ring possibly matalo soon. But for STS, they really want to keep that gap, no? Nakausap natin si Coach Tanks from yesterday, and that is what they want to maintain, no? Grabe, ang layo, no? Kaya yun din yung nakakatakot dito. And that is something na maabangan din natin in the next leagues na magkakaroon tayo. But I think it is already about time kasi meron tayong pa-special na participation from our casters. Kaya tawagan na natin ang SNS tandem, it is going to be Salvatore and Sneaky Frog, no? And I believe ang ating magiging mini palaro, hindi siya mini palaro more like mga side comments, opinions, and hanashes natin regarding sa kung ano ipapakita. Kasi it's going to be about the hot takes. So, kumusta naman Sneaky Frog and Salvatore?
And
Ako, okay. Ay, si Sneak pala muna.
Sorry pre, wala nang intro pare pagdating dito sa hot takes natin. I feel really good. I think it's been a while since we've had hot takes, or at least hot takes na naandito kami ni Salvatore sa ating foreheads, and I feel like ready na kaming mag-analyze kung ano mga hot take yung meron dito, di ba Salvi?
Manalaman naman natin yung mamaya. Huling hot takes ba natin? October of 2025 pa. Yun yung huling episode ng previous show natin. So, matagal-tagal ko din dinanas na wala ako nakakarinig na mga hanash ng ating community dyan. Kaya, let it rip, Mochi.
Alright. Ikaw, El, I believe ito yung first time mo na makasama sa hot takes, di ba? Tama ba?
Talagang mainit to.
Okay. Mainit talaga
Just you wait. Just do it.
Ito na. Kaya just do it na lang din natin dito, no? Para ipakita kung ano nga ba ang ating unang hot take for this segment, no? Uy, gusto ko to. From OBV Buknoy. Grabe ang EXE ngayon. Yung performance nila laban sa STS talagang umungga ng mga greats. Wow, posible na silang maging top 2, which is arguably sinabi rin ni Paul, no? At sa tingin ko, kaya rin nila ang VP. Ngayong mas komportable na sila sa isa't isa. Bibigyan ko ito, parang ang hirap mag-weigh do. Kasi di natin alam kung yung spicy ba equates to a possible high possibility. Pero sige, dahil dyan, bigyan ko ng extra spicy to. How about you, El?
Ako, gusto ko dagdagan yung statement niyo. Extra spicy dahil maglalagay ako ng sarili kong sili, no? Kaya nga lang Execration. And para sa akin, no, since minention din naman dito yung top 3 teams natin, ito, personal hot take sa sinabi ni OBB Buknoy, hindi makakadikit yung VP sa scoreline na EXE na ginawa nila sa Stallions. It's not gonna be an OT. It's not gonna be like 2 maps na talagang overtime parehas. It's gonna be, sabihin natin, 10-7, 10-5, 10-9, 10-9, walang ganun, no? Sabihin natin, 10-8, mga ganung scoreline. Feel ko, Execrations in playoffs form, they will take a win on VP and possibly even more, no?
Parang naging double extra spicy ata yun. Nag-real yun. And how about you,
Karoon
Stevie?
ng sariling hot take. I think we had this exact conversation right after yung broadcast, no? The whole EXE versus VP matchup na nakita natin. I am of the opinion, no, na I think Virtus Pro in terms of figuring them out pagdating sa best of threes will be a lot harder, no? Para nga dito sa EXE, considering na VP does love to run yung kanilang, pwede ba natin sabihin, like Pacific Ocean na playbook dito nga sa sobrang lalim, and I feel like siguro mild para sa akin. I feel like it's also some recency as well na yun nga, medyo lumalakas dito yung Execration, pero I feel like kung sinabi niya na alliance to, men, lalagyan ko ng extra.
Alright.
Why you gotta bring alliance into the sneak?
I love the boys, man. Don't worry.
How about you, Salvatore?
Ako, huge fan ako na Execration. Alam nila Paul yan. Pero, I will say extra spicy dahil sa kadahilanang voting against Virtus Pro is usually gets you the wrong side of the coin, no? At alam naman natin kung ano nga ba ang napatunayan ng Virtus Pro for the past 2 years, that they've been consistent champions, dish out amazing plays. At pag sa usapang BO3 o BO5, hindi mo talaga sila mapag-iiwanan, no? They are the GOATs under pressure, at higit sa lahat, no, kayang-kaya talaga nila yung bagong form na Execration nga ngayon. Nakita naman natin kanina, nagkaroon nga ng onting sabit during the BO3, pero BO5 will be even more harder para dito sa Execration kasi first time pa lang sila magsasama-sama in a BO5 setting. Pero itong Virtus Pro na to, wala na silang ibang alam kundi laruin ng BO5 during CFS Grand Finals 2025, no? Kaya that's the advantage right there. Kaya to say na didikit talagang Execration might be a stretch, pero nakikita ko yung possibility.
Yes, no, I feel like the majority of us here are definitely vouching on the potential na maaaring i-offer dito ng Execration as being a possible contender for that second place spot, no? But at the same time, syempre, lots of things already being established here by Virtus.pro, which is on the contrary, binibuild pa lang ng Execration. And we'll see about that, I believe, in a couple of months or so, or kahit dito sa ating playoffs. So let us see ang ating susunod na hot take. Thank you so much kay OBB Buknoy, by the way. I love that hot take. Ito naman ay kay Roman Narpito. Sa totoo lang, wala na ang matches ngayon. Hindi ko na sila makonsider na top 4. Mas malakas sa kanila ang Fervid pati Cuerdas kung tutusin.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Oh my God. Thank God a certain
Roman!
guy isn't in the Discord, pare. I'm just saying.
Roman!
Salamat kayo, birthday niya kahapon.
Roman. Roman, listen, Roman. I feel like you're being consumed by your emotions, no? Nung sinabi mo tong hot take na to. Kaya sa akin, yung pinakamababang antas ng spicy lang. How about you, El?
Yeah, I think lang din. Mild lang din sa akin to. I mean, you know that Aldrin is in matches and there are barriers, no? Pero kung masasabi natin na hindi sila ma-consider na top 4, in the standings, true. In excellence and quality of gameplay, not really. No? Sabihin natin na isahan lang sila. And that is because of their changes. That is because of the barriers in between the team. Pero sabihin na natin pagdating ng summer, things will change. No? We will see them in their comfort zone.
How about you, Sneak?
I think ito yung topic ng actually ng post-match reaction ko. Yung the pressure dito ng matches, no, para mag-perform to be considered dito sa top 4 kasi ayun nga, no, they have been struggling dito sa stage natin. I don't think that is a question, no? But I feel like nakikita na rin ni Roman na yung mga ibang teams in terms of yung top 4 conversations, nakakahabol na nga sila dito, just like the Fervid, just like itong XN, just I wouldn't say so sure about Cuerdas just yet. Medyo nasa dark horse-ish na position pa sila dito. But yun nga, no, I feel like siguro medium spicy. Kalimutan ko yung medium, pero medium spicy.
Spicy lang ata yun.
Medium
I think
spicy lang.
pagkagula.
Medium spicy. 50% lang.
50% sugar level yun. You think you Sneak?
Kakatsaka mo yung sticks eh.
Sorry
Kakatsaka mo yun eh.
How about you, Salvatore?
Ako feeling ko may tinayalan talaga si Roman na kinalugod niya. Tapos ilang beses natalo siguro yung matches, no? Kaya niya nasabi to, no? Gaya nga nasabi mo, Mochi, no? Out of emotions niya nga sinabi to. Hindi ko kasi ma-imagine na ngayon tayo nagbibigay ng takes sa matches dahil ba nawala yung isa sa mga sniper nga nila, no? That being Grells. Pero tinama naman kasi yung upgrade na nakuha nila, no? That being Aldrin. So feeling ko mild to, no? Kasi maraming pwede kang makita sa loob ng group stage pero matches fully activates during the playoffs, no? At alam namin ni Sneaky yan. At hindi pa gaano fully fledged si Aldrin sa roster para masabi natin na hindi na nga sila top 4, no? Parang may gets ko pa kung ikukumpara mo sila sa Fervid pero sa Cuerdas, grabe naman yan.
Yes, indeed. By the way, shoutout kay Miss Colleen. Spice level po, ma'am, sabi niya. Ayan na. I guess, Roman, we will see. I think matches is more than ready to prove you wrong. Especially na pag napunta na tayo dito sa playoffs natin. I mean, to be fair, we still have a couple more days remaining dito, no, sa ating group stage. Pero again, ito rin yung nakakatawa sa mga teams natin. Yung mga branding nila, kahit magkaroon ng mga changes dun sa rosters, dinadala nila yan for some reason. I don't know why, but I guess it's just the identity. Pero maraming salamat dyan sa iyong hot take, Roman Narpito, and I think we'll be heading on to the next one. At ito ay galing naman kay TJ Paul Revilla. May matches today ang mga teams from Rosea or Rosie. Magkakaroon na kaya sila ng panalo kahit cent man lang? Parang free wins lang kasi sila sa mga PHTs.
Well, one of they got the win.
Alam mo, sige,
don't
kay
see
Salvatore
this.
naman manggaling. Sige, go.
Okay, sige. I don't see this as a hot take siguro, no? Pero parang ganun talaga kasi yung identity kung 3 years behind na nga sila sa meta at aminado doon ang Rosea. So, mild lang to for me.
Yun nga, no? I feel like one of the teams already got a free win. I think by definition dito pare.
Literal.
So yun nga, shoutout dito sa veterans. But I feel like it is mild spicy. I think yun nga, no, we need to give a bit of grace dito sa mga Rosea teams natin na medyo naghahabol pa sa meta ng Pilipinas. Obviously being a top 2 region globally, alam mo naman na mahirap tayong habulin dito sa dito sa entablado natin. So, I'll give them their sweet time. Mild spicy lang.
Yeah. I think for me then, Mochi, I'll go mild and to build up sa sinabi ni Sneaky. Top 2 region nga tayo, 'di ba, globally. So, kung tayo yung hinahabol and tayo yung benchmark nitong Rosea na to, paano na lang kapag nakahabol na sila, 'di ba? Oras lang talaga laban ng mga to and we have matches today na puro Rosea, mapapa-English na naman tayo. Makita natin yung quality na slowly building up onto summer, 'di ba?
Yep, indeed. And I couldn't agree more. Mild lang din sa akin, Boss Direct, no? So, I think it just needs more time. Parang na lang yan. Yung simpleng pagbibuild ng habits mo everyday, yung pag-enersisyo mo, yung pag-adapt mo ng mas healthy na diet, parang ganun lang yan, Boss Revilla, no? So, I think just needs more time, need more months, and we'll see kung ano doon natin madidiktahan kung ano nga ba ang tunay na estado ng Rosie. So, mild lang tayo. Okay, so I guess that is already the last hot take na meron tayo dito, no, para sa munting segment natin. And I feel like makikita natin muli si Sneaky Frog and as well as si Salvatore maya-maya. Thank you sa pagkiki-join sa atin. Bye, guys!
Bye! Shoo!
Alright. And since like, nalahad na naman natin ang mga saloobin natin, no? Doon sa segment na yun, especially the first one, which is really interesting. Pero ano ba nga ating ano ba nga meron dito? Meron tayong pa-trivia. Meron ulit tayong mga facts. So let us check out kung ano nga ba meron for our trivia. FERVID's J and A7J all played for Execration. The team they will face up against today. Wow! May brotherhood rivalry din dito, El.
Yeah, I feel like in some point in time, no, nagkakampi din yan si A7J siya si Folex at CBN. So, maybe there is that familiarity between the gameplay and the play style of these members na baka mangyaring dikit pa yung laban nitong dalawang teams na to. And correct me if I'm wrong, pero magkatabi lang sila sa standings, number 3 and number 4. So it is very much a contested set natin dito, no. Makita natin kung yung familiarity ba na to is gonna go one way or the other or magka-clash sila sa gitna, no. Since kilala mo ako, kilala kita, magkakatusan tayo kung sino yung pinaka-tunay na friend na I know more about you type of battle dito.
Totoo, no? Tapos dagdag na rin natin yung influence nila as pseudo IGLs back in the day na magkakasama pa sila dito, no? I feel like that would be influencing a lot on kung paano din tatakbo yung laro natin later on, no? Sa tapatan ng X and FERVID. And I'm really excited kung ano yung magiging outcome natin. Kaya tingnan na natin kung ano nga ba talaga yung pinaglalaban nitong mga teams natin so far. Ilahad na natin ang ating mga standings as currently we saw a lot of changes based from all of the games na nagkaroon for us yesterday.
Yeah, and the rule number 1 for Stallions is never be number 2. We will find that out tomorrow, no, between the match ng Virtus.pro and Stallions. Pero looking down at the bottom of the standings, Mochi, there's a missing JY Esports on number 9. Supposedly, connecting sa hot take natin, dapat lamang yung JY dito sa Rosie teams natin. Pero we will see them verse against Ridaz later. So, maybe, mababawi nila yung number 8 spot na yan. As for the middle of the pack, dyan yung medyo maraming kaganapan. Makita natin yan once we settle with the last 2 days. For now, hindi natin makikita masyado tong si Cuerda, si Alliance, siya si Matches dahil pangbukas na sila, no? So, FERVID Execration and then doon tayo magtatapos sa Rosie teams for this day kung saan talaga sila landing. And I feel like with the schedule for today, no, on parang sinabi ko kanina, this is just the appetizer for what is going to be a banger of a Sunday tomorrow.
Totoo, no? Parang yung buong group stage natin naging talking stage lang, tas sa playoffs na yung mga mangyayari as the whole thing goes by. So let us check out na nga rin dito ang ating schedule kasi tulad nga na sinabi nila kanina, lots of Rosie team action. We have STS versus Veteran, JY versus Ridaz, and Veteran versus VP as our last. Pero yung third match natin, yan yung kailangan yung abangan. Kasi ito yung sigurado natin na sobrang dikit na naman muli nung ating magiging serye.
Yeah, ang problema ng veterans dito is number 1 at number 2 kalaban nila. So, good luck, I would say. Pero ayoko i-highlight si veterans na may hirapan sila. Ang gusto ko i-highlight is, sino yung mas may magandang scoreline laban sa veterans, no? Gawin natin competition ng number 1 at number 2 to imbis na maawa tayo sa veterans. Let's see who's gonna have the better showing versus our Rosie team, no? Will it be Stallions? Will it be VP? And not to mention, no, that third placer and fourth placer match natin between Execration and FERVID, it's also gonna be spicy, no?
Yep, indeed. And I feel like this is also much better nga for our Rosie teams, no, to see kung ano nga ba ang mas angat nga na rounds dito for their end. Kaya naman, simulan na natin yan. Dito sa ating unang laban for this day, we have Team Stallions and as well as Veteran who will be facing off against each other. And I feel like naririnig ko na agad yung boses ni Coach Tanks dito, no. Lahat ng mga teams nirerespeto namin at lahat ng mga teams inaaral namin ang kanilang mga tendencies. And I'm pretty sure na yun lang din yung gagawin nila dito, no, for Veteran. And for Veteran, I am really curious what they're cooking up.
Yeah, at this point in time, you have to finish your adjustments if you are veterans, no? And what else to learn or wherever better to learn, no? Kundi dito sa Stallions and mamaya sa Virtus Pro. Pero focus tayo sa Stallions. Pag nakuha nila yung habits talaga dito ng Stallions, being the second best region globally nga, no, dun din sila magtitingin ng standard and dun din sila kukuha ng lessons on what can we apply for the next Rosie qualifiers or for the summers period natin dito sa CROSSFIRE. Kasi ngayon, sige, nabigay na natin yung ating rules na hindi pa sila ready, nag-a-adjust pa sila, they're improving, and then tapos na yon. At this point, what is the final product and when will it be ready?
That's true. Kaya naman kailangan na rin natin, let's give it a bit of a breakdown, no, para sa ating team ng STS. I do think, or rather, ito muna ang ating prediction, no. I feel like this already got a given. Nasa isip ko lang yung predictions nga pala tayo, no. Puro 2-0, of course, for Team Stallions. And what matters is yung ating minuscule na records, no, pagdating sa individual maps nga na makikita natin mamaya. So, again, Veteran, good luck. And I do think that is about time for us to speak in English for our Rosie brothers out
Wait lang,
there.
adjust lang ako.
Okay, sige, go. I-channel na natin, no? Okay na. Okay na. Okay, I feel like we can speak English now. We just turned up the switch. Salutations, everyone. And we're back here with the English spoken boys. And again, we will be starting SCS and Veteran. And in a bit, we will be breaking down every single person that we have in our players in each team. So let us start with Team Stallions. And of course, we've already been able to discuss from time and time again throughout a couple of years and how fast in terms of the growth that they already have. And it seems like Dolph will be playing and will be integrated in their lineup once again. Even after their fight with Ridaz, right? It's nice that we're seeing more Dolph action.
Yeah, and the curious thing to see here is there's no KL Boy on the lineup. So maybe they're gonna go at this game with the mentality of, okay, we need to make sure that we have ideas, not just coming from our IGL. So getting Dolph X some experience, some playtime here is pretty good in my opinion. Have him ready for whatever may come for that Virtus.pro match. And for veterans side, well, you just gotta experience a Dolph X shooting range, right? We last seen that from Ridaz. We last seen it with the chainsaws, with the Gatling guns, and surprised to see Dolph X just smiling, enjoying. Feels like this Stallions team, as much as we think that this is unserious, it's going to be still the perfection that they're going after.
Gosh. Yep, and speaking of perfection, you can definitely see that from the schedule and the match histories that they got so far, just 2-0s. And the only thing that might set all of these apart is the recent fight that they got with Execration, where they still got the 2-0, to say the least, which is quite insane. And I feel like we're watching on VP to break this, if that will be the case. But for now, veteran, my oh my, this is gonna be I feel like challenge is quite of an understatement if I will be honest with you.
It's, it's gonna be an arduous day,
Yeah,
very not
it's
hardworking,
Judgment Day.
arduous, challenging, excruciating, mildly infuriating day for veterans
Yeah.
because we gotta play two games, first game and last game, and it's
Mm-hmm.
going up against the first and the second team in C Masters. Okay,
Yep.
you better have a good break, veterans, because this is gonna be a long, long day. Take a nap after this Stallions match.
Yeah, I hope that they can take that break well. And again, Team Stallions, my oh my, just crazy. But I do think that someone has something to say here. And this is from KLP. So, lahat ng kalaban namin mahalaga. Tas ako hindi. What? Pero, syempre, yung VP, naging rival na rin namin sila eh. Kaya, galingan na lang namin. Sana all mahalaga. Wait. Let me translate it to our Rosie brothers out there. All of our fights are actually relevant. I am the only one who is not. It seems like we're seeing a bit of sad boy action from KLP, which makes me ask why, KL boy? Are you okay? Is someone hurting you? But again, it seems like it's just all buyers here for KL boy, honestly.
Honestly, Kyle Poy, I feel you. Right? I
Oh
feel you. Some people, some people in the chat, they tell us that we look alike. So I feel you in that same sentiment. But nevertheless, I don't think he gave focus against veterans. He gave focus on Virtus.pro, right? So again,
Yeah,
if
actually.
we want to like switch up our predictions, I want to predict on the match scoreline. Maybe a 10-0, maybe a 10-2. And I want to compare and contrast that with what veterans can do against Virtus.pro later, right? So maybe that's what they're trying to target. But sana all talaga mahalaga,
Actually,
no, KLB.
no! All of us are part of that, okay? But let us talk about the veteran right now, because I do think that there are some players that are worthy to be highlighted here, because we've already been able to see how Reknard actually behaves whenever the pressure is high. Jones is also there, and even here that Fires, it seems like he's already back, which is great because we're gonna see a bit more of a faster reaction from them in comparison to what they have before.
Yeah, I feel like with Fires going in and shock out, that's not really a substitution that's gonna shock us quite
Mm-hmm.
literally because Fires, he's the only guy with a rating of 1.04 here in our team, right? So of
Yep.
course you want you to have your headshot machine in this game. Of course, even if it's just for experience, even if it's just for
Even
playtime, you're going to have to make sure that your best guy gets even better, right?
yes.
So we're gonna look at our team data right now, Moshi, and as much as it is sad to say, at least they got a win
Mm-hmm.
against Ridaz, right? 2-0. Although I would assume that
W.
technically it did not happen, that win comes at a cost, and that cost is facing the number one and two team at the same day as the first and last matches. So
Yeah,
I don't know. I
that's
ran
true
out of
though.
descriptors for this team as
Mm-hmm.
to how hard this day is gonna be. So good luck and try at least to have fun, maybe.
Yup, that I agree with here, Rel, because it seems like after quite of a rest that they had after that default match with Riders, it's gonna be quite the opposite, and sometimes even more. It's gonna possibly take a toll on them. I hope not, though. But this is what Drone said. Stallions. These are the ones who we want to face against because they're the champions of PH most of the time. Just want to play them even it's only once. Good luck, have fun, don't be so hard towards us. Jones literally said, please be gentle with us.
Take it easy. And I'm noticing a pattern between the interviews or like their
Mm-hmm.
reactions. right? Everyone,
Yes.
KLP drones, they look like me, right? This is my drones impression. So very, I would say, uh,
You have
not
a lot of
really.
lookalikes, huh?
Yeah, I would say Nuken as well, right? And Salvatore,
Yeah,
right? My twin, my true twin. But going back, right?
it's twinning.
Veterans, they just want to take it easy. They're the more serious team in the Rosie region. When you contrast them to Ridaz, where Ridaz, you see Wong Feng with the chainsaw, you see them with the
Yes.
Gatling guns. This veterans team, truly the veterans of the region, will take things seriously, will play the defaults more, will not put rounds haplessly into the game. So at least they're serious, but of course, a little bit of leeway. Asking for a little bit of leeway here from Stallions because they're the
Yeah.
champions. They experience the top of the game here at CROSSFIRE, and we just want to make sure you bring down the level just a little bit so that we can at least get some rounds in, you know.
See, and I'm actually really curious what's going to be the prime motivation for Dolph here, since it seems like every single time that there are some international teams that they are about to face up against, he's always there. He's present, he's lurking in the shadows, just waiting for that schedule to actually happen. So let us check out what will be our maps that they will be playing on, which maps will be banned, chosen, you know the drill. We have Eagle Eye 2.0 port and as well as new compound here. No sub-base, no New Mexico. They banned each other's picks. But here for Eagle Eye, ooh, this gonna be pretty scary for veteran in all honesty.
Okay, so gentlemen's agreement, Stallions with the okay, I can do better
Mm-hmm.
move of banning sub-base their own best map, right? And then
Yep.
veterans with New Mexico, we're gonna see Eagle Eye, something that we don't see a lot from Stallions.
Mm-mm.
Maybe this is a primer, Mochi, versus
Mm-hmm.
for that Virtus Pro matchup that hey, we can play this map too, and we're gonna show you how we do it against Rosie. Port for veteran side is I want of the maps that they play a lot. Knowing
Uh-huh.
from the fact that they played that in the Rosie qualifiers. And for new compound, well, we already know that both of these teams can dish out some damage, especially this veteran squad. The last time I saw them here on new compound, they were doing some good defaults. Just need to work on that mid rounding. So overall, yeah, sure. Maybe this is Stallion saying, this is the leeway. We're going to give you the maps as the leeway. We don't have sub base. We're going to play Eagle Eye. So you
Mm-hmm.
have the maps. Let's see if you can match us in the gameplay, veterans.
Yep, and I even remember the back in regionals here in Eagle Eye where they face up against VP. That was just a pretty crazy one to watch after Kano has been able to like establish himself already as a quite of a rising star. You know, back in my day, which is just literally
Back in
last
Mag,
year. Yeah, but
back
again,
when
I
L was
guess.
not here.
But what's nice here is that you're already gonna see all of this goodness, and that is why I think it's already about time for us to pass it and hand it over to our first set of casters who will be delivering all the action. It is gonna be Sneaky Frog and as well as Salvatore. Hi, hello, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mochi, and my twin out there. Sneaky, we have a banger of a matchup incoming. You have on one side, this is the greatest team that was built for their region, forged to be the best and to represent one day and take home the Triple Crown. And we have Team Stallions. Veteran and Team Stallions really giving out possibly a primer for what's about to come for Veteran later on. But we do have that one competition between these two teams, but more on the destructive side because Team Stallions is proving, you know, that they can complete this one spring with not dropping any sets.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna find out in this series who really is the coughing baby. But we are gonna be looking at the lower thirds, and it seems like we're in a switch modes for a bit. Tutuldukan ba ng top PH team ang VTR ngayong araw from comeback to stampede? STS tuloy ba ang win streak laban sa VTR? So, I think what they're trying to say here is Stallions still trying to go for the full, you know, streak in group stages, like how they did going into last year. And yeah, I feel like Stallions, same goal as well for them. I think we did hear this from Tank specifically yesterday, right? They are looking for domination, and it does include this series.
Yeah, They're gonna show no mercy if that's what he actually meant. But for sure, that's like a fine print of saying we will rule the world here for Coach Tanks. But Team Stallions does have a score to settle amongst themselves because after dropping one singular map from Execration last regionals, they're trying to aim a much more refined local tournament for themselves. So that's why, you know, Coach Tanks is aiming for that kind of perfection. And whereas Veteran, they're aiming to get their second consecutive win here in Sea Masters Spring, of course, with a statement one up against Team Stallions. I'm pretty sure Team Stallions will be playing for vibes because they benched their one and only IGL. So this is like more a frag party rather than a systemic one for Team Stallions. But Veteran, I'm quite concerned on how they will be reenacting all of the plays that they garnered all throughout the weeks. Now with Shock is benched, the Fires will be in. Yes, their headshot machine is there, but what can headshots really deliver in a matchup against Team Stallions, Steaks? I feel like Execration knows the answer for that.
Kind of ironic that Shock is not here, as well as his brother Polar, unfortunately. Lots of brothers today, that's for sure. Lots of brotherly action going on, but it's anything but brotherly between these two teams. I'm really glad that Fires is finally back. I don't know what kind of sabbatical he took to maybe just rest, maybe take his eyes off of the game for a bit, and then kind of come back on the tail end of the season. And what a team to come back to, right? I mean, Team Stallions, obviously a team he can really learn a lot from. And yeah, I feel like with him kind of being back in the fray, it could be a bit more of a fight for the side of Veteran. But that is, just like what I said, not really saying much. Team Stallions, at the end of the day, they are still the quote-unquote consensus second best team in the world. So definitely will be an uphill battle for them.
We're asking for God's grace here for Veteran that they will be exiting our Eagle Eye with a smile on their face and still with confidence aiming towards a set number 2 possible win. But for Stallions, they know what they are. They know what they're capable of. They don't need no introduction. They don't need no announcing of how good they are. Ladies and gentlemen, to start off your weekend, we're delivering you the best action from Indonesia and the best team from Cebu. Stallions versus Veteran. As ironically, Stallions, despite picking Eagle Eye, will be starting on GR, which is, you know, a death wish if you're facing against Stallions.
Yeah, but maybe Veteran has something cooked up for this first half. So, could be an odd game plan, could be an odd counterplay on one side of the map, but it seems like mid will be the attack point here for the side of Veteran, but will only be actually the EV9 in that position, but no, already peeking around the corner with the HK417, and first blood goes in the way of Stallions.
Doesn't look like any funny antics here for Team Stallions. The usual LA push towards bypass will be successful here for Loy. As he now head into the 3v2, Fires showcasing that he can play also on zero brightness, as that smoke was not any hindrance here for Veteran. 2v2 now, Reknart clearly on low HP territory. Stallions is aiming towards the defense of the site, as the 2 anchor players will now be going back to their posts. Fires now trying to get a pick here over to KLP, and he gets the shot. KLP gets taken down, and JJ now will be anticipating the push here over Fires. JJ with a 1v1 Reknart, dangerously low. Of course, it has to be the USP, the greatest weapon CrossFire's ever created. And for a demon like JJ, he has to win those fights.
Tragedy of a round here for Fires, even despite getting the 3K and a very sick shot here on KLP, could not finish the round, unfortunately. So Stallions, first round going in their way with a JJ clutch with the USP, just like what you said. Best weapon in the game, but seems like even the nades are doing damage on the side of Veteran. Twin, Tism, and Fires down to half HP, and that is not what you want for your 2 best players on your team.
It's like a very passive round for Stallions. The usual setups that they will try to get a chip over to their opponents, but not surprised here for Veteran that they were able to catch most of the HEs, which will be detrimental on how they will attack the site. Double Arctic setups here for Stallions. They're looking towards a control here on long. Kano, even with the smoke, gets the headshot. Usually you get the spam, and Kano, my goodness, stop with this madness on bypass. And even I will be able to anticipate this, and he gets shut down.
Yeah, season on the thin part of the smoke. EV9 will actually be getting Loy as well, so no trade for the death of No. So it's a 3 versus 3. Dolphex, who you feeling like, bro? With that TRG, with his fellow sniper on top A. JJ will get Fires. And it's a 2-0. And today I learned that Dolph can also snipe.
Yeah, this man can do anything. If you have not watched last week's action of
The Super
Masters,
6 man.
yeah, the man can hold any machine gun known to man, and it will not be an issue for him. JJ walks and gets a skull. That's like every Stallions game known to man. That's the earliest pick we can have so far in this series. Rekmark now with a very aggressive entry, and Lloyd finds EV9 through the smoke. What is it with Stallions and smoke that they can get these peaks so easily? As Veteran could not even see their enemies, but they still continue to fall.
Damn, there's fire, there's smoke. Unfortunately for Veteran, the smoke is all over the place in the map of Eagle Eye, but another mid push from the side of Stallions. Fires catching JJ, but can they catch No, who's already on the dugout? Fires will go down with the one tap. Loy will get two, getting the last one as well. Appetizer, main course, and dessert already served for Stallions in that last one.
Yeah, that's a hella gentleman's agreement there, Sneaks. Will be 5-man pushing mid-side. Meanwhile, JJ will not be addressing any of the agreements, and he will be doing his own bidding here. Probably anticipating some pushes here on house. Drones now will be exiting doghouse now. Drones gets the shot. Also, Veteran can be... Veteran can also shoot through smoke. Reknart now with a kill. Set up to the 3v2. First man advantage here for Veteran, and they're securing this round flawlessly. As now KLP is now in no man's land here on high mid. Stallions losing every gunfight as Veteran capitalizes.
Yeah, JJ kind of went past the one player going into the doghouse here. It seems like Veteran, when they do kind of catch the aggression here on the side of Stallions, they can definitely fight. KLP first one down thanks to the opening shot of Twintism, but no, refusing to let go of Rage. Missed flash here from EV9, but it seems like the W key's not going to be letting go anytime soon. Loy will get taken down. Another nice shot from EV9. Fires will find No, but Dolphex finally an answer from the side of Stallions, but Dolphex will be facing more than one player in the B site. EV9 will go down. Reknart with the kill in return, but JJ still inside of the smoke.
JJ is JJ at the end of the day, but Twintism will be getting the kill with the USP. Beautiful shots here for Veteran. They're showcasing that they can still be aggressive despite the map disadvantage, and also the side. Because Veteran, we do not associate Eagle Eye with this team. You know, the last time we saw Veteran was with Execration. I did not like that experience inside of that map. Of course, it has to be even more difficult now with Stallions, but kind of looks like they're faring well.
Loy, unfortunately, has been getting killed for the past few times in this B side of the map. But I think it was the tower player that actually took him out. So, it's looking shoddy so far from the side of Stallions. I'm not so sure if this is boding well for the Dolph X IGL debut. And knowing him, this guy is not IGLing, bro, 100%.
Is he, bro? Do they really have an IGL?
He's gonna get the record of the most quiet IGL, bro. He's like, just do it, man. Just get it.
Pretty sure Stallions doesn't have that one true IGL.
Ooh.
Their primary directive is to just kill anyone. JJ now getting the kill, but switches quickly to the USP. But why though? Still, Dolph will be getting the finishing maneuver here for Stallions as they push it 3 rounds of a deficit up against Veteran, who is slowly approaching that kind of environment here for Stallions that they can also move around the map very aggressively and get those picks, but when it comes to taking the sites, kind of looks very 50-50. So in the end, Kano now manages to escape LA, but still gets taken down here over a bypass now. It's a 3v2.
Yeah, this is a good old massive mid from Stallions, but is it too massive? It isn't. Dolph X, no clutch too insurmountable for the 6th man, the man with a million moves, but instead of yapping, he's gonna let this gun do the talking, my friend. 7-2 on the horizon here for the side of Team Stallions. Dolph X now in the middle side instead of Loy. Loy now found himself on the A house. Finally a one-tap for him, getting Reknar revenge from earlier, and he will get drones as well. 3 players still on the long side, but Loy is just crouching, heading to a 4K for him, switching to the USP just in time. and it's a 7-2 Team Stallions, a majority scoreline in the first half.
That's a diabolical angle here for Loy to be able to cover, and not anyone was able to cross on bunker, not even the glimpse of top A. And that's all you need to know. The Stallions is indeed a team to beat when it comes to defense. And that's a very bad start here for Veteran. Why are we peeking out long? Usually the snipers play there. And now Kano entering. Like he has no regard for human life as Twentism gets taken down. As they continue this massacre and madness inside of the respawn of Veteran. And they're taking no names.
Yep, and it seems like Stallions really do have a strat of just killing every single player on the map at this point. No, just getting sent to the A site, one guy sent to the B site, and they're just saying, alright, just fight whoever is in front of you at this point. But Veteran, they're going to try to fight for this long side. Good smoke to block off the vision of the Stallions players who are trying to see if they can get another quick one on the A side. Headshot on Reknard. No, with another one. EV9 Twintism fighting back as much as possible, but they cannot fight back up against 3 Stallions inside of the house. Turning into a barn at this point. Fires. Last one on the mid side. KLP with a sniper. But it's actually JJ who will get it, yoinking it from KLP's hands. 9-2. Stallions looking to finish.
I was told that Stallions was supposed to be playing easy up against Veteran as per Drone a while ago. But there doesn't look any easiness here for Team Stallions. Twentism showcasing his best Tetra impression here on BR. As KLP gets the trade quickly to shut down the very fiery hot Twentism. KLP now on bypass duty will not be getting a pick after a very methodical approach. KLP run. While there's still land to run with. As Veteran is playing this duo pretty nicely, but they will be separating. I don't know what they're calling for.
Try to catch KLP maybe. Well, he is still kind of
that trap?
foraying around in the side. It's a bear trap here, Salvatore, but KLP will get legged and will get shot in the head. And a 1 versus 2. Just a simple setup for the side of Veteran to secure that round. 9-3. Still 6 rounds to say that this is a realistic shot for them to even win this Eagle Eye, but still, Veterans fighting.
So usual double peek into a sniper player, that will be really hard for someone like KLP, but I do understand why that was not the case. They were able to get the trap, KLP wasn't able to position, and that was the end here for Stallions, at least for the time being. Will only not be long. Stallions will be getting the W here. Kano with a headshot is EV9 with the trade. EV9 wanting to do some business here on Hotel, but Kano not checking in, and he gets the timing. Diabolical way to take down the control of Veteran here on their GR. As Stallions take an easy W on their map pick.
Yeah, color us anything but surprised at this point in this one. I feel like the 10-3, we kind of saw it coming from a mile away. I think the aggression from round number 1, we kind of knew what Stallions has to offer in this one, especially without the all-seeing eye of KLB on this team. I feel like the team's leash has really come off fully for this one. So I am going to expect No to do the exact same thing. Dolphex as well, rocking the sniper. So yeah, a lot going on for the side of Stallions, but every single situation is in their favor.
Everything. It's like Stallion Smith just knows what the bounds are inside of Eagle Eye, and they're confidently taking these fights, which is far from the usual that we see from Team Stallions whenever they're facing up against a fellow Filipino team. But Veteran really tried their best to be pushing out this aggressive narrative that they can do it as well, because Fires is inside of the server, and as well as Reknart, who can definitely hit some shots, but you know, headshots, not really the recipe here to take down Team Stallions, because this is a team complete with body armor. And despite taking down one singular member of Team Stallions, you have so much to problem, like what, Dolph, especially JJ and Loy. So yeah, Veteran, we saw the effort, but I do feel like they need some more work inside of our second set. But that is it for Eagle Eye. Clearly the map pick here for Team Stallions. Of course, they have to get the W, but I feel like the panel has a lot to say with this series. A dominating W for Team Stallions. L and Mochi, how's it going out there?
Everything's great, and thank you to our casters. But it seems like here in Eagle Eye, I actually like how veterans started here. It's been pretty close, and I think that is that's what matters. But at the same time, because of all of the havoc, all of the chaos that Team Stallions is just instilling against them, they lost the grip of how they were able to navigate in that EE map.
Yeah, I feel like without an IGL, this team is just trying to do whatever they want to do. If there's a will, there's a way. That might be the motto for Stallions in this map. And call it a bit of a refresher, right? Because if you think about it, KLB's out, right? He's not playing. Dolphex is in. And since they haven't played Eagle Eye all this much in the season, maybe this might be a reviewer. Okay, KLB knows all the strats. Let's see now if U5 know the strats. So now, Coach Tangsa might think, maybe you guys don't remember it anymore. So let's try it again. What happened? Well, they just wreaked havoc, like you said, right? I don't see a lot of strats, more of like individualistic plays, but with the body system. Right, you're gonna see Kano pushing out, Dolphex pushing out, even JJ pushing out right after all of the chaos. Right, even the backups trying to do something. So props to veterans, they managed to get some rounds. But yeah, it's just too strong for the side of Stallions. They cannot handle all this heat.
Yep, and you can even see just how they're just making the whole EE map like a playground. It's like a game of tag or taya-tayaan, and everyone is just chasing each other and trying to hunt for each other. And here for veteran though, I really like how Tintism has been able to get that double kill as well. Very much worthy of that highlight, but it's just that the force is a bit too strong for them to handle, especially in those types of occasions where they're trying to secure space, but instead they're being hunted. And here is the set summary that we have here for Eagle Eye 2.0, wherein there's lots of headshots on the board from Loy, Kano, and even here from Fires, and as well as EV9, which is the super gate, if I may say.
Yeah, that's the impact of Fires, right? Even in a losing effort, he will still get those headshots. Just speaks volumes about how much veterans should have utilized him more in their games earlier this season, right? Not swapping him out for Shock or whoever else. But I feel like for Stallion's side, okay, one Kano is good. How about three, right? Dolphex, Loy, and Kano himself, right? Not just the performer of the year, he has his buddies, right? If you ever need a graphic where you want Kano and three of him, might as well just put Loy and Dolphex. But the MVP for this one is gonna be, of course, the Super Sixth Man. Not quite yet of the year. We're gonna find that out soon. But the Super Sixth Man of Stallions.
It's pretty scary for Dolph is the fact that even though he's a six-man, he doesn't act like it at all. Especially when when we put him here in the roster, let him play. It's just always crazy and scary, and especially during in times that we try to interview, he always has that really calm and chill nature, quite of a nonchalant one. So just pretty consistent inside and out. Hold in the lobby. So I guess we will be seeing more of him, especially later in our next map. And for now, we'll be saying bye-bye, and we'll be back after a few minutes. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
And now, we are back in the ball game here in our second map for still the Team Stallions versus Veteran fight. And this is the question indeed. Will Veteran be able to keep it up and keep it themselves in fort?
Yeah, I mean, it's a yes or no, right? They can keep up in the early game, in the defaulting phase, in trying to get picks, yes. But when the game goes haptic, when the game goes to the mid-rounding phase, it's all Stallions, right? It has Stallions written all over it. It's very hard to keep up when you have three Kanos. Like I said, that's Dolphex, Loy, and Kano himself, right? You can even say there's four of them when JJ tries to do something mystical like a push out alone as a backup player. So
Yes.
maybe, just maybe, Veterans, they can get more rounds. But if I'm keeping track, Veterans now has 3 rounds against Stallions. Now, if later, Virtus Pro, we see them match up against Veterans, I'm also gonna keep track of their rounds. So who's gonna have the better scoreline versus Veterans? We will find out.
Yep, we will find out. And I do think that this is also going to be an opportunity for our snipers to actually get that KD up, you know, because we're in fort after all. So that is why we'll be giving it over to our casters. Is going to be Sneaky Frog and Salvatore. Still, how are you in the map of fort?
Doing pretty fine. Brings back memories of 8v8 with me and Sneaky and some other random dudes here at Nibbles Dragon, which is kind of like the narrative right now inside of our second set in Port. And we now welcome you back into, well, happy to be here versus total domination of Veteran versus Team Stallions. I feel like that will not change inside of set number 2.
Yeah, it's not gonna change anytime soon, considering that it will be Stallions starting on the GR side of the map. So it's not getting anything better for the side of Veteran, as they will have to figure out how to play BL side up against Stallions in this particular map. Obviously, it will not be the exact same opportunities that we did see in the 4 rounds of Port that they did play yesterday. So I feel like, Stallions, I would say heavy favorites. I think that's kind of a given at this point. But yeah, Veteran, maybe Fires or Twintism can get like a 6 shot on one of the LB players, or maybe one of the mid players, or maybe one of the A players, and maybe we can see an A take right for the side of Veteran. But playing BL to start things off on Port is already not a good sign for them.
I want to point one thing out here, because when we interview Coach Tanks, you always hear him say, we prepare for these kinds of scenarios, we prepare for every team. Are they really prepared for a team like Veteran? And I do feel like he will be sarcastically answering the yes on that one. But we've yet to see very funny antics here inside of us Team Stallions, because they really used every bit of HK inside of Eagle Eye. We're yet to see the TPS, the Vepers, the chainsaws, and as well as the Gatling guns, which was polarized by our amazing 6th man, who I believe is, the best 6th man in the whole CROSSFIRE scene. Dolph, he's that caliber of a player that could dish out the unseriousness inside of this game, but we're still yet to see that. The Stallion still dishing out the HKs.
So what you're saying is he's the Lou Williams.
Masih di lorong dua-duanya.
Gua udah suka.
Wait, hold on.
Dua-duanya.
It's very hype. Yo, low key. That was very hype Twintism. And whoever called that scream was definitely a fiery hot start here for Twintism.
Wait, JJ? Yo, you got the HK, bro. What are you doing picking up your teammate's HK? But it seems like maybe the blessing is there in the hands. But no, he's going to get Reknart instead. Off X, top 8 player, fires. Not going to get hit this time. Second time around, he does. Dolph X still alive on the underside of A site. Stairs will not be occupied, actually. Dolph X finally taken down here for drones. But JJ already finding the head of EV9 on top A. Now it's a 1 versus 2. Drones looking for the last player, but does he know about the reverse ninja? JJ Looking for the flash, but the reverse ninja is here. Once again, he goes into exit twice over, but is he looking at the right direction, Drones? Just as confused as JJ, but sees him at the very last moment. Veteran with a BL round 1 win.
That was insane from Drones. I feel like he was fighting his demons out there, trying to at least spot out where the hell JJ will appear. CA or exit. That's a coin flip over around here for Drones, but luckily he got the right pick on that one. And Twentism with another good start here with the pick and fires with an even better follow-up here over to No. As now Dolphix is releasing some steam as well here on bridge. Stallions continuously want to challenge the early round, but Veteran is proving to be a better team.
Oh, JJ showing Drones the moves, and it seems like Reknart will be the victim this time. Drones with the trade. And with one of the 4 snipers here on the side of Stallions already dead, they seem to have 2 more on the squad, a TRG. But knowing the capabilities of KLP, it is definitely possible. Drones getting off a bridge at the wrongest time. I think Dolphex is now a slight clue that it might be a B hit, but KLP spotted in the window. But can they cross into the side? Fires is going to go down. EV9. Second miss here for KLP, and this is not going to be good. USP has to be pulled out. CQC now for the sniper of Stallions. EV9 gets the better of it, but does he know that Dolphex is here with his own pistol? But Drones with a whole rifle in his hands. Veteran with another round on the board. Stallions losing the 1v1s.
Veteran taking over as they've now gotten the first 2 rounds of regulation here against Stallions. A quote and a sentence that I am surprised that I will be able to say in this certain degree, Sneaky. Because you've seen the early celebration of EV9 and Drones. It's well thought of. And we have to give you guys that one because you guys are pretty good at Blacklist on port. Out of all the maps you're supposed to be good at on Blacklist, it just has to be port. Or this is just Stallions hesitating. This is not the 100% Stallions we're seeing, but this is a setup that I can assure you is definitely Stallions coded. Loyan No with a very good high-low now. And why are we peeking up against Kano? We had the information, Veteran, and we're still fighting.
Yeah, missed flash here from Drones to try and clear JJ off of the Catwalk A location, but seems like Stallions has a different idea. Not playing flashes, not playing nades. They are just going to be playing straight up guns here for their side. STS, first round finally on their defense, and it was more bog standard to say the least, but No will be the first one down. And what a pickup here from Drone specifically, but he might want to drop that TRG as he is needed on that rifle.
And these are 10 players who are experienced in playing ranked matches on Titan level. So this is just a bona fide ranked match, Sneaky, with 4 more sets added to the match rating. Yeah, because no one peeks out early BR, man.
True.
And no one tries to dare enter CA as a blacklist. But, you know, you do you, Veteran. You do you. There's the early entry here. JJ still not spotted here with the M4, who is delivering a clinic here inside of LA, even with the long-range USP. That is disgusting and revolting, JJ. What a hold by STS.
Also, he's rocking the M4. So, JJ, I think he's kind of missing. He's kind of missing the casting. And oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, Kano just got destroyed. Loy will get fires in return, but oh my goodness me. That is definitely one of the shots here for the side of Veteran. That's Crossfire right there, but JJ with his own M4 trying to make his own amazing shots in the map. But a 3 versus 3, once again, a mono-e-mono situation between the teams.
Jumping on Ninja through the smoke. Hand to the face. Still manages to get the headshot. Not even like 2 taps. That was just a 1 tap.
Does he know about the
KLP
angle?
now on Godbucks.
Is he a knower?
Of course, Twentism. He has to know. He's Twentism, but KLP finds the behind of Twentism, which is the unusual way to get taken down. JJ now with the lurk here over at Z. His EV9 is trapped over in STS territory. Of course, EV9's not going to push that. That's a very smart move, EV9. It's a very smart move.
Yeah, but Dolphex is just going to peek into him instead. And will be cutting that clutch attempt short. So STS now starting to kind of roll with the punches here on the side of Veteran. And they're not really doing anything different, considering that they are just now starting to win their head-to-head fights up against a team. And they decided instead of mid, let us go all the way to long A. And with no one on bridge, they have no idea that Sandys is already here.
That's a quick entry here for Stallions, but they are not prepared here for drones taking SD control that early. My goodness, Stallions are just dropping all of our hands right now in favor of what? Space? That's about it. Not even getting any picks here. Unless Dolph does a miraculous work here on this round specifically. Now down to the 2v4. KLP still on his default spot as Dolphex gets shut down. 1v3.
Yeah, but what part of the map are they going to go through? If they go through mid, they are going to be dead. The USP of KLP getting the headshot here on Fires. That's the best player, Veteran, already down. No one capable of the ninja parkour, so instead it is going to be a double long push. Smoke on towards bridge, but does it matter up against KLP? He can see right through it anyways, but EV9 can also do the same thing. Vision is perfect for him. 3-3 Veteran fighting back on port.
They are nowhere, Sneaks. They know the tech. They know what to do. And my goodness, Twentism and KLP managed to share an experience of what it's like to play ranked match on port. The early peaks on BR and RS is always the first step. Loy now gets good of a pick here over at LB. But I don't think this is a good snowball effect here for Stallions. They're just trying to get these angles, but it's a bad position for trading, but it is Stallions at the end of the day. And they make good work of what they have. And that's what I've been saying, man. Loy is not in a position for trade. And that this is looking pretty bad and bleak for Team Stallions. A quote that I am not aware I will be able to say.
Yeah, and it is exactly like ranked match. You do see someone still inside of the base.
Oh my god.
But Fires, no, getting shot by 3 players. Dolph cannot even enter the site. Veteran is fighting back, and they even get the lead against Stallions, and of course they call a timeout. All right, nothing to analyze. Let's analyze these faces, because what is Tank saying?
All right, Tanks is now blasting out the whip, disciplining the kids. This is not looking good here for Team Stallions. A rare occasion that we will be able to hear that. Yeah, Team Stallions, why? Why are we playing? Is it bad? Is it bad?
Knowing Noseface, this kid is not listening, bro. He is alt-tabbed. He is zoning out, alt-tabbed.
He's looking at
probably
Messenger.
Laughing at a Facebook reel as we're talking, and he's like,
looking at Messenger right now.
He's probably like tapping.
Oh my god!
He's tapping KLP right next to him. He's like, hey, you see this? It's funny, bro.
Okay, Tanks is unmuted, so I just know these guys are getting a wash. These guys are getting these are getting the very good onions and garlic inside of a pan right now.
Yep.
And this is like, when are you able to experience like the glistening of skins here of Team Stallions over a series against Veteran, of course, like Virtus.pro, Execration, JY, and Ridaz. Those are like series that there's not one singular scenario for Coach Tanks to call a timeout, but Veteran, now that's a different ball game.
Everybody looks so stressed on the side of Stallions. Meanwhile, I would like to imagine that KLB is on like the beach side. He is on the, he's just relaxing, enjoying the sun, taking in the views, and his teammates are kind of suffering in the map of port. So, there's 2 perspectives here on the side of Team Stallions. And what do you think? What do you think's actually like IGLing here? I think I have a theory. It might be KLP. I think it's KLP.
He's like, it has to be KLP. He's like the next. He's like the next to the noisiest.
Yes.
Like if KLP is the most vocal one, pretty sure KLP is like the one dictating one singular call out, time after time, like LB, kind of like that one.
We need to call the difference. We need to call the difference. Like KLB is the most vocal, but KLP is the most noisiest. Do you know what I mean?
There you go. There you go.
There we go.
We need
That's
to have
the
a
difference.
we need to have an end of season awards here at CMasters. We have to give like one of the most unserious awards, and then you have like the most valuable player. But I feel like everyone will be taking notice on like
Dude,
who's the noisiest. Like the nominations.
You know, what kind of award would be actually highly contested for that kind of idea? The most improved player award.
Okay.
The voting would be insane.
Yeah, the voting will be absolutely difficult. You know, even making up a storyline is already difficult of itself, but highlighting someone who improved throughout like what, the span of 1 year, that is pretty darn gnarly. If we're gonna pick one out, pretty sure it has to be D. But I feel like he's already good last year, so it kind of beats the story of being most improved. So most improved, that's absolutely tough, and that's for you guys to tell. So if you guys want to pick out who's the most improved player from last year to this year, who's still competing at C Masters level, let us know in the comments below, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning into our live streams of Crossfire C Masters, whether it be from YouTube or even at Facebook. Thank you so much to our supporters here from all regions, especially to our Indonesian brothers and sisters. Thank you so much. Salamat, and I hope you guys are enjoying your experience watching Veteran just outgun Team Stallions.
Yeah, Team Stallions shaking in their boots. In this GR side, they do not know how to play up against this absolutely genius of a default from the side of Veteran, but it seems like first shot gonna be missing. Drone's getting chased down on SD,
It's the
but
M14.
EV9 will be swinging with his teammate. The M14 EBR will be absolutely shredding EV9. Drone stuck in the corner, and he will not be escaping that corner anytime soon. A 3 versus 5, and then 2 versus 5 in an instant. No, just absolutely annihilating the entirety of the Veteran squad, and Stallions just sending their star player to kind of do a bit of clearing.
My primary directives are kill everyone from Veteran. The LA push was definitely Kano coded, and that timeout must have been really tough for Kano. So whatever tanks blasted through this kid's ears might have been effective. But I hope it's as effective as going to win the first half and eventually with the W, because this is a close map. You cannot associate a close map with Stallions and Veteran in the same map. So I wonder what Stallions is thinking of right now on why is this happening, or is there even to break down if you're Coach Tanks right now? So yeah, Veteran is just having the time of their lives transitioning into the second half, which will not be an issue because this lead is not substantial.
Yeah, I can tell you no stops right now as we're talking. He's holding bridge and he's like, bro, what's for lunch? I kind of just woke up like 30 minutes ago, bro. Like, we need to wrap this up. But
yeah, what motorcycle?
Loy. Exactly. Oh, Loy. I was expecting a 2-piece, but he only got one with another one to the face. Reknart. Drones will be getting 2 of their own as well. It is another 3 versus 4, a familiar position for the side of Stallions. But Fires, if you can somehow find JJ in this mid side, split this defense in half, this could still be a possibility. Here comes the flash. JJ fully blinded, still peeking. Headshot on him immediately from Fires. No, though. Fighting back with his own TRG this time. He's going to rock every single weapon possible, but he finally gets taken down. Dolph X, the last one left alive with the EBR. And you are kind of touted as the Phantom 6-man, but he is going to stay a Phantom for the side of Stallions. A Veteran team leading against Stallions on their GR side, and now will be able to be playing defense. What is going on? I mean, Veteran, they can win from this position, honestly.
Oh, Sneaky, someone must have moved the rock in the past life, because this is what's happening. There's like a time anomaly in the space-time continuum. The Team Stallions is losing some form of magician thing happened inside of Cebu right now that one must have a control. So anyone who's like voting against Team Stallions must be having a field day right now, because I'm seeing a lot of like Stallions will be winning this easily. Thank you very much. Comments on Facebook, but for Veteran though, Like, did they see this coming? Because you only get to see once or twice that EV9 and Fires is smiling ear to ear. And they're grinning with this kind of mentality that, guys, we might be able to do this.
Yeah. I feel like Veteran, maybe they talked to a certain strange doctor about one possibility of winning up against Stallions. So
Is it who?
maybe this is one of those one times. But is
No way.
it will
Oh,
only
wait, Veteran,
take
you
one.
do this, right?
It will only take one. Salvatore. One pickoff. Oh! Well, there we go. There's the pickoff. Twintism
There's
will
the
get JJ. Dolph X will get taken down, but it's a 3 versus 4. No from the behind, and no will get 2. Oh no, Veteran. This was supposed to be the round that you would be getting. But Twintism from the backside, no! Blessed by the box, he blocks the shot of the TRG. Rectart, the only one left alive.
Ragnart, if there is a time for you to activate and dish out the Terminator that you are, this is the perfect time for you to be demolished by a 15-year-old. My goodness, Team Stallions. This shouldn't be as close as it is, but it damn sure is. The Stallions is challenged by the amount of gunfights that Veteran is forcing them to do so. But yeah, despite that LA push here from Twintism, it was very successful, but KLP with a huge recovery here on the opposite side that garnered a lot of attention and pressure. Twintism now with a huge pick once again as Loy is just hard-headed, always speaking out long B. And he always falls. And a quick 4v4 to turn things around here. Veteran now on defense here in LA.
Yeah, Loy having to play the unfun role this time of being the first one in. Fires will be getting to JJ dropping from the CA box. Fired around the corner, finally taken down by JJ. M4 still pretty effective from this angle, and especially in the hands of JJ. It could be very deadly, but are they going to go for the reboost into CA or Twintism? Right find, right time. KLP gets EV9, but Twintism almost getting 2, but JJ with the better timing. Stallions finally winning their 1v1s on the BL side.
Everyone is now dumbfounded on what's happening here for Team Stallions. It's the usual control that they get from top A all the way to CA, but it's getting exposed here by Veteran. The antics are not looking too good here for Stallions, but they will be getting at least, you know, the evening things out of mentality. That once they force that 1v1, it will be favored again for them, rather. Fires now with a good hold. 7 HP. What a plot armor this guy has. You cannot just extinguish the fire that easily. Now Dolph with a huge double kill. As they set up the 3v2, Twintism and Reknart wants to get a push, but can Twintism get the defense? He's only going to be able to get one. And Reknart now entering RS territory, and KLP with the anticipation that he will not be able to enter B site. 7-5, Team Stallions securing a 2-round lead.
Yeah, and the Team Stallions at this point, they're just taking pure fights, and it just so happens that, just like what I said, Loy will be playing the unfun role of being the first one in for his team, but no, has a different take on the map. Drones will get taken down for playing the bottom side of Ridge, but Reknart looking for the reswing on no, but this kid is so hard to trade that he might just be killing you in the process. Ninja already in the mid side. Reknart spotting 2 players. JJ will get 1, no will get the other. It's a 2 versus 5. Lloyd, the only one who's damaged in the entire team, and JJ will keep it perfect. Twintism will get off, but it is only a small smudge to the absolutely perfect offense here for the side of Stallions.
What's scarier than 1 ninja entering into Bridge, Sneaky? Apparently 4. That's like 4 members of Team Stallions who wants to gain control already of the opposite end of the map. Loy turning on the hacks for a single second there. KLP with a huge trade to get things started here for Team Stallions as they want to put a nail now on Veteran scoreline. And they're aiming towards a much more aggressive and a refined blacklist.
So
and they're
shameless.
peeking out every
So
smoke. KLP, you're not hiding it anymore. My goodness,
don't
Team
hype up the
Stallions.
second shot, bro. Don't hype up that second shot. That was straight up shameless, bro. The big part of the smoke too. He's sitting in the middle of it, bro. He's sitting in the middle. Kyle Pegaro, what do you have to say for yourself, man?
Not even a sorry.
Not even a sorry.
Not even a sorry will be able to make up on what he did. He knows what he did. And now Stallions finally, we can now say at the bottom of our hearts with full on force, it is now set point for them. Dolphex now anchoring LA like he has the deeds to the land. Triple kill for Dolph. The Phantom 6-man is doing it to give it once more for Cebu. Team Stallions destroys Veteran in the second half. Who doubted Team Stallions? Absolutely no one. They get port and the whole series.
Yep, and Team Stallions, another win for the win column for them in the standings. And I think it is kind of safe to say that they are going to be up there for a while. Up until their premier matchup at the end of the week. So, yeah, I feel like Team Stallions performing exactly as expected in this game. Maybe they were kind of playing around in that CR side for a bit, you know, kind of to let Veteran get some scores in. And yeah, I mean, some good highlight plays here from Twintism, some good highlight plays here from Fires especially. And overall, it was a better day than I expected, for Veteran at least.
All right, Sneaks, we're keeping tabs of how many rounds Veteran will be able to score against the top 1 and top 2 teams. They have given out 8 rounds at least. I hope you're listening, Il, because that's what you're focusing a while ago on the matchup with Stallions and Virtus.pro. So yeah, history now in the books here for Veteran as they were able to make things pretty hard on the first half, but the finisher was very soft here for Veteran. But we have to give them props. Shock, despite being benched, Fires taking in. He still managed to dish out amazing headshots, and the plays were still there for a Veteran. This is like one of the few Filipino teams that entered into the top 8 that were outcast and not could even score a singular set by the top teams from like 2 years ago. So yeah, Veteran, I saw the vision, but at the end of the day, Team Stallions, they do have the heart of the champion. That's why they managed to stay undefeated still with the series against Veteran. But we now be passing it to our dear panel, Mochi and El, for a much further breakdown. Or are there any things to point out? Other than that, El and Mochi, take it away.
Thank you, Frogget, as well as Salvatore. YOY. It seems like we're seeing some moments here for L. Why is that? It seems like you haven't been satisfied.
I mean, it's not that I'm not satisfied. I'm very satisfied with what Veterans showed, right? There was development, but only in port, right? We got 5 rounds, 8 rounds in total versus Stallions. And I feel like if this matchup happened earlier, it was not gonna be as close as this, right? 10-5 Veterans against Stallions, that's a big deal. If you made this matchup happen earlier in the season, it's probably like 10-2, 10-3, right? But reverse the situation, right? Let's say they face someone like ALG, JY Esports, Veterans. I might just say that they can take a set win, right? If that kind of matchup happened in this part of the season, there's a possibility. So good showing from Veterans, but it is Stallions after scoring 5. Suddenly they said, okay, playtime's over, time to take care of serious business, and take care of serious business they did.
And that is without their main caller too, you know, without KLB. And it seems like we're pretty much sure and certain that KL Poi might be calling all the shots here. But at the same time, I still want to give props here for Veteran because that is honestly not that bad. They've been able to at least deal a dent here for our players, and now we can definitely see how they can share these types of highlights here. But still, STS, I feel like this is just another day for them. But for the rest of our players here for Veteran, it seems like there are some sparks that has gone out here in the map of court, which is Noise, and I really hope that we can see more of these types of plays from them, and at least win a map finally in the next few times that we'll be seeing them next.
Yeah, but the next time we'll be seeing them is Virtus versus Virtus.pro, right? So, 8 rounds against Stallions. How many rounds now against Virtus.pro? We will find out later. But for now, right, we're gonna look at the scoreboard. And what do you know? Drones had a game. He popped off. The rest of the squad not far behind, right? Fires not really looking hot like on Eagle Eye, but still effort is there for the side of veterans. On the opposite end though, Loy taking a breather. I take the back seat for this
Mhm.
team, and the rest just turned up, right? Kano still leading the pack, KLP right behind, Dolphix and JG as well.
Yep.
So right after getting 5 rounds, Stallions just said, okay, after this timeout, time to put on the big boy shoes, the CFS grand final shoes, and they just
Mhm.
went to work, right? So props to veterans, really, really props to them because 8 rounds versus the current best team in the Philippines is no laughing matter if you are a
Yeah.
Rosy team, right? So looking forward to their matchup later. Hope they get their rest in the afternoon. Maybe some Indomie to fill that hunger, right? Because
Mhm.
Virtus Pro, they're gonna be waiting and they're gonna try to minimize the damage. But MVP,
There
KLP.
you go. All right, it rhymes, honestly. And then we have that 2.42 for the KD, and pretty much pretty stable for the rest of the stats here. I mean, Kelpoy, you're important than what you think you are. Okay, you don't
Yeah.
have to be sad boy. Okay, that also
Yeah,
rhymes.
it's
Awesome. So it seems like that's a very much a congratulations here for Kelpie, and really really nice that again we just mentioned that snipers will be shining in this one, and that's definitely what we've seen based from what the stats is here from KLP. And here's quite a quick look from the match results that we have so far: 10-3 and Eagle Eye, 10-5 and Port. Not bad, veteran, not bad. And with that, I want to congratulate you with the progress that you had and been able to withstand after all these weeks of pure possibly torture, but you're handling it pretty well.
Yeah, it's just literally the grinder for this veteran squad, right? You really
Yes.
just had to put the best teams in the Philippines in one day, right? Well, it sucks that we had to have 4 matches a day and squeeze in that schedule for to
Yep.
have at least fit in right in the calendar, but it's what
Mm-hmm.
you get and you have to deal with it. So I feel like with the mentality of veterans right now, an extra match is not bad, right? At least it accelerates their improvement and accelerate it did, right? And
Exactly.
to add on to KLP's performance, mahalaga ka na, pre, right?
Yes.
Most
You
valuable
better.
player. And I feel like looking like him, I mean, I don't know where he got the notion that he's not important. Take that
I don't know.
away, right? Maybe you need a mental coach. Maybe Coach Tanks he's trying to work on that. But so far, I feel like with the performances, he's just channeling that inner sadness into shooting hard and shooting
Yes.
straight with the TRG. And there we go. Finally, there's something valuable about you, and that's the MVP for this match.
Of course. And I feel like this is like the drawback or the cons of being humble, a bit too humble, I guess, here for STS. And Kalapoy is suffering those types of consequences. But let us see who is our match MVP. It is
Who
Gano.
else?
With a 1.7 KD, I feel like, yep, who else, right? I feel like it's already quite of a given. So it's nice that we saw different faces from every single map. We have Dolph, we have KLP, and now it is Kano. And definitely it is a 1.76. Sure kill per round and 73% headshot per kill, which is crazy. But let us check out some of his highlights. I don't know, but for me, if Kano has to like post every single highlight, we will be running out of storage because of how much he's been able to secure these plays time and time again, which is just for me still insane, and we love to see it always.
Yeah, even though in the port, right, he got a bit of shots through his head as well, given by some of the veterans members. He
Actually,
still managed to pull it off, and he's a bit what's it? He's a bit charitable for today. He did not hog all the MVPs for each set. He only got the MVP for the whole match. Okay, Dolph, this one's for you. KLP, this one's for you, but I'll take the rest, right? So he gave it in fair share, but of course, who else but the Wonder Boy of Stallions to finish the job and be consistent all throughout the 2 maps that we had. It's really, really great to see that this guy is ready for the upcoming matchup tomorrow. And of course, it's crazy to see as well that he's just getting higher and higher.
Yep, and I feel like we already have our interview up and ready, and that is why we'll be interviewing their match MVP, no other than Kano. Hi Kano, okay, tatagal ko yung pag-alala. So, napansin namin kanina, nung nag-time out kayo, nagza-zone out ka, okay ka lang, no?
Oo, okay lang, okay lang.
Natutulala siya, nakaganto siya.
Wala lang yun.
Alala.
Yan. Okay. So may dalawa akong tanong, no, Kano. Number 1, ito muna sagutin mo. Ba't wala si KLB? Nasaan siya ngayon?
Wala, nandito lang natutulog.
Tulog.
Tulog
Ayun.
lang. Siesta pala yun, no? Kagising lang.
Oo, kaya si Dolph muna pinalaro.
Bali, sino
ayaw
nagko-coil
istorbohin,
ng
no?
shots?
Anong shots?
Si IGL. Sino IGL?
Yung IGL nyo?
Secret.
Ay,
Ay!
pa-secret!
Okay.
Okay, bawal sabihin niyo. Okay, noted.
Bawal sabihin. Okay, second question, Mochi. Ngayon, no, last
Go.
match nyo na versus Virtus.pro tomorrow. Tinitingnan nyo ba sila na special na kalaban or just another day para sa inyo? Isang kalaban na naman to. Virtus.pro, kung sino man, whatever, normal lang sa inyo to na itong final match nyo.
Wait lang. Parang may pagka-special parang ganun.
Wow.
Kasi ano sila parang hindi pwedeng lang maliitin. Ganun.
Okay, so may respeto pa rin naman dun sa... Pero
Parang
sa
may
sarili mo,
pagka-special.
no? Ano yung confidence level mo para bukas? Sa'yo lang.
Individual.
Ano lang, parang hindi ko alam.
Sure. Kahit ano lang, kahit tentative na percentage lang okay na yon. Sige. Kahit yung hindi sure.
Mga ata 9-9. Yun.
Ay, 9
9
out of 10. Alright. Sige ka, Nona. Congratulations. Di ko alam kung nagsasawa ka ba sa mga match MVP natin kasi sobrang dalas, no? Pero pwede mo lang i-shoutout. Itong ating yung mga supporters, everyone, go.
Shoutout sa mga nagsusuporta sa amin. Salamat sa inyo. Tapos abangan nyo laro namin bukas. Last game. Tapos pati kay Salvatore. Shoutout. Bias si Salvatore sa amin, guys. Tsaka isa pa, may babatiin ako. Happy birthday kay Nicole. Yun lang.
Yun.
Pa-shoutout kay ate. Yun guys.
Ay, sino si KLB?
Yun lang. Thank you.
Alright. Thank you.
Thank you.
And congrats ka, Nono. And see you bukas sa inyong laban. Ako, grabe, nakaka-excite yun. As in.
Thank you.
Alright. And there we... Wait lang, Eric, wala pa daw siya ligo, no? De, part ng buff daw ata yun, no, El? Pero yun, no? Natapos na ang ating laban dito for STS and as well as veteran. And I guess we will be seeing our next matchup wherein it is going to be JY ESPORTS versus Ridaz.
Yeah, it's the bottom of the barrel. Ayoko man sabihin. It's going to be the barn
that's
burner,
true.
but at the bottom of the standings, right? JYE, Ridaz, it's quite a different affair from the first match, but I'm still looking forward to the rosy firepower. If our veterans was able to do that versus Stallions, paano pa yatong Ridaz laban sa mas madaling Filipino team?
Yep, and I'm pretty excited about this one because if we may recall correctly, JY has been able to win against Veteran during our first week. And here for Ridaz, that is indeed the question. I'm really curious what will be the outcome and if they'll be choosing some New Mexico maps because these two teams always love choosing that in our map veto for some reason. So I guess it is time for us to pull out a really quick short break, and after that, we'll be heading on to our second match of the day. dyan eh. KLB doon, mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist, nakabulto niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the double.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, eh, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
And we are now back here to our second match of the day, and still we will be ensuring that we're gonna speak in English still in order to be more inclusive with our brothers here from Ridaz. And if earlier on we've been able to see how Team Stallions actually been able to get a few chances here for veteran, well, I wonder what will be the story for this time around.
Yeah, JY Esports versus Ridaz, it's kind of the opposite end of the spectrum, no Mochi, because both of them are at the bottom of our leaderboards, number 9 and number 10 respectively. Though I would say it that I'm curious why JY found themselves below veterans, right? It's quite a discussion because you would expect at least all the Filipino teams, based on their quality, would be number 1 and to number 8 respectively, and the Rosy teams are going to be number 9 and 10. But it's a different story because JY, yes, they've beaten veterans, but they haven't beaten Ridaz yet. And as an additional, they haven't beaten any other Filipino team. So if they fall against Ridaz, that's a very crazy story that we can dissect. But I feel like it's up to them to change that storyline and make themselves the main character for this one.
That is true, and that is why we have to quite dissect what we have here for the side of JY Esports. We'll be seeing who will be playing for this specific matchup, and it seems like they've been able to stick to the original. Oh wait, we have LBA here. Interesting. Okay, I'm just about to say that they haven't had any type of roster changes so far, except for now, because we'll be having LBA here, and we will be confirming that later on. But we have friends, Raya, Son. I mean, it's already practically the same here. We're the people who actually perform here for JY Esports, but it seems like Jalan, one of their consistent players, will be subbed out by LBA instead. And I'm pretty curious what LBA has to offer for this team.
Yeah, and to speak from a perspective of someone who knows how a team works, right? As Coach L speaking, right? This might just be the initial operation of JY Esports to find the roster that works for them, right? We see them on the cameras trying to bring out all their emotes, but LBA right now, he's the only one locked in. This is his chance to show that he deserves the main roster spot. And looking at their team data, the only win is in the first week, right? I believe. And for their final match, it would be nice to at least see them close out with a win. But so far with this change, I don't know how it's gonna affect the composition of the team, the vibes, the communication. What Jelan brings might not be what LBA brings. But if this is already their rebuild or at least refit of the identity of JY, then I would want to see it sooner rather than later because come on, man, they need to at least put up a fight against Filipino teams.
Yep, couldn't agree more on what you have mentioned. But right now, though, it seems like it's gonna be kind of a different one because this is already the last match that they have here. It is going to be against Ridaz, and this will dictate if they will be 9th or 10th in our standings, and hopefully not the latter. And I guess we will see if Ridaz has been able to learn from their matches as well. Like them, you know, it's pretty the same. But here from Raya, their IGL, good luck and have fun. I hope every match may nabubuo din tayong friendship, or we can actually create the friendship with us. And we make people happy, which is pretty much a light-hearted take here for Raya, which is one of the things that I admire from him as well. But at the same time, this should still at least bear some weight, such as dignity here in our league.
Yeah, they're in the same road, right, or path like veterans and riders were in. They're just here to participate at this point. And of course, if you're here to participate, why not give it your all? Get to know the players that you're going to be competing with, get to know the community, and at least make sure that when you are given the next time, you can show a better result for your season, right? Maybe we'll see them next summer, maybe not, but I feel like I am disappearing quite
You
into
became
the blur here.
Japanese.
So I became blur for a bit. So let me just fix that real quick. It's a bit of a. I was shocked as well, but Ridaz, we're gonna have to take a look at their roster. Hopefully, all 5 of them are
Yep.
complete this time around.
Yep, I do think that they're complete and they have 21 Raya instead. So it seems like the sub in has already been subbed out and 21 Raya is willing to take that kick here. And here though, we definitely been able to glaze a bit of some of our players such as Wang Feng, Kodak, Bangs as well is pretty good. And as well as 21 Raya. And here is indeed a substitution. Sectet is out and 21 Rai is in.
Okay, so quite the news that we received because recently I've been seeing in the Discord Zek that was preparing, but maybe just to avoid the technical difficulties, they're gonna let 21 Rai play in, right? Don't want to forfeit
Yeah.
another possible loss here because if you want to go out with a bang, this is the perfect time to do it, right? Against JY,
Yep.
against possibly the weakest Filipino team that we have currently in the league. So for them, all emotes, everyone else is serious. Wong Feng's face does not look like the face of a man that always rocks the chainsaw, but as the lesser of the Rossi teams, right? They're the bit more lax, a bit more fun to watch because of all the variety of guns they're using. I want to see a more serious side to them, right? They
Yeah.
need to show that they have the capabilities of the veteran squad and they need to show it through their own identity.
And they still have a couple of matches to work on with as well, 4 matches and as well as Execration. And today will be the day that they might actually have that W on that record, which is definitely something that they should be vouching on. In addition to, as you have mentioned, the variation of guns that they can use and actually, they can actually implement in their gameplay in order to further amplify the flavor and the colors that they can put into their game. And so far, I actually like how Sectet has been able to play, but unfortunately, as you have mentioned, we don't want any more technical difficulties occurring for this time around, and instead, we will be depending on 21 Rai to deliver, which I do think that he's been able to do for already quite some time. But here from Sectet, JY is the team that they want to defeat because we need to win at least one time. Be careful for our team and good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, I feel like Sek that taking the back seat here for this match is going to be the motivator. I do believe he's the oldest in the
Yeah, I
squad
think so
of
too.
Ridaz. So maybe taking on a bit of that coach role if he can, right? Give a bit of more of advice from the sidelines. Maybe also just to tell his team that, guys, we do not need to finish 10th here, right? Sure, we have matches, sure, we have execution, but there's JY. There's an opportunity to strike, there's an opportunity to overtake them, and this is also their last match, JY. So why not send them
Yes.
off with a bang for ourselves, right? Our bangs that the Riders want that win, and this is the best opportunity I think that they can deliver that one.
Yep, and let us see which of these teams will be winning for this time around. They're definitely fighting for very different reasons here in our standings. Quite unorthodox, if I may say, but let us show our predictions. So who are we vouching on here in our talents pool? It seems like we're gonna be having 2-0 straight in favor for JY Esports and Ridaz. Feel free to prove us wrong.
I mean, right now I'm leaning more towards Riders because
Ooh.
JY they added in LBA. This is their last match.
Actually, yeah.
They want to at least try to reiterate their system by adding in a new player. So I've been talking about rebuild earlier, right? Or maybe refit their system. So if they're gonna do that against a Ridaz who's still ramping up to their last matches of the season and seeing this opportunity as the perfect time to strike to get a win, maybe, just maybe, they thought wrong, right, JY? So even if my prediction there says 2-0 for the Filipino Pride, I want our banks to at least get a win, not through defaults like veterans did against Riders themselves, but through an actual hard contested match that we are going to have fun seeing.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure that this is gonna be pretty close, you know, especially after all of the adjustments. And I feel like if there is an opportunity for us to change our predictions, we will do so. But unfortunately, it is quite of a touch move, like it's a chess. So we're gonna be sticking to what we have right now. Let us see our map veto here for JY Esports and as well as Ridaz. Which maps will they be playing on? It seems like there's no more New Mexico, no more sub-base, but Port and Cara and as well as Black Widow will be chosen, which this will be very, very interesting for us to see. Both of these matches are pretty heavy in terms of defaults and more time to shine for all our frontliners and as well as anchors.
Yeah, and for Port, I'm looking at the snipers of our teams here, right? New Mexico ban, understandable because Riders has a lot of playtime there. Sub-base ban because of the identity of JY. So we're gonna go to the big boy maps where experience really matters. So JY might be a youngling team. Riders, not really young, but I would say new to the scene again after being delayed for 3 years, right? So these maps, they've been very long into the CROSSFIRE ecosystem. And if you want to see a serious game, which these two teams are definitely going to treat this one as a serious match, right? These are the perfect maps to bring out that serious side of Riders and for JY Esports, that side where, come on guys, we want to get a win, not just to make sure that we don't lose to a Rosy team, but to get ourselves into standing above both of veterans and Riders.
That is true, and I feel like the best way for us to actually equate the letter R in Ridaz is rebirth, which is most likely gonna be the priority here for them as well. And I think our stage is already ready and it's all up for them for the action. Let us hand it over to our new set of casters. It's going to be Datum and Ramon. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Mochi and Ella, for the opener of JY Esports versus Ridaz. It's Datum and Ramon on the mic again, and it's another international matchup. That's always something to be excited about. And with both teams looking to wind down their season with a W, this feels like the clincher both the Davaoeños and the Rossi team are looking for, Datum.
Absolutely, Ramon. Super excited for this one because of the reasons that both teams presented coming into this matchup. We talk about the interview or the words from these players, and we heard from JY, they said they just want to have fun. They want to set the narrative that this is, of course, their breakout season, and they just want to belong. It's about the inclusion for them. They just want to make friends along the way. For Riders, if you take a look at what they said, they want to make a mark. They want to leave a mark. They want to feel like they're included by taking a win. It's kind of unfortunate yesterday that we weren't able to see them play against Veteran, of course, the one team that they've always tried to beat. I mean, hindered by tech issues, man. What can you do? Hopefully today, they can make a comeback against JY.
Hey, you can't fault us for feeling this way about this Riders team, right? Because even from the spring qualifiers, they kind of went through the hardest journey to get towards SEA Masters anyway, where they lost their matchup up against Veteran, and then they had to go through the grit and grind of the consecutive BO3s just to get to the SEA Masters at that point. And then they had to run through the gauntlet of how fast, how aggressive this PH style has been, which is a bit hard to adjust, to say the least, over the side of Riders, right? So all of it leading up to this point where they're just looking to try to bounce back in with maybe a W over the JY Esports. I feel like that could be the clincher that they're looking for, whereas JY at the very least, right? I think this team, there's always the word potential thrown at them, right? And there's some glimpses of hope because of individuals like France, as well as Jelan. But the problem is, Jelan's gone. Now we have a newcomer, LBA, coming into the roster. Now, I've been trying to research a little bit about where this LBA guy could be. Unfortunately, not amounting to much, right? So it's going to be a surprise for JY Esports. I think that could either play as an advantage or maybe a surprise.
It's going to be an even bigger surprise for us. And, of course, RDZ, of course, who has been trying to wrap up their map veto. I mean, map pool-wise, they have been exploring a little bit on the Black Widow department. Hasn't found a lot of success there because people in the Philippines absolutely love playing that Black Widow. They've tried a couple of sub-bases as well, Ramon. And unfortunately, I think they faced up against one of the Visayan teams, so you know how that goes up against any of them. So Ridaz have been struggling to find footing for sure. I mean, the one difference between Ridaz and Veteran is Ridaz is the one that's kind of late to the meta, to the Philippine meta, right? They've always put Wong Feng in a bit of an interesting spot of playing whatever gun he wants, that is the chainsaw. Granted, it works some of the time, but you know, hasn't been enough, certainly.
Yeah. That's true, right? I mean, at least he's trying, right? I mean, to try to shuffle through with whatever weaponry he could have. Maybe he could find a soft spot for how he would want to play with his team, which goes as a double-edged blade for me. At least he's trying his best, right? But at the very least, now, in a matchup up against JY, maybe 21 Rai has something to say about it, right? Like, he's going to be subbing in. It's been a while since we've seen him come through in SEA Masters as well, right? But looking through the qualifiers as well, I think he's been the shining star for at least a few of the games leading up to their qualification, right? So we'll have to wait and see if that will take shape coming into this matchup up against JY. It's pretty much, I'd say, an interesting battle to say the least, right? Because both of these teams, if I'm not mistaken, have yet to win a set. It's unfortunate to say the least, right? But correct me if I'm wrong, Datum, because for some reason, if I see a JY Esports team, I can't help but feel excited. But for some reason, the performance is just not going over the line, right? Is that really what is the momentum right now? Or is it because of the environment so far for JY?
Well, to correct you, Ramon, JY has actually won a match up against Veteran. So they have won 2 sets at least. So, and they're looking to make it 2 more up against Ridaz here. So yes, absolutely agree. I mean, when it comes to watching JY, I'm really enthusiastic whenever I see the game from their lens. Of course, being the full-fledged Davao representative, it's always nice to see that local representation. And of course, you got to see 5 new faces coming into Masters, 5 new faces that seemingly come out of nowhere, able to qualify just by their own talent. And it's always nice to see the improvement from the start of the season to the latter end. And I like the expectations as well for JY, right? They're not getting put down by the results, the numbers so far. They're just being realistic and very enthusiastic. I mean, overall, I love the energy that JY brings up to the plate here. And yeah, absolutely agree, Ramon. I like seeing the squad play. Hopefully, they can take a win today as well. But I can't help but feel the same for Ridaz.
Yeah, I'm sure, right? I mean, that just gives us a little bit more time now to kind of talk a little bit, because we're gonna be going over a little bit about how this game has been going. It's taking a little bit of a while, and we can't really ignore that, so stay tuned. Right, this series will definitely go underway once it's available to all the players. Right now, we're doing everything that we can to kind of reach through the channels and maybe see if we can get this game going. I want to see LBA actually be on the server right now. This guy's been a question mark. I don't know what he can offer. Not a Jelan's outright. I mean, for what we can see from Jelan, he's kind of been a little bit of a glue for the team in a lot of the times that they've been trying their best in a lot of their good rounds. I think this guy's been on the kill feed. I think this guy can offer what veterancy he still has when it comes to JY Esports and how young this talent is. LBA in comparison does seem a little bit younger, right? So you can't really ignore the comparison in terms of experience. So maybe LBA can kind of just offer a little bit of that talent, right? Maybe this guy's a little bit more faster on the mechanics. Maybe this guy is a little bit more friendly with the people on JY Esports, right? Not to say that Jelan's not friendly. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but it's kind of different when you're all the same age. You kind of had the same ideals, the same culture. I mean, I think LBA could have a good spot, maybe in the JY Esports banner, or maybe it's also a good way for him to showcase his talent as well. But we now have an update. I think we're gonna go into a very, very short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned. This will be the game between JY Esports versus Ridaz after a short break.
pa lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakabul sa kanya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Namaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
And finally, we are back with CFS SCA Masters 2026. It's the spring edition. And of course, we're back with Ridaz versus JY Esports. Hopefully with some good news, right? Because Ridaz, it looks like all of 5 players are coming up and alive. And possibly coming in towards this matchup up against JY Esports, prepared with all 5 players on the server right now. So, Datum, before we get into any sort of shenanigans, right? I just want to introduce you to my friend. This guy's name's Dadfem. Don't question me why his name's Dadfem, right? He's a very, very cute elephant, and he just wants to watch some really good Crossfire right now.
That took me back. I haven't heard that name in years, Ramon. Thank you for introducing me to that, Fem. I'm sure he has a favorite player from a certain game, but we digress. Okay. For the people watching for the rest of Southeast Asia, I just want to translate what we have in our lower thirds. It says here, magkakaisa na bang Ridaz o JY ang madana? Again, Ridaz, huddle up, or will JY come out on top? Let's listen to the comms.
Well, there's not a lot to translate, but at the very least, right, there's a little bit of an idea on what they want to do. So, JY Esports on BL, Ridaz on arguably the stronger side on this map. Jung with that long peek. Definitely supplying a bit of util, making JY hesitate to even peek on down, but they're still preparing for that LA push.
Actually, what port one of those maps where you definitely can use the chainsaw. A lot of wall bangable areas here. JY showing the 4 flash setup they used yesterday up against Stallions, and again, it's not effective. Kodok finds the kill. LBA for the trade. 21Y on the double sniper BR play, and they're making this impossible for JY.
Exactly the setup I expected. Coming with 21Y on the roster. Showing off his skills on the TRG. And he even makes a T2K. Alright, 21Y. He has some reps. He's showing up big on that sniper role right now. It's Sun and France all alone. And because it was a lot of bodies invested on LA, they're just going to try to pivot to the upside.
Oh, and pivot they will, France. Mid-rotation finds 21Y, Ramon, and suddenly this round a little bit too hard for JY to recover, but they do have time. And they do have a sniper. There's arguably enough resources for Sun and France to make this work.
For sure. Interestingly, Wang Feng's not holding a chainsaw, so you know that Riders are taking this with utmost respect against JY. And it's not to say that JY doesn't really deserve any respect. They are one of the primary teams that we kind of want to watch out for when it comes to having Davao represents. Definitely are talented individuals. 25 seconds. Push on in towards house. It's on Wang Feng and Bangs to try to hold down that site. Flash coming in. Sun with the entry. Wang Feng gets the adjustment, but not entirely to France. In a 1v2, but it's a clean shot from Bang S. And Ridaz with that first point.
Smiles across the board for Ridaz, Ramon. I mean, they know they've done something good with that LA hold. And a bit of a mishap for JY. They flashed for under, but there's no one there. It was the site hold for Ridaz that was just too tough to get through. On top of the BR play from 21Y, the double sniper actually suiting the playstyle of Ridaz. And surprise, surprise, Ramon, no chainsaw for Winston.
Right, I told you. These guys are taking this game seriously right now.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, they know that JY is a team that you do not want to underestimate. France looking to strike from above, and 21Y just peeks into him. That is sniper so far, and he looks to continue to challenge.
4 versus 5 again. JY starting off rough with their sniper going down early. Ryan kind of deciding between picking up the ally sniper or just the regular old EBR. There's plenty of downtime here actually, Ramon. I wasn't expecting JY to put a lot of respect on the Ridaz defense.
I mean, of course, Ridaz, even in a lot of the other maps, they really try to match the tempo against their opponents.
That's true.
Match the tempo they are right now. If they're getting the slow treatment, they're getting slow right back. Brian with one, but Jung readjusts over to Brian. This is definitely a stalwart defense on the side of Ridaz right now. Not even giving any sort of space to Sun. He's walked in towards that LA position. Good spray down from Sun, but eventually 20 Rai will get that treatment. 2-0 for Ridaz.
I think we're headed for a bit of a DR. That's exactly what I thought. JY struggling a little bit here on the defaults, and this is exactly what we saw yesterday. I mean, I do remember you, or the way JY played against STS yesterday, Ramon. The first few rounds, they were playing very, very slow. I mean, I feel like you could evidently see just how much of an adjustment period there is for JY. They're trying to feel out how their opponents play, as they did yesterday with STS, by going for the default. And a lot of the times, actually, it doesn't really work out well for them, but it does pave the way to showcase how disciplined the players are. JY, yes, they've got a good default, but after the fact is where they kind of fumble. So the structure definitely is starting to shape up for JY, but you can see the lapses in it as well. So it's a good stepping stone for JY to be in.
For sure, right? I mean, you can theorize that maybe because they're adjusting to the absence of Jelan and maybe integrating LBA in a bit more of a slower approach, right? And sometimes that is the best approach. If you want to integrate the younger player, you kind of let him go through the grit and grind, right? Before you kind of know what his strengths and weaknesses are. And in a matchup up against Ridaz, it's the best sort of opportunity that a young player like LBA can kind of go through to kind of get used to the system of SEA Masters, right? Well, a good start for Ridaz. Definitely not the opportunity that JY has been looking out for. It's a 2-0, and JY already have house B.
Alright, just one sniper for Ridaz this time. 21 try, playing defense, and so is back. Watching out the back in that B site. LBA with a wall bang, Rai with a push down curve. Only gets the one, and the lurk is destroyed by Ridaz, but France and LBA plant the bomb.
Good awareness coming through from the flank on curve, as now they have their eyes set on the site itself. Look at the damage done. They're both on low HP. Ridaz just peppering them with bullets and seasoning them with a nade. I don't think that's a dinner that JY is willing to eat. 3-0 for Ridaz.
This is actually a very good start for Ridaz, Ramon. It's a shame that we couldn't see this yesterday. I feel like they would have given Veteran the run for their money had there been an actual match yesterday up against them. And JY are the ones actually receiving this, this improved look from Ridaz. And it's a shame as well that we don't get to see Sekdet, one of the pioneers of this roster, playing along the rest of the team with this revamped sort of upgrade. And it's a good look. Ridaz actually can't help but feel like they're a team that is actually capable of winning this game against JY Ramon.
And it's kind of crazy to kind of put it like that, right? But considering the things that they went through all throughout the weeks that go in and go out in SEA Masters, that it's sort of refreshing to see good plays coming out for Ridaz, right? I mean, let's be real. The bar definitely is set low for the success rate for Ridaz right now, but any sort of win is to be celebrated, especially because of how structured this team now looks on GR. Now, granted, this is a GR-sided map, but they're handling JY's aggression with, a few lapses, but they're winning the sets. They're winning the rounds, to say the least, right? And that's already something to be commended. And the way that they've been also integrating this double sniper setup is actually a key factor into why JY have been pretty much slowing down the pace of this game so far. That resulted in them just going straight in towards B with a little bit of resistance, to say the least, right?
Yes, I wouldn't necessarily say that there's a lot of lapses for Ridaz, actually. There's not, I mean, as a case in point, there hasn't been a single score put up on the board by the players of JY. So, very few mistakes by Ridaz, which is quite surprising. This is not the Ridaz that we've known them for. Hence the prediction. I mean, no disrespect to the players of Ridaz, right? We know these are talented players. We tout them very, very highly, grand scheme of things. But couple that, or rather compare that with the rest of the teams in SEA Masters so far, including JY, it's kind of no contest, at least in the first few weeks of the group stage. I think they're trying to change that narrative, And it is not as lighthearted as the interview might put it out to be. Ridaz are actually looking to upgrade and hit their mark or put their mark on CFSC and hopefully find better footing in the upcoming Masters or in the upcoming tournaments for the rest of the year. You have to remember, Ramon, Master C isn't the only one getting an upgrade this year. It's also regionals. It's going to include Rosea teams, and Ridaz looking to make an impact in that even before the tournament starts.
That's true. So they're planting the seeds of their hope so far for the region right now, right? I mean, this could be the stepping stone now, and we might see the development just go over the course of this whole year. And I think we could kind of give them a leeway on how things have went, right? Because they definitely have tried to adapt, but this is step one towards their process, and step one is not always the easiest part, right? Maybe after this, it's going to be a refreshed new outlook. Now they know the meta around the Philippines. Now they know how to contest up against the best teams in SCA, and possibly open new opportunities as well for other SCA teams to kind of join in. Not just have the PH teams play, not just have Indonesia play. Maybe a couple of Thailand brothers want to come in, join the party. Malaysia, alright, come into the party as well. I mean, it's going to be one hell of an SCA Masters when diversity is in the conversation, right? I mean, it's not to say that I'm very much tired of the Filipinos, right? I mean, these guys are just hella diverse in terms of playstyles, but I want to see some more representation. It's very much exciting to see more nations coming into SCA Masters.
What I'm excited to see here, Ramon, is the possibility of other teams from different countries sort of innovate the PH meta. Yes, we are kind of pioneering the rest of the world, but what if someone comes to us and then pioneers off of how we play? I mean, we talk about Indonesia and these other countries like MY, SG as well, that have brimming potential. I mean, these are players. There are players in these countries that are very, very much so talented. I'd love to see them find a little bit of a spotlight as well in perhaps this year, maybe next year. But you're absolutely right. This is a step in the right direction for Ridaz. And, well, it took a little bit of time to adjust to the Philippine meta. But they finally are coming to fruition here with a little bit of success up against JY. I mean, there's been a lot of criticism, I mean, coming from us, of course, that Ridaz a little bit late to the party, at least comparing to, some would say, their bigger brothers that is veteran. But it's coming along, and I like to see it. And I know I've said it 3 times already, and it's a shame we don't get to see that coveted matchup that we saw for the qualifier, that is Ridaz versus Veteran. But I think the pieces are there, Ramon, and that's what is important. Ridaz just have to solve the puzzle of how they're gonna fit it together, but players looking really good. Wong Feng stepping up with the HK.
That's true. And we've highlighted this player multiple times as well, all throughout the weeks, right? Him being a very clutch player, and him also being really fast in adapting to the meta in terms of the guns that he's been using, right? I mean, we've seen the chainsaw, but it's not just that. I mean, even on the M14, he's looked pretty much solid on the rifle as well. And not to also highlight another player here, but it's very refreshing to see 21 Rye just be integrated very well into the system as well. Even if there are times that he's not on the roster, I feel like there's a presence around him that really just solidifies the game plan for Ridaz. When he's on the server, he's just playing well and feels like another consistent factor. I just hope that it just continues for Ridaz as we continue this JY Esports conversation, right? I mean, I'm excited for what adjustments have to be made, right? I mean, there's new changes coming here. There's 21 Ryan that we mentioned, right? We also had LBA, had a few moments here and there, but it's not really the spotlight on him. It's just so far a GR side that while we say textbook that we kind of expect from a GR side map like Port, it's the matter of how Ridaz have been working out through this. I mean, it's very unprecedented, or at least it's very new to our eyes that Ridaz are doing very stable in a map like Port right now.
Exactly, and some would argue that in Port you only have to get kills, but no, you also have to get discipline. You have to minimize mistakes, and so far it's been minimal for Ridaz. I'll give them that. Although I do want to talk about their opposition here, JY Davao Esports, of course. The team hoping to represent and put Davao in the CROSSFIRE crosshairs. And yes, they have had some shining moments. They've been able to put a couple of rounds even up against some of the country's best, like Stallions. And yes, they've had a rocky start to this season. They've had only 1 win up against, of course, the Rosea team that is veteran. So they're hoping to make that double and perhaps find a win as well against the other teams. But I don't think they have an opportunity anymore. I think they've already played against all of the other Philippine countries, no, in JY Davao. So no shot there, no luck anymore for JY Davao. But I do like how confident JY Davao is, and when they are, they kind of like to steamroll against their opponents. I mean, their one against Veteran looks very different from the way they play against Ridaz. So this is also reminiscent in their match yesterday when they felt confident. They looked like they could go up against the likes of Kano and Loy, for example. But then when they didn't, they just kind of falter, right? I mean, correcting myself, it's not yesterday, it's the other day that JY played against Stallions. But my point, Ramon, here is JY, a team that thrives on that confidence. Feels to me like they really depend on being confident to be able to put up a fight. Even Stallions said so. Remember our interview with one of the players from STS? I think that was Dolph that we interviewed. He said himself that it felt like JY are kind of afraid to take the fight to them, but when they do, it does make it harder for them. But most of the time, it just felt like they were afraid to take the fight. And I think that's the biggest slump here for JY. If they just get over the fact that they're playing against these big teams, they would have better success.
Maybe they have this mentality that we're afraid to make mistakes, right? But sometimes risky decisions kind of lead to success, and you don't want to take that mentality right now, right? I mean, especially when you're a team that doesn't really have that much to lose, you're not really in contention for playoffs, you're normally trying to end your season on a high note, then maybe I don't know, take the gloves off and maybe just go for kills that you normally do when you're playing those ranked matches, or maybe just play your standard scrim performances, right? I mean, that's where you kind of feel the pressure is off. So that's kind of what we're expecting out of JY, but for now at least, right? Granted, they do have a sub. It doesn't seem like they're in a very comfortable spotlight. Granted as well, it's also a BL side for port for JY Esports as well. It's definitely the factors are present. But I can't help but feel like I'm expecting a little bit more out of this team that they're really not delivering at this current time, you know?
And I could definitely feel the players expecting the same thing, Ramon. I mean, yes, the interview doesn't say the same. They say they want to have fun. They say they're here to make friendships with the other squads. But come on, guys. I mean, if you were given the chance to play with 10, 9, 8 of the best players, best teams in the entirety of Southeast Asia, of course you're gonna want to perform. Of course you're gonna want to prove yourselves to them. So I think that also shows a little bit of disappointment for the season of JY so far, and they have to let that not get to them because their season is not done yet.
Yeah, definitely. So there's a lot more Crossfire to be played, but unfortunately we'll have to take a little bit of a short break to give more time to both teams to try to prepare for the server as well, right? So it's gonna be me, Datum, as well as that fam here right now, and we're gonna be throwing it into a short break. Don't go anywhere. CFS SCA Masters will be right back.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Hello everybody, welcome back to CFS SCA Masters Spring 2026. It's the battle between Ridaz and JY Esports, and so far it has been a streak for Ridaz. And right now, I believe we're going to be coming back into the server very, very shortly. You're still joined by me, Ramon, and Daedum on the caster desk. It's been fun to watch the sub in 21 Rai actually going ham on that sniper, but I can't help but feel like JY are yet to tap in their full potential, man.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen a couple of setups from the BL side, but majority of the fights just hasn't been going their way, and it's just a question of confidence for JY, or is this just getting a little bit of a feel of how Ridaz play? We'll know once the game continues, but the fact is, Ramon, there's a big lead that is currently being built up even bigger by Ridaz that JY have to address. They have to find a way to try and break this momentum from Ridaz, maybe perhaps find the mid in Z and bolster up towards BR or something. I don't know, but they have to find something as we go back in port.
Just feels nice to see Ridaz doing good at the end of the day, right? I mean, with good setups just like that, it looks like they're gonna try to go aggressive right now. Bang S, a nade on the other side, Pepper in the hands of the push on Ridaz. Ridaz getting the first kill, and it just stops whatever shenanigans Banks wants to go for.
About to say, JY had to be the ones coming up with the Ridaz didn't need to pull up the sniper, the shotgun rather. And that's 2 kills already for JY. Jung finds one. Wong Feng from under gets spotted out by Rai, and that should be the push for JY to try to make towards that B side. USP's out, elbows out. Franz takes control of under, and that's the bomb getting planted.
So, one of the only times that we see them do something special, right? The Vapor, a kill from Kodak, and eventually a round for JY Esports. It was just a solid push that they got for themselves. Not exactly the whole W key that we kind of expect, because they did pull back after they knew it was a shotgun. But other than that, a clean execute for JY Esports.
Yeah, first off, they punished off the shotgun player that Ridaz did not need to do. And then they pushed towards that B side, taking control of it entirely. Also, a nice little flank up to mid by JY, taking control of curves, and that's kind of versatility I'm looking for here, Ramon. A little bit extra map control.
And maybe this technical timeout they took really got them geared in towards this port map. It's not gonna be that house push, and they only have 2 anchors here: 21 Rai and Bang S. We know that this setup has been, I'd say, perfect. It is something that they've been working towards. So far, JY, they're just preparing for the push, but because of the amount of bullets have been trained up towards House B, they can't push towards it.
That they can't, and Ridaz down to just 3. And I can't help but smell the upcoming DR, Ramon. Nevertheless, JY are gonna attempt the push. Jung taken down in RS. Good start for Ridaz, or JY rather, as Rai gets caught by Bang, unaware of the rotation from Bang S, and JY moving towards C8. This might be an A push as Brian gets flashed.
Kodak on an angle as he has an idea. A flick coming in, and Kodak, a clean shot onto Brian. Leaves it all to France. He shot towards Wong Feng. He's wants any sort of momentum, but Bang S will secure the kill nonetheless. It's a 4-1. It's unfortunate for JY. They got a good thing going until we go into the dead round yet again. 1-4.
Although you could see the pieces still there, Ramon, right? They still tried going for the mid push, which eventually worked out initially, but then they couldn't expect the second player to rotate and kind of cover the tracks of Ridaz here. I mean, granted, it was a bit of a softer attack from JY, as it was just down to the 3 people, only putting 1 player to push towards that curved position, but I could still see the plan forming here for JY, and that's nice signs of life that they are willing to fight for this game up against Ridaz. You still have to remember, Ramon, that this map really showcases how strong you are in the BL side, because it's very, very challenging. So JY, the only goal for them here is to minimize losses. Maybe perhaps get to a 4-5 score and work from the GR side on the second half.
For sure. I mean, that's been the win con for a lot of BL teams on port anyways, right? So I guess that's something on their minds right now. But I guess the big difference I saw from the side of Ridaz, why they were able to go back to the winning form, is that they went back to playing standard GR, and that's honestly the only thing that I saw going through this game. I mean,
right.
The only thing that they had a little bit of shenanigans, right, was that push coming in over to House P with a Vepr. I mean, it's not every day that you see somebody do that. I mean, they do push, but with a shotgun towards that range, I mean, it's a little bit too much to ask for somebody like Ridaz to actually do that, right? But after that, they just went back the standard GR default for them, and it kind of just paved the way to what, again, was a stalwart defense on the side of Ridaz again. So I think it just speaks to the system that they still have, and it still works in this port map. And JY are just reaching that adjustment period again, right? Like, now that they're holding, now that they're turtling, what's the next play for this JY team?
That's a big question, right? I mean, that's exactly the challenge for JY. What are you gonna do next? Although, I want to talk about Ridaz and that shotgun play a little bit more, Ramon, because I can't help but feel like that is them adjusting to the PH meta. What I mean by that is, in every single occasion that they played against the big PH teams, more often than not, Ramon, we see a shotgun. And that could be a misinterpretation of what the meta is. Ridaz could be thinking that maybe since they're playing the shotgun against us, maybe that's the meta. Maybe it's not a clear-cut HK and M14 meta. Maybe we could play the shotgun every now and then. Ridaz, I don't know if you can hear me, but hear me out, that is not the meta at all. That's the other teams kind of exploring, kind of having fun, if I'm being completely honest. But don't do that. It's not something that is quite reliable. And Ridaz, I feel like there's a bit of a misinterpretation. You have to remember as well that there's a big communication gap between us. There's still a very clear language barrier between, you know, the rest of Southeast Asia and the Philippine teams. So there's a very clear possibility that that's them misinterpreting the meta. Ridaz, it's just not, because they don't need to do that, Ramon. They're 3 rounds ahead.
I can't believe the strat that they could go for is reverse psychology, right? And Ridaz are getting fed up to it, right? But honestly, in the long term, maybe that's something that they could recognize on their own. Maybe they could notice that it's not just those weapons anyway, right? And hopefully they do find their own identity coming through in the CFS meta so far. Granted, right? I mean, there's only one round that we saw Vepr come into play. But I know that we like to go for standard loadouts anyways, Tatum. But it's kind of refreshing to see something new come up every once in a while, right? I mean, we talk about the chainsaw from Wang Feng. We saw the Vepr come out from Bang S. Where's the Chris SMG, right? I mean, I just want to see somebody just run and gun him down. Yeah, I guess the optimal choice would be the M14 EBR. If you do want to go for that run and gun, go for the wall bangs. But come on. I mean, we already saw Nice Katol do it in the impact stage, right? I want to see it here for Ridaz if they want to do something different.
Exactly. I think they're going to show it when they get to that desperation point, right? Because that's where Wong Feng really brings out the chainsaw consistently, is when Ridaz are feeling a lot of pressure and when they're back against the wall, nothing to lose anymore. We'll wait and see if they do pull out a couple of interesting weaponry, but in this round in particular, Ramon, it's all standard. Still the double sniper for Ridaz.
Yep, and they do play standard. That's when you know their GR is heavily layered. 21 Rai. That is a nice shot to Sun.
Good start yet again for Ridaz. JY consistently falling to the snipers is not something I would have expected. Ridaz, no rotation needed, get the man advantage.
It's nice to see. Now standard. The side of Ridaz on the GR. They're now forcing JY Esports to play a little bit more aggressive. Mid push may be the possibility. They know that. They flash on through, so they're not afraid to invest their utility. They want JY to hesitate.
Pushing towards BR. Brian flash out, elbow out, and he will get spotted by Kodok. 2 players killed by Ridaz as JY struggling to get any footing in mid BR. Another player down. 2 players left for JY.
And honestly, it was a smoke that really covers up any sort of entrance over to the Ninja from JY. Makes them hesitate, but France is not hesitating any longer. Maybe he's cooking. A shot onto Kodak, and that kind of mitigates the pressure that they had on long A. It is already maintained by France right now. LBA. Now his job is to deliver that C4 all the way towards that side of the map. But Bang S, good shots through a wall bang. LBA down, so that leaves France in a very tough 1v3.
And Bang found the C4 as well. That completely eliminates the threat of the LA hold from France. And perhaps eliminates the entirety of the JY offense as well. France taken down to 1. And it shouldn't be long before he gets taken down to 0. There you go. And that is the biggest lead that Ridaz has ever picked up in Masters Southeast Asia. Come on, boys, take it home.
Hey, I know I predicted against this team, but it's very nice to see them doing well on the GR.
Yes, I know.
Pretty much with the util, finding form when they need to. And Kodak, unfortunate for him. France prepared on the shot and able to adjust onto Kodak. So that's an early 4v5. JY now have the numbers.
JY, of course, picking up the first kill. France need more of those shots to mitigate the double sniping of Kodak and 21 Ryan. He does so in round number 7. So JY, what's the plan of attack here? If you're already taken down 1, will you go through mid?
CA, maybe. The idea that Rai has in his back pocket, Bang S. Close. Maybe he is enough. He is. Gets the shot to Rai, and that's the C4 down as well. Solo pushing on CA. Maybe not the best thing that JY's cooked so far. Sun now gets that trade on the Bang S. They pick up that C4, and now they have the numbers.
Down to 3, JY keeping the lead, and Brian keeping mid. As he takes down Wong Feng, trying to be cheeky with the push down mid. But it is 21 Rai show in LA. Jung to help him out until he goes down. 2v1. 21 Rai. Sniper from LA.
And they know that he's all the way towards that exit position as well. Can he isolate Brian and France to cook up what could be a clutch for 21 Rai as he welcomes himself back on the server? But now they know that he's coming through from the flank. Swaps over to the weaponry. They plant the C4 down.
21 Rai going to curve. Making a little bit too much noise, Ramon. I mean, 21 Rai reveals his own position, and you can definitely still see lapses in the micro skill of these players, right? Tap walking is something that they have learned to master over the course of the season. But Ridaz, you don't need to pre-fire like that, right? So, revealing the position, JY takes the round. 2-5. Need 3 more rounds for JY to tie up things.
Alright, maybe they're cooking with a mid-strat right now.
Perhaps.
Smoke onto BR and the push onto CA as well. That's one way to get towards that position. But JY have other plans. Maybe store is their call right now.
Yeah, CA push from the defense of Ridaz, and this is something that they haven't really held in a long time. Decide to back off. Ridaz playing more standard, more safe here, Ramon, as JY gear up for House B.
Could probably also be their entry point. Wrong Fang's played this position before, so they have to clear him. Kodak, I don't think he knows that somebody has crossed his angle. France meticulously gets checked by Kodak. That's a beautiful shot coming through from the sniper. He has to back off for now. Push coming in for Sun. Wong Feng struggles, and eventually onto LBA. Another for Wong Feng as well. In terms of the defense, good punishment onto JY. Bang S now gets himself another. It's down to Rai, the highest rated member from JY. But he can't run on statistics alone. They're gonna hunt you down. Bang S spots him. USP out. Rai gets the shot, but Kodak will save the day for Ridaz. Another round for the Rosea team.
And you love to see it. Wong Feng stepping up on the standard weapons. Just the HK able to get the entirety of the team. On the other side, that's 6 rounds on the board for Ridaz, all thanks to Wong Feng. And JY, the problem persists, Ramon. They need this last round.
For sure. They want a better conversion coming into the second half. They have to cut it close. And as close as it could get, a 3-6 is not too bad, all things considered. As now Ride is back on their standard. The 2 players stacked up on LA. They're also trying to see if somebody's going to do some shenanigans on the mid side. But other than that, nothing too crazy.
You have to remember as well what this means for the players, right? They said that it's just for fun. They said it's to make friends. JY, I refuse to believe that this will not matter for their confidence. It's gonna hit hard when you lose against a team that hasn't won a single set this entire season. So JY have it within themselves to prove that they're better than this. 2-6. Hoping to make it a little bit of an easier half here in the last round. Number 9.
Lots of time for them to default again. They do stack up on that LA spot, and they also have at least step 1 to consider that CA push. Once they have all their members figured out on where they want to start, they can start pressuring the top A player, and that is the sniper, Kodak. Ninja jumping in, JY relying on Sun's entry. Brian with the shot. Wang Feng down the top A, now secured. Jung with the kill. Brian with a double kill. Alright, JY is cooking, and they got themselves the A site. However, it's a little bit too far, a little bit too close to the sun for Ridaz. As they get a 3-6, they're cutting it close by the end of it, Datum.
Exactly. I was expecting JY to pull the rush a little bit earlier on in the game. But they finally do at the last round of the half. Brian and Franz, the duo that took the spotlight when they're playing up against bigger teams, finally putting their names on the board here. And a nice little entry from Brian to take control of top A to eventually get them the round. 3-6, JY have made this a little bit more doable as they head to the favorable global risk side.
Yeah, and you could argue that this is a big reason why there is a lead present for Ridaz right now. But it's also, how can you add to that conversation? I mean, did you see how well they were able to hold their defaults? I mean, it came with little amounts of challenge coming through to JY. And that's respect to JY. In the wins that they've had, it was decisive. But you also have to consider that Ridaz didn't really need to move around too much. They didn't do anything too aggressively. Except for the fact that they did push up on that mid side to try to take control of that CA. But they're not really the type of like STS to try to triple peek on down towards LA or maybe do something aggressive on that B side extremity. I mean, this is a very patient Ridaz. And I feel like that's the only solutions to the formula they had on that GR side.
And I think this is the type of playstyle that they kind of picked up from Veteran. Remember, Veteran, one of the few teams in Southeast Asia that loves turtling. Defense is their forte. And Ridaz kind of on the same page on that one, at least here in Port. And arguably, Ramon, this is the best map to do such a playstyle. And that just may be why JY struggled so much, is that this is what Ridaz has been preparing all year long. Is 6 enough? If that's the case, though, is 6 enough to stop JY from here on out? I don't know.
They've had a pleasant GR. But how is your BL gonna work out, right? I mean, there is no question. This map is very difficult on the BL side, and it comes with a lot of pure map control, to say the least, right? I mean, you gotta consider, are you gonna push CA by yourself? Are you gonna be setting up for that split push? Are you gonna win the sniper duel? And where is the sniper to begin with, right? I mean, things to consider when you are on Ridaz right now, right? I mean, I feel like they're gonna start with something a little bit standard in the first early rounds. They try to take a pick. I mean, for the side of JY, I feel like I think they're also pretty passive on the GR, apart from a few Z controls in a few of their port rounds. I think
apart from done one,
I think there's a bit of
round.
That's true, that's true. But I'd say there are lapses that Ridaz can actually consider.
Absolutely. And we're gonna have to see how big of an adjustment they can make going to the BL side. Things are still up in the air as we try and reset for our set half. And here we go. JY back on the GR. Ridaz on the BL. The biggest challenge here is Ridaz keeping their momentum. It's going to be tough, Ramon.
That's true. Can't ignore the possibility. LA set up for the side of JY. They have both France and Rai support each other on that sort of quest. Well, they also have the stack towards that B side. I mean, That's a little bit standard for Ridaz. They don't want to make any more mistakes, and sometimes that mentality can kind of cost them.
It could. But this is an interesting setup though for JY. LBA in a high-low setup with, I think that was Brian right alongside him outside of HB.
This could be good for JY. I wouldn't call it crossfire. It's more of like a bait and switch setup. As Jung, seeing the lay of the land, knows that store is definitely his, but are they going to continue? HB, LBA trying to jiggle for info, and he knows that once it's spotted over towards that Z position, Ridaz aren't really the type to take that store. Or they're not really taking the risk of trying to get anything aggressive. Rai gets a good shot. Kodak has been caught off guard. 4 versus 5. Ridaz have to push B.
Yeah, perfect start for JY here. Most of the players are low, which is why it prompted Rai to push up. But again, this HB setup from Brian and LBA, Ramon, it has to work.
Has to. You have to consider the close player. You have to consider the guy on top of them. When they go towards B site, they have to clear that. But 40 seconds. Time is running out. LBA just pushes a little bit too far. Jung finds that trade. Brian reveals himself. Now drops in towards Jung. And the only anchor on site. Then 21 Rai just clears him with a shot. Nicely done for Ridaz. But they also have to consider the site. Sun. Nice adjustment to 21 Rai. It's all down to Wang Feng. Nice. But the clutch is not found. And JY on their setup gets the first round of the second half.
I told you, Ramon, it had to work, and it did. JY able to hold that B site. Ridaz couldn't even get the C4 planted. 4-6. And JY making things, or starting things strong here in the second half, means that they are permitted to be a little bit more aggressive. Look at Rai. Waiting for an opportunity to push towards either CA or LA. Kodak seems to have learned his lesson. He's waiting for the push.
For sure. Doesn't need a little bit too much. Or if he does want to go for that push, he could go for the backup coming in. But Jung doesn't need any backup. He knows he can take Rai all by himself. Takes on the IGL. Now has the top 8 player to kind of worry about. France doesn't hit the shot. Lots of damage, lots of util. Thrown to the wayside of top A. Sun now has his back. So it's not going to be a layered defense, but they don't need any layers. They have a nade, and they throw it to the side of France. Kills him off. 3v5. Ridaz going in.
But they have to plant the bomb first. The problem is JY are here. LPA goes up behind the box, gets the one, but that is it. Ridaz, a nice little power play in that LA spot, not even needing to plant the bomb.
Hey, I'm not saying that they're the best country for basketball. That was one hell of a three-pointer if I've ever seen one. From downtown to take down the sniper. And the cards just started falling apart for the side of JY Esports with that defensive side. So, gonna be that Ridaz LA push that really sealed the deal for their 7th round. As now it's gonna be a bit of an adjustment. Jung aggressive on that mid push. Gets the kill for LBA.
Oh.
Sun will take that trade though.
1-for-1. Aggressive start for Ridaz actually to try and find a little bit of semblance of control here in G. Kordok from Bridge. And you got France from down under. Watching LA. It's like a shark waiting to bite. As it's one player down for each team, but Ridaz seems to have lost one of their players as well. So it's a 4 versus 3 in favor of JY.
Unfortunately. They really would have loved to have that extra player. Now it kind of softens up the type of trades that they need to get, and it also means that they have to make an adjustment early on in this mid-round. 1 minute and 20. Separate each other to find to get that challenge onto Rai, as Rai will just run and gun down Wang Feng. Goes from bad to worse for Ridaz as they go back to their default. And instead, Kodak 21 Rai, the 2 snipers on the team, will now have to play slow.
Yeah, look at Rai Ramon. He's pushing up again. Flash setup coming through from his teammate, and Rai finds the bullets onto 21. But 21 running away straight into the arms of Sun. And there's nowhere to hide from the boys of Davao. As Kodok figuring that out for himself. He goes down. And JY comes up. 5-7. Ridaz still lead, but JY, Ramon, they're coming.
You know what, Datum? I think we could take this. You know, I think we've had 5 dead rounds all throughout, and I think it's our fault, right? We're the DR duo. We just came up to work and we expected this to be a really good game of Crossfire. And unfortunately, another dead round. Unfortunately, there was a disconnection in the game as well. So while we sing the praises of the side of JY, it came at a caveat, right? I mean, Ridaz didn't really come in with full strength. They were getting picked off one by one. It's nice to see 21 Rai, or actually, it's nice to see Rai himself actually get a little bit more aggressive with how he actually pushes in a lot of these GR setups. I mean, we talked about this guy being the consistent factor for JY Esports, and this game actually shows why this guy's been so consistent. He's the most aggressive JY Esports player we have.
Exactly. And if you notice, Ramon, despite the defaulting here of Ridaz, they don't necessarily expect the pushes from JY. JY should notice that, and they should take note of it, and the result should be them pushing a little bit more. 21 Rai, of course, on top of Rai, have made things a lot harder for their opponents, and they should notice that by now, Ramon. Just keep pushing. Ridaz aren't expecting this, so why not?
See, I now have a new conversation to open up with you, Datum. So, humor me with this, right? Who wins in a fight? One singular Rai or 21 of those Rais? It's a good question, right? And I'm talking like one singular Rai from JY Esports. And 21 Rise from Ridaz. Just to be specific, right?
Time check, it's 12:51. Anyway, I'm not sure. Maybe we're gonna go to the game soon enough, and the score is of course still favoring Ridaz. I mean, all things considered, Rowan, this actually is a really good game of sports. It's a shame we're not able to showcase it continuously. You know how it is, guys. It's really hard to get stable internet. You know what that's like. I know what that's like. But we're continuing on with sports. Let's see here. 21 Rai versus Rai. Who's gonna come out on top? Let's see.
Maybe we don't need your answer. Maybe we have the conversation be answered right now.
Yes.
Will this be the push for Rai, or will this be the patience paying off for Ridaz? As now with the standard push, they have the split push coming in. Jung on the way towards CA. They also have 3 players stacked up on LA. So I like this from Ridaz. There's just one way to try to weed out Rai, as he's been pushing time and time again.
I have an answer for you, Ramon. It's not Rai or 21 Rai. It's Ridaz that comes out on top. 7-5.
Okay.
You remember? On their BL side. And looking to make a bit of presence known here in mid, but it is France to shut down Kodok.
Very nice shot. They can't go towards LA, fully knowing that the top A player, the sniper himself, is prepared, so they have to go somewhere else, right? And I think Wang Feng will actually open up that conversation from them. He'll either be that curve push that Ridaz haven't been considering so far, or he will be the one to cut that rotation while the rest of the players on Ridaz are considering that B site. They have 2 players stacked up for JY and that sort of extremity.
I have a question here from the comment section. Is Brian and Ramon related? What? I don't think so.
What?
Let's see. We'll have to check later on, but we'll see. As the players of Ridaz make headway for curve, Ramon.
I don't think I'm Davawinyo, but I don't think Sun was looking the right direction. Jung, run and gun, and a wall bang comes through. 4 versus 4, flash coming in. And I don't think Brian has any sort of assistance to LBA. He just left them dying. And Jung just peeks into Brian. That is big punishment for Ridaz, as they now have full control of that A site. What?
That's HE hitting its mark for France. Jung is down. There's 2 more players down and under. And Rai will be coming in from House B. They have no clue that these 2 players are isolated right down to 1. But Banks finds the kill onto France. Rai coming in. 1 versus 2. Defuse! It's getting stuck! Ay! Ridaz. I don't think they heard that. Oh my god. JY take the round.
One singular Rai just peeks into towards the bomb, and you're able to win a 1v2 clutch without even using a singular bullet.
Well, there's your answer,
That's
Ramon.
one way.
There's your answer. Right way.
Exactly. One way to end the conversation. 7-6 for Ridaz. And JY just catching up to them. And speaking of catching up, it's a ninja play for Wong Feng. A good adjustment onto Sun. They have C just like that in an instant.
Just like that. Ridaz also pick up the man advantage, but they're pushing Z into House B. JY, what is the response? They're going to rotate quickly onto RS, so seemingly they're going to give this site for free.
They have a lot of anxiety right now. They can either go towards that curve spot or maybe it was a fake. But it's not a fake. It's France. Hits the shot onto Bang S. Now good adjustment for the side of JY. They already had two. Around 3 players try to stop them within their tracks, but LBA, good popcorn. Jung down because of the nade. Rotate coming through for JY. The defense is here, but what about the backup? Where's the lurk? There's no lurk to be seen. As Brian now reintroduces himself from the flank. 21 Rai gets the kill. Rai peeks in towards the site. As now Wong Feng, the last man. In a 1v2 with 2 HP. Peppers a little bit of bullets onto France, but in the end, it's JY Esports to now tie up the scoreline.
And Ridaz kind of crumbling under the pressure of the JY post plant. They couldn't deal with the pressure of crunch from the House B position and then from RS. And they just kind of panicked there, Ramon. They couldn't stand their ground. JY pushing up against LA with 3 people and they spot Kodok. They take out Bang. 2 kills for Rai and Son. A little bit too deep. That's Ridaz fighting back.
First time that Rai actually does this LA push, but now some assistance from Sun. And it works magic up against RDZ, who are hesitating at every turn. And JY are taking full advantage. The kill coming through for Brian. And he's hunting for Jung. Jung can't do anything. He's blind. And he gets peeked on down by JY, who get the lead right back 8-7 in the scoreline.
See what I'm telling you, Ramon? JY are specialists when it comes to aggression. In the last couple of rounds where they quickly rushed, they just found the round. Advantage for JY. And they take the advantage again. Wong Feng is down. And LBA somehow slips past 21 Rai.
Aggressive push on towards that mid side. Very reminiscent of the LA push that Rai and Sun took towards themselves. And now LBA wants in the conversation. A little bit too close to the Sun though. With Jung prepared for the peak. A 4v3 and Ridaz now having the best chance that they've had so far under BL.
Brian pushing up. And he's not looking at the right corner. Jung takes him out. JY, I mean, I like the aggression, Ramon, but that was a little bit too much from Brian.
A little bit too aggressive for my liking, right? I mean, they had the numbers. They could have just played Turtle. They could have just played a little bit more passive. But instead, they're going to give Ridaz a little bit of leeway into trying to enter towards the site that they want. And they choose towards A. JWAR are going to stack up 3 players in towards that mid side. It's respect because they're going to be close to the extremity. But they're going to give a free A site unless the BR player, that is France, can stop them before the push happens.
Oh, and that is exactly what happens. France takes down Bang, but Kodok still has the sniper in hand. Rai comes in for the 1v2, and he's not even calling for help. He gets the tap, but he gets tapped out as well. Kodok on top, but his son goes even higher. Set point for JY.
A diabolical angle for Sun, as Ridaz thought that they could get a free plant. Kodok could not do anything with his back turned, not even aware of the angle set up for JY. As while it was a few lapses in the mid grounding, JY eventually, before the post plant happens, just pulled through with their set point. And now Ridaz feeling a little bit more pressure. There's a lot of damage done onto Jung and 21 Rai. Jung now has an idea that they could actually go towards that PR. But he can't do it alone. He needs a little bit of assistance. Every member of JY and their grandmother are holding that BR position.
There's 3 players from Ridaz gearing up for the Z execute. Maybe they're going to go to CA as well, Ramon, but they have plenty of time.
Absolutely. 1 minute and 40. Ridaz still taking that passive approach, but Bang Ez finds Sun on the rotation. Big punishment for him. And maybe an opportunity to finally overwhelm that curb player. Brian finds one but cannot find the shot. He has to readjust. He needs some assistance, but assistance, does he need it? I don't think so. Kills off both. France gets the 2K. The sniper wants to end the game right here, right now. Down to Kodak. 1v3, spotted on BR, finds LBA, could not handle the second shot. The third does not become the charm. JY Esports eventually get the set.
And they find their identity here. JY becoming aggressive, ending things on a high. It was a 3-round consecutive conversion that finally got them the win here, Ramon. And what did I say? All it took was a little bit of aggression. Everyone pushing up, taking control of mid, and then playing for the retake. That's where JY excel. And they finally remembered, wait, we can take the fights. We are JY, and that's what happened here. They take the fights, they take the win.
Seemingly like they kind of figured out what Team Stallions were trying to tell them. They are talented individuals. They can step up when they want to be aggressive. It's just that there's a lack of that intensity from when they're trying to take those fights, right? I mean, kudos to Rai. He was the one who started a lot of the pushes that JY were doing on their GR. And when they finally figured out that he shouldn't be doing these pushes alone, that's when they become an even dangerous opponent when they're trying to force those 1v1s. And eventually, it just sailed out perfectly for JY. It was a good adjustment from them that worked out in the middle of the set. And eventually, Ridaz just crumbled under that pressure, Tatum.
Exactly, and you can definitely see the confidence still shaky here for JY, but then you can also see exactly the moment where they got that confidence back, and it was a night and day difference between these two teams, because we could see yet again the JY that is a cut above the rest of the Rosea teams.
Absolutely. It's almost like trying to translate into weird two languages. It's just not, that is very hard. And sometimes Ridaz is feeling that pressure right now. So we're going to go in towards the panel right now to get a little bit more of a deep dive into how this game has went. We're going to throw it over to Mochi right now. Thank you so much for the set one. Let's tune into the panel.
Thank you so much to our casters, Ramon, and as well as Tatum. And you know what? I know that in life there is no path that is linear, but we took a bit too much in terms of terms. And I was surprised that it led into such a close one before JY Esports has been able to close it out.
Yeah, as much as I want to give flowers here to JY Esports, Ridaz getting a close match, right, is actually very exciting. Because who knows, maybe they got the inspiration from veterans from their Stallions match, getting 5. Now they did them 1 up, right, and got it to 7. But I have to give also a bit of flowers then to Ridaz, because they did something nice, but JY just delivered even better performances by finding that aggressive style that they really know how to play, but were just afraid to show it.
Yep, and at least here for Ridaz, they almost had it, right? It's just that it took into becoming a bit more careless in very specific situations, just like after that diffuse that we had here for JY Esports, wherein they've been able to actually even do that ninja-like, you know? And there's even just 2 more people here for Ridaz remaining. So sometimes we had to scratch our heads and let out a deep sigh, because there were a lot of rounds here that was supposed to be taken by Ridaz as well. And I think it just boiled down to who would be creating more mistakes, and it led into Ridaz committing more indeed.
Yeah, I feel like they got lost in the sauce, especially with our casters are rhyming, right? JY, Ridaz, 21 Rai. Nice ride though, but we still have a lot more to pry here in our set, because we're going to see the set summary before we go to Ankara. I would like to highlight here Jung and Kodak, because they were the spark plugs for this Ridaz team. For the other side though, I think I'm expecting a lot more from LBA, since he was the player that was subbed in, right? In replace of Jelan, but never mind him for now. I want to see him later it's Franz, Brian, and Rai rather that was actually doing that heavy lifting. So after a bit of maybe through the dead rounds, right? Communication, maybe wait guys, we're JY. We just need to go in and try to be aggressive. They did snap of a finger and they just overtook the rounds that Ridaz built for themselves and took the win.
Yep, and we can definitely now point our heads into our set MVP, and that is no other than it is going to be Franz, our Flipper with a 2 KD, a short kill per round, and a lot of utilities being used actually, which is pretty nice, providing that anger, providing that support, and that has been definitely supplemented here by Franz. And despite how shaky this started, it seems like France has been like the sole consistent person here, other than Araya as well. And I am wondering how it will turn out later once that we head into our next map.
Yeah, and not to mention the way that he revolves around his team, right? It's like him trying to be this ancient one that tries to just stay alive, get a kill per round, and he had 2 kills per round, I think, while getting at least one. So, wait, 2 KD with at least 1 kill per round. So, he's staying alive more often than not and making sure that he gets one while the rest of the play time throughout these rounds, he makes sure that, okay, can I support here by throwing util? Can I try to set up a crossfire? Can I bait the first shot or not? If I can't, well, I'm just going to bide my time and then make sure that my teammates handle the rest. But for JY, this is the confidence we've been wanting to see, as Stallion said. And for Ridaz, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more of trying and cleanliness, right? We might finally see a set win, not the default, a set win from a Rosie team. And it's gonna come out of Ridaz. Who would have thought?
Yep, let us see. And I really do hope that our teams have that realization. And later, will we have a revelation? We're gonna see that as we head after a few minutes in our new map location. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabuto niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
doon, no? Flash grenade, PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
And it is still the match of JY Esports and as well as Ridaz. I like that. I like that. We have that picture perfect capture there. And we are also gonna capture some action here in the map of Ankara next.
Oh, I did that gesture, Mochi, because I want to just snapshot the way Riders might just take this Ankara map, right? We have to acknowledge that their efforts in port are not in vain. We need to also make sure that JY, well, they know that Riders can shoot back and do these types of plays on both GR and BL side, and maybe, okay, we just need to step back from the aggression and then let things play out first. Maybe have a bit of that analysis part. So we need to capture the moment when that aggression is turned off and then turned back on again for JY. Before Riders get their momentum, we need to stabilize first and, let the defaults play through.
And this is also the most that Riders can do, right? If there is a possibility for them to pull it over on the decider map and make it a bit more harder for JY Esports to actually earn this match win, that would be meaning a lot here for Riders in terms of growth. And I think our battle is prepared, so let us hold on to or give it over to our commentators, Ramon and Daydum. Take it away.
Thank you, Mochi and L, and what a nice way to transition, right? Coming from one snapshot to another. I think that was handily done, Daydum, right? It'll be Ridaz versus JY Esports on Ankara. BL side for Ridaz. I think it's a playground for them. But, I don't know, man. I feel like JY, I feel like they got the series in the bag.
I don't know. I wouldn't jump to that conclusion, Ramon, especially because of the way Coach L framed the scenario here. I'm taking a look at the map veto for JY the entire season so far, and every single time, Ramon, every single time that someone picks Ankara against JY, they've lost. I'm looking at ALG, I'm looking at the different matches that they've seen over the course of the season, and every single time that one of the teams that love playing Ankara pick it against them, matches even, taking the map away from JY, and it's never close. It's always a convincing loss against JY. Have they figured out how to play this map in the span of just a week that we haven't seen them? I'm not particularly sure.
That speaks to the diligence of this Riders team, right? I mean, considering that it is also a map that they picked, they probably watched the very game that you have just mentioned and took that into consideration, right? So, granted, they're not matches. They're not by any stretch very much in the same sync as the Cebuanos, as they have a lot of work to do as they now start on this Ankara game. Let's take a look at the comps.
Hindi papatay Kailangan 2+. LB. Nice one.
All right. Gonna be starting on that push, and oh my goodness, in a blink of an eye, just after we hear all their comms, it becomes very dark for the side of Riders. 4 people disappeared in a matter of seconds.
And it immediately is clear to me that the problem is not JY, but rather their opponents in those said games. They immediately push, and they immediately get the round. I mean, Chris, if the question of confidence still rings for you, it's been answered definitively for me. JY wants to fight.
That's the kind of JY that we've been looking for since Port. That hesitation now seemingly coming off of the Davoeños. The question of consistency now lies in them. Bang S, good aggression, finds it onto LBA, but that's the newcomer. They still have a system to work through. Rai picks up a banger of a shot onto Bang S. That is a 4 versus 4. Kodak could not get the adjustment. Finds it onto Brian eventually.
Yep, deep ramp position for the enemy sniper, but Rai still answers back. So pushing through CA. Oh no! Ridaz, watch your back. Son is here to flank. One more player behind you, Son. But it's okay, he's not pushing. This is the perfect amount of aggression. Has a C4 right in his feet. Son holding it very much secure.
Yep. Already expects the flank coming down onto Sun. Now Jung's in that 1v2. And oftentimes he's not always. That's true. Oftentimes, he's not always in the server. It's pretty nice to see him going out for a frag, but he's in a 1v2 up against very talented players. Rai holding down that angle towards bypass, and again, it's a question of if Jong can isolate both of these fights. A good adjustment made has been figured out by JY. They don't need to kind of run him down. They're just going to give him respect.
Jung has to try and maximize the timer at this point. He's got 59 seconds to play with. But the first obstacle, deals with. That's France down. But Rai from bypass is not going to let him past JY. 2 rounds in a row. And I like the aggression, JY. Keep it up.
For sure. Definitely the Ankara that Ridaz are not figuring out so much. It's been a factor of JY just pushing a little bit too closely, and here it is. All the way from downtown, France gets the shot.
France gets the opener, and here comes Wong Feng back on that chainsaw. It's just easily dealt with by France. Just a USP enough to deal with that massive gun of his. 2 players down. Ridaz gonna have to recover.
Conversation of size doesn't matter.
Ouch.
It's also going to be another shot through by Rai as he's taking control of CA. Sun also getting another onto Kodak. It's down to Jung. Isolating one. Alright, got a conversation, but it already ends with Sun picking up the third for JY ESPORTS.
And you can definitely see how much of an impact positioning matters more compared to the weaponry. Wong Feng finally bringing out the chainsaw, ending up not mattering anyway because he wasn't prepared for the swing of his opponent. So here we go, JY 3-0. And gets taken down by Kodok and Wong Feng. Good start for Ridaz.
And good punishment as well. It's almost like they expected that JY were going to be aggressive finally in the 4th round. And Sun and LBA down, that's early ED control from them. But Banges, now finally that split is working out for them. Gets another frag onto JY. And they're hunting down the last 2 over towards that B anchor position. France, what do you do? USP out, gets the kill on Kodak. Could get the second on 21 Rai, but he can't confirm the kill. Brian will. Eventually 21 Rai peeks into Brian. It's all down to France. 1v2 for the set MVP, and he even gets that 4K. Will this be Wong Feng? He has the chainsaw and cuts down France where he stands.
Well, that's an advantage of the chainsaw. If I ever saw one, can just use the amount of bullets that you have to spray away at your opponents. And JY, their aggression finally met with a bit of firepower here by Ridaz, and this is where you get to showcase how you adjust to the enemy playstyle here, JY. When aggression isn't working out anymore, you have to make some adjustments. And JY, well, this kind of has been a recurring theme for them, how they're going to adjust to their opponents. This time, they at least have the upper hand, Ramon.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's all because they were pumping the brakes out the window in the very start of the Ankara game, and now when their aggression is kind of now realized at the very early stages of the round, that's when Ridaz can kind of like sit back and maybe just go for the adjustment early on, right? And we kind of saw that from that mid-fight. It's almost like they knew that it was coming anyway. So now the biggest question was, are JY Esports going to do it again? Because in the last round, now they were expected. Are you going to do the same mid-push that we've seen time and time again?
It's a big question. I think they shouldn't, but I think they should push on the other side of the map. Maybe push towards Hotel, maybe finds a little bit of LA control. But my key takeaway, Ramon, is don't stop putting pressure on Ridaz. That's really what gives confidence for JY and keeps Ridaz on their toes.
Sure. So we're back into a 1-2-3. France set up on the angle.
Oh!
Smoke covered in, and Kodak is a dead man. Rai confirms the second, but Jong continues to be a threat on Ridaz' side. 2 kills for him, and another for Banges as well.
3 kills for Ridaz in total as the players of Ridaz look for an exploration towards Big Door. Somehow, LBA finds the pick onto Joe. Bang spotted. Nice still long-range battle between Banks and LBA goes down.
Take a back seat in towards that fight. And they do get that punishment over to LBA, so nice adjustments being made over to RDZ right now. As France, I think he was also spotted from that A push, so a good call for Ridaz now facilitates that B execute. The question is, how will the post plant work for them? They could separate each other, maybe have somebody on RS, expect France to go the long way, or actually have another player layered up on that side. This could be a good thing for France. He's all the way towards the flank.
Ridaz, come on, don't push. Just play together. Just trade each other out, especially because that's a sniper. 21 Rai. That's the info he's gathered. He knows France coming in from hotel. Movement. Flash coming in. Ridaz playing this nicely off of the utility. And that's the round. Beautiful buddy system from Ridaz. Finally meeting the aggression that JY has put up. I mean, I was right, Ramon. JY pushed up, this time in vents. But Ridaz met them again with the same amount of aggression. So they won the early engagement and they win the round.
They also were looking upon LBA in his response as well, but Bang S really is that factor. Cuts off his rotation. 21 Rai finds the kill onto the fellow sniper. So a good start for Ridaz. They also have control over Vents and CA, so that's already the adjustment we're looking for.
For sure. But Ridaz might not be aware of LBA's position. I don't think they can hear him. And that's the kill, LBA. Good for just one. 1-for-1 exchange, but Brian makes it even better for JY. Triple kill for Brian. And Banks left all alone. Nowhere to look, nowhere to go. JY making that one quick.
And Brian didn't need any sort of assistance there as well. I mean, kudos to him. He was able to peek onto the 3 players. And an M14 EBR really is the weapon for that job entirely. 4-2 now for JY. As they now layer the lead that they have so far. They spot Bang S. Ryan picking up the first. TV now controlled up by JY. As Ridaz, they're coming out in the numbers, but the chainsaw coming out for Wong Feng. It's almost like he's Leatherface. He's cutting off everybody's faces. 21 Rai gets the kill. It's a 2v3 and Ridaz have the lead.
It's so funny to see Wong Feng trying to tap walk with a chainsaw, bro. Just don't. Just run. Just run and gun everyone. And there's another kill for that chainsaw. 3 for Wong Feng. Pulls out the pistol for just Brian. He's all alone for JY.
I mean, there's a lot of chances that he can get out of this. They're not looking towards the flank. They're all considering the long RS push. Brian gets that one for free. A 1v2 now for Brian on JY. Kodak spots him. Nade out, and it's unfortunate for Brian. Kodak is ready and willing to swing onto him. It's Ridaz to trail up with a 3rd round win.
Okay, JY, you know what, Ramon? Just stop pushing. Here's the mid push. It's just not working, especially in the face of this chainsaw. It's their last chance to keep the lead here, and JY, I think, have to play a little bit safer. But I don't think Son has gotten the memo. He's pushing CA.
Did not read the group chat. All said that they needed to step up, but Son, he is stepping up towards Wong Feng. The chainsaw down. Continues that CA control. LBA gets another spot on the Bang S. A little bit too far for his son. Kodak takes full advantage. Run and gun him down. Jong will deliver the second for the side of Ridaz. It is now a 2v2.
2v2. Ryan and LBA trying to be aggressive. They think they might have spotted out Jung. They do. And 21 Raya is there for the backup. Raya taken down. LBA 1v2.
LBA, the newcomer. And a known entity as well. With the position that he has made, he has to go around the world. Gotta stop Ridaz in their conquest to take that site. Now plant that C4. They now have time to reposition. 21 Ride decides to go aggressive. And it's LBA's time to shine. The sniper has his back turned. Also spots out Jung, but Jung spots him at the peripheral vision. Gets the 4-4. We're all tied up in the first half.
And JY, rather, they've kind of dropped the ball a little bit here, Ramon. The aggressive game is just not working out anymore, and Ridaz constantly punishing them. I thought they were going to try and be more disciplined and a little bit more standard in this upcoming round, considering just the number of times they've been punished by the chainsaw of Wong Feng, but seemingly they haven't been able to get it figured out yet. I mean, they'd refused to play default for a reason, and that reason was port. They really struggled a lot when they played the default. And I said I like the aggression, but not when it's not working anymore. And JY have to find something else to kind of catch a Ridaz off guard.
And it's just as easy as to not push, right? But when you're kind of used to a system to be played in Ankara, it's kind of hard to get out of that mentality or to get out of that default, right? And it's gonna be on the shoulders of Ride to kind of figure out what are the right words to tell everybody else other than just tell them not to push, right? It's very easy to just say those two words, but for everybody else, is just as easy as holding down the W key. I mean, I can't fault them for trying to run and gun him down if that is something that they want to do on Ankara. But the problem is, Ridaz are catching up to that very strat, so maybe just turtle up. Something that Ridaz have already been doing since that first set. They kind of need some of that inspiration.
One thing that I have noticed here, Ramon, is the sniping kind of taking a step back for JY, and this is something that they really have to utilize more. France is a beast on that TRG, and I can't help but feel remiss that they aren't showcasing it a little bit more, particularly here in the long angles. They keep pushing LA, they keep fighting mid. You could just put one of your snipers there, and France, he's definitely up for that task.
For sure. Off the timeout and into the server, France has a second opportunity, and he strikes the second time in a row. Kodok down. That is just France, and we know that he can take a shot.
Yeah, perfect start for JY. As I said, don't push, just put your sniper there. And I think they heard me. Salamat, JY. But Rai, he's just stubborn as ever. Pushes up, but he makes the window push work. Sun will be winning the fight against that chainsaw, and it's 21 Rai against the world.
All it took was just one pistol to take down the chainsaw. But 21 Rai has the TRG. Gets the kill on Brian. But it's Sun. Precise as ever with that HK. To get the 5-4 for the side of JY Esports. Not too bad of a half for Ridaz. But considering the lead, I think I take this any day of the week, man.
Absolutely. It's a really close game here, Ridaz. One of their closest games ever. In fact, I would argue that this is one of the best performances that we've seen from Ridaz. From Port to here in Ankara. While also still being that definitive Ridaz, that Wong Feng on the chainsaw, that also is a kind of team that sometimes bring out the shotguns. And I love it, Ridaz. If they can make this kind of approach to CROSSFIRE while also winning games, it would be quite a feat for Ridaz. Perhaps next season, perhaps in regionals.
Yeah,
hopefully.
Could be a time for them to shine. Kind of wondering if everybody on Ridaz is on the same page. I take a look at the VC. Not a lot of a lot of them are unmuted on the VC right now, except for Wong Feng. Of course, maybe he has a setup, maybe he has a different device to try to listen to the comms. A few of them are definite. Maybe this is one of the reasons why they're kind of not on the same page in a lot of the games that we've seen in SEA Masters. This could play a factor, but I don't want to really make a big deal out of this. They're taking a very good fight up against JY Esports, to say the very least, right? And I'm just happy to see really good games coming through for everybody across the board.
Exactly. At the end of the day, that's what matters, right? If you are able to push your enemy to the limit, that's what makes a good game of CROSSFIRE, a good game of CROSSFIRE. Case in point, yesterday, the match between STS and Execration, right? That was one of the best matchups we've ever seen in the history of the sport. And that's kind of the games that we aspire to witness here in the CROSSFIRE Southeast Asian. Of course, this is one of those matches, right? It's coming up with some big improvement, and JY also trying to improve. And it's nice to see a lot of our teams, or all of our teams, trying to step up to the plate while also having good spirits. I mean, man, look at the faces of the players from Ridaz. They all look very happy and enthusiastic, and what more can you ask for?
Hey, I mean, I've seen some rounds where Kodok himself was emoting. A few smiles here and there. It's a very refreshing environment. It's a very refreshing sight to see. Which kind of tells me that they're a very fun team to watch, right? They're a very fun team to be in. And I'm sure that the strides will continue as we also open ourselves up towards the second half. Now going to be BL side for the side of JY. Wong Feng still holding down that chainsaw. In the corner of my eye, I think this is going to be one hell of a clip for Wong Feng.
Let's see. Could manifest it. Brian, well, he denies the one, but Wong Feng does find Rai. That's it, though. It's Rai to take the spotlight. Double kill for Rai. And that's Kodok and 21 Rai trying to avenge their teammates. 21 Rai jumping up and about, but the USB doesn't have enough bullets for that, sir. JY, however, does. And that's the round. JY keep their lead.
Yeah, we're seeing Ridaz take a page out of the JY playbook of pushing over towards that mid-side GR, but unfortunately, supplied bit of smoke and with willingness from Rai to even get that fight, it was a Ridaz that was not prepared, and even the chainsaw could not save them in that round. A push coming in for Son, even finds Wang Feng. Jung cuts him down to make it a 1-for-1 trade. So it's a 4v4, and we see LBA now struggling to take that hotel push.
Right on the sniper, denied by LBA. He's going to be fighting Bang Yes instead. So that's the B site secured for JY. C4 is nowhere to be found, and LBA has to anchor for now, Ramon. As Jong trying to find a semblance of control again for Ridaz. LBA just run back.
That's true. He's trapped. But Jung gets the clear, gets the kill, gets the 2K, and that C4 dropped. Where the hell is Rai and France? They're gone. Around for Ridaz. And it came with a little bit of a caveat.
Slowly
But
turning
they still got
into...
the round.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure, Ridaz got the round there, Ramon. JY, it's kind of turning into JYV DR, but nevertheless, I digress. It's it's becoming a little bit harder for JY, I'd like to say, to penetrate these rounds. LBA actually had a very good showing entering through that B side. I think he came from TB and able to win the duel up against one of the players of Ridaz. And you know what's interesting to me here, Ramon? JY sometimes it's a team that has nasty lineups. You remember that one round in Port where they have 4 flashes? Or 2 flashes, 2 smokes from SD towards top A. That was nice to see. But then you look at this round where I don't think they used a single bit of utility. They didn't even smoke off RS. They didn't smoke HM. They just pushed. And you can see JY definitely paying for that. But still also quite impressive that LBA is still able to win those duels. And I don't think that's one player we have highlighted enough. LBA being the sub-hit actually is performing decently enough.
Yeah, I mean, to our standards, I'd say, yeah, decent. It just means that he's going to be able to put a spotlight on him in a couple of rounds where he's able to stand out. And of course, while they're lacking that bit of experience from Jelan, from everybody on the site, at least LBA is supplying that new perspective that this team has as a young player coming in. And it's also going to be good for him long term, because now I believe not only all the Davao teams, but also any other team in SCA Masters, or maybe people who want to get into the next season of SCA Masters, want to pick this guy up. I mean, he's been performing pretty well by the standard. Not anything too stand out. Of course, we got the spotlight on both Rai as well as France all throughout that Ankara game, but I think he's doing a pretty good job. But what about for the Ridaz team, right? I mean, I think the spotlight from 21 Rai has been taken away. And it's all because it's been overshadowed by this JY Esports over-aggression, right? When will the time for Ridaz finally get to... When will they get a very decisive round line? Because I've been seeing a few struggles. I've been seeing a lot of lapses, man.
Yeah, that's a big question, right? For Ridaz in particular. Because if you take a look at their counterpart, Rizia Team Veteran, and I apologize for consistently comparing these two teams, but there really isn't much benchmark to base off of these two, right? There is one particular star player for Veteran in the name of Fires. He is brimming with potential. He's the one that keeps enemies on their toes, and he's always consistently having a positive KD. And at times, it kind of feels like Veteran relies on him too much. Now, that's a player I want to see picked up for another roster, perhaps getting reshuffled to a team that is able to support the same kind of shenanigans that he brings to the plate. Veteran has Fires. Ridaz, it's not as definitive, right? Yes, they have Jung that has highlight performances. In Port, he had a very good KD, very, very strong headshot per kill percentage. But then you take a look at the rest of the games. Jung, not necessarily the most, well, I wouldn't say not the best, but he's also not the most consistent. He does perform very well in certain scenarios, but not every time. You take a look at 21 Rai. Yeah, he also takes the spotlight like in this game, right? But he wasn't there last game. Wong Feng consistently plays the chainsaw, and that's kind of what defines Ridaz right now. So there definitely is still a very clear identity crisis here for Ridaz, what they want to be as a team, what they want to accomplish. While the talent is there, they still have to figure out how they're going to utilize that talent.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the easiest step, right, is for them to finally get that star player, or maybe find that star player to play around with. You did mention that veteran do have fires. There is that lack of star player that we kind of, or star power, excuse me, that I'm kind of looking out for this Ridaz team. There's been times for Jung, as you mentioned, but he's been gone for half of the season anyways. So it's kind of difficult to kind of place that consistency on him. And I can't really blame him. Maybe it's outside of the server factors, or maybe these are things that are outside of his control. But nevertheless, it's been affecting Ridaz in the kind of performance that we kind of want to see out of the Rosé teams. But, you know, kudos to them. They've made the most out of their appearances so far in SEA Masters. Of course, it's been a long time coming. It's been a very long time since we've seen Rosé actually have their own league. Indonesia as a whole have their own league. So an appearance just like this might blossom to more appearances in the long term. But I think that's been a lot of talk for this series in particular, right? I mean, I feel like the eventual matchup between that the veteran versus Ridaz, maybe part 2 in SEA Masters, could also hold up a really good conversation. It just sucks that we're not able to see that yesterday because of technical issues, but I would love to see that happen maybe the next time that we see both of these teams play again.
Absolutely. One thing that is exciting for the Rosea squads is now they know how much they're missing out on. Now they know how much to catch up to, and now they've played against some of the world's best, right? I'm not trying to poke at the ego of the Philippine CROSSFIRE community, because it's true. We are one of the best in the world. We have the number 2 team as of CFS GF last year, right? So Ridaz and Veteran getting first-hand experience of playing up against such a team is going to give kind of like a bit of a limelight into how they are approaching this game and what kind of things they could improve upon, what kind of things they're doing wrong. And if they take that home and someone else, catches up to the way they play, maybe we could see a different face, a different team coming up for regionals here. Who knows? So the possibilities are endless here, and I can't wait to see what kind of improvement we're going to be seeing for the Rosea teams. That's the rest of Southeast Asia. Guys, if you're wondering why we're speaking in English, it's because we're featuring one of the rest of Southeast Asia teams, that is Ridaz, playing up against the Davao boys of JY ESPORTS. If you're just tuning in, this is already our match number 2, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, match number 2.
It is.
And the set score currently is JY after, or rather 1-0 in favor of JY after they have taken that port map. But let's talk about the rest of the matches here today, Ramon. Actually, I'm taking a look at the schedule. What are the other matches we are looking at today? We have Veteran playing again today. Oof. They're playing against Virtus Pro. And that's after they played against Stallions. Veteran... Yeah, Ridaz, all things considered, you're kind of lucky, right?
Well, I don't know about that, right? I mean they're only playing once, and they're not really playing up against Team Stallions and Virtus Pro, but on Sunday they're gonna be playing up against Matches and Execration.
Oh, that's...
I believe the comparison is present, but they're still within the top 5 as well, so it's not gonna be an easy battle for our Rosea team. So, kudos to both of them. I think they're gonna need a lot more than just prayers at this point, right? There's the development to be made. A lot of development to be made. And maybe the challenges that they've set up against the top 5 teams is gonna be the best way for them to develop, right? I mean,
yeah.
I think in terms of our schedule, this is a pretty good way for them to actually end the season. Performance-wise, not really, but maybe experience-wise, definitely, right? But we're getting an update. I think we're going to be starting in a very, very short while. Thank you so much for the patience of everybody, viewer side, as well as everybody else who are working behind the scenes. Thank you so much for making an effort to make CFS SEA Masters in tip-top shape. We hope you have been tuning in for a little bit, because this game has been taking a bit of a while to actually set its sail. But I think we're going to be starting very, very shortly back into Ankara. So what are we going to be expecting, right? JY are still aggressive even on that PL. Are Ridaz going to run it back and go for that mid push again? I think there's a little bit doubt in that.
They already kind of tried that, right? I mean, we've seen a lot of TV priority here for Ridaz. So let's see right now firsthand. We're going to continue on with Ankara. Score update, 6-5 in favor of JY as they will try to attack on the BL side. Ridaz not getting aggressive, Ramon. There's your answer.
Hurtling Alright, I can respect that. Kodok is solo on the site, and Sun is just gonna dunk on him. Looks like a basketball player. LBA continues, and with an 8 in hand, Bang has had no chance. Jong gets one, but Jong can't do everything on his own. Franz is gonna support and get the kill on him. It's all down to 21 Riot. No HP for him as well. Nothing he can do. A run and gun for JY.
That's what I like to see from JY, rushing LA with all 5 people covering the track as well, putting France in mini-ter. And it's 2 rounds ahead for JY. They're steaming on, piling on that mid position, and they're gonna continue perhaps towards HM or to take down Wongfeng in CB. They're going for the latter and the initial as well, as Kodok takes down Son to stop them immediately in HM, but they don't care. Ramon, LBA still pushing up.
He has a Vepr, and they know it's a shotgun. So they're gonna keep pushing onto RS. There's a diabolical Bang S. When one of the first Vepr kills we've seen with France delivers a Bang S double kill with the Vepr. But JY Esports, they still have the numbers. Jung left all alone. And we've seen them make magical things happen, but in the end, LBA will get the kill. And JY Esports getting closer and closer to ending his 2-0.
Okay, JY, time to push Hotel. Come on, you pushed LA, you push mid. Now it's time to go a different route. Oh no, they're going mid, Ramon. I don't think Ridaz... I think Ridaz are going to expect this, actually. Look at the position of 21 Rai in CA. Unexpected. And it's from top A. Kodok will find the one. Bang S with a shotgun. 21 Rai stops the push from JY. And they're all falling like flies. Ridaz, I said it. They were going to expect the LA push. And they did.
And they did it in the most rightest way possible with the other guns coming up to the name. And Kodok is going to seal the deal with just a shot coming down. Ridaz at an 8-6. And very much the read coming down on LA. This picture perfect.
Exactly. In the first hurdle there for JY, they couldn't clear CA. They didn't even check it, I think. Tried to smoke it, but it was a little bit too late. So JY, they just got struck from the front and the side. And they will not rush anymore. But a shotgun still picked up for Bang S. LBA taking control of Hotel. The B site is not the best idea.
Ooh, still the Hotel. I mean, LBA doesn't have a trade player in hand. Bang S with that Vepr is just going to introduce him to LBA. Wongfeng with 2. Ridaz. The turtle positions have been working, but JY, the firepower is immense. They take 3 kills. They kill up Ridaz. And 21 Rai, he has to peek. He kills it onto Sun. It's now down to the 1v2.
Rai left alone from RS. 21 Rai has no idea. Now he sees him, but it's Rai to get the headshot. Powerful stuff from Rai's HK. 1v1 against Kodok.
He's on.
A resident of the PH server, and Kodok sees Rai. And he takes the win for Ridaz. He's catching up. I'm telling you, Kodok. He's been playing a little bit too long in the PH servers. He's learning a lot of Tagalog words at this point.
Hey, I told you, let's adopt him. I mean, this guy has the vibes. He definitely can catch up with the meta. And he's showing that he can deal with the JY Esports right now, being that standout in the previous round. CA Rai tries to expect this. Eventually, we'll get that kill. 1-0. Rai is going to turtle up.
And Rai, well, he kind of went on an isolated mission there. No info, no util, no teammates. He just bum rushed CA and it didn't work out, obviously. So LBA gonna try and do the same thing, but with a lot more reproach. Pushing towards HM. There's one player there behind the wall. That's Jung. So this is a very strong A defense from Ridaz because there's 3 players there, 2 in vents.
He's stacking up on towards their GR. And they understand the risk of giving up that ramp position. That's why they now leave Kodok all on his lonesome. But in the process, A has been structured, as you mentioned. And JY have no ways of trying to know that, so it's still a very, very slow default from them. 1 minute and 10 seconds. They're coming up towards high mid.
And Jung still playing from behind the wall. Here in HM, LBA. He gets close. Jung is just going to start firing on that EBR. It's about to happen. And LBA unaware. And there you go, Jung. What a rat angle that was.
And probably a second coming in.
Brian,
he's taking the slow approach. All right, this guy's a sniper. A spy coming into the other side. Gets the kill onto Kodak, and the other for the sniper just seals it onto Wang Peng. 2 versus 2. Finally, they reveal themselves coming out of RS Pride with a 2K, all down to Jung. Up against the sniper, France, what can you do?
pummeling away, but the USP from France has a better shot. And Brian becoming the key to success, getting the jump on the RS player of RDZ and then getting a double kill while in batteries. I'm telling you, man, Brian, one to watch out for, especially on the sniper.
Wolf in sheep's clothing for Brian as he catches the players off guard on RS. Pretty much an impactful play to say the least as a Bang S seals it onto France, even gets the second. Alright, disgusting display from Bang S as Rai. East will get that trade to the other side. 3 versus 3. C4 still down. Bang S reconsiders his option to peek into the mid side, as they're going to be happy to get that 3v3 this time.
Exactly, Ramon. C4 is still not in possession of JY, but the silver lining, RDZ don't know that it is just outside of big door. And look at the push from LBA. He's already in a exit. He spots out 21 Rai. A site open for JY.
And he's calling for Brian to now join him in towards that A site, but how far he is, there's a lot of time for Bang S to just peek into LBA. And that is just leaving Brian for dead in a 1 versus 2 clutch attempt, 1 minute. And if he instantaneously plants that C4, Ridaz will know what's up, so he considers that push on to exit.
That's actually a very risky push. USB in hand. Spots out Bang S. That's actually a Colt, not a USB. Brian picks up to 1.
Okay.
And that's an easy kill for Brian. But the problem is, Kodok is closer than expected. Ridaz keeping it close. We might just go to OT.
Pretty much so. I don't think we've seen a Rosea team push it all the way towards OT so far in SCA Masters. Ridaz could be the first one to do it against the JY, who are shaken to their core and reliant upon those clutch attempts. Pretty interesting position we see ourselves for Ridaz. This is the best that they can hope for. Jung gets to kill. His son has been sacrificed, and Jung also turtles back up. He's happy to take that 4v5.
JY, it's been a problem for them, that C8 position. They never clear it, they never smoke it, which is why they've always paid for that price. But they've taken control of vents. They're gonna push towards A site, looking up. LBA trying to be the rat that he is. And Rai coming in, making a distraction. NEA, it doesn't work because Jung steps up to the plate quite literally, picks up a double. And that is the assault falling apart as JY is left just to France. 1 versus 4.
Player cam tells you France knows what's to come. Their mentality now shifted in towards OT unless France can gotta cook up the impossible. And with how far he is all the way towards the C4, this is fading by the second for JY to end this 2-0. And Ridaz with that perfect setup. I mean, they tried to push it a little too aggressively on towards EA, but the thing is, the top 8 players really wanted to take that fight to them. France positions himself on CA. There's a lot of time for him to just wrap around. Maybe consider RS, but instead, with 45 seconds in his mind, he will try to get that pick. And Jung will pick first. It's going to be a 9-9 for the first time a Rosea team forces overtime.
Yes, sir. For the first time as well, one of the PH teams struggling to close out a game against them. Who would have expected it, Ramon, to be Ridaz and not Veteran? Certainly not me. And it's all props to the players here of Ridaz. It's been constant improvement ever since they kind of went off the radar a couple of weeks ago. Skipped the game yesterday, but now they're back. And they are most definitely out for revenge. They're looking to put a name, or a score at least, on the board.
It's almost like they got inspiration from Dolphex with a sabbatical and now finally showing a more than a better form coming into today's games, right? I mean, it's definitely an improvement. I mean, we've seen them kind of catch the players on JY off guard with a few setups And while sometimes those aggressive setups don't work, they fall back to their default, which was going to be those turtle positions. I mean, you see them stacking 3 players on A. You know the 2 players have to play actively. JY Esports couldn't have figured out that setup because all they keep trying to do is trying to push toward that CA, where the only flaw that I could see from that setup is that one player from Ridaz trying to push that every single time, and he hasn't been found out. He hasn't been punished for a lot of the pushes that he's been doing.
And all things considered, it's not that hard to deal with a CA player. Just send one player on the close right corner at the entrance of CA from LA, or just smoke it off, or just pummel it with a ton of HEs, or maybe control mid with a sniper player in Arc. I mean, it's a very clear-cut choice for, I think, JY to kind of actively ignore CA at this point, or maybe it's just a big lapse in their push that they haven't been able to notice. Whatever the case may be, they have to try and address that. Although, we're gonna have to go through that later on, because as far as I know, once we go into overtime, they're gonna go back into that GR side, and JY gonna have to reset in a different manner. And the matter is the defense. They're gonna push for BR.
BR push they are doing. JY relieving LBA all on TB, but Sun, he has his back. He gets the kill on Kodak and gets the second as well. Sun is stepping up, and he is making Ridaz sit down. That's all 5 for Sun. And JY Esports get the 10th.
That's the ace for Sun. That's what we've been looking for. Someone stepping up to close this on a high for JY. And Son is most definitely the highest of the standards on his team. 5 kills in the span of 1 round. Doesn't get much better than that. As JY look to take the fight again to Ridaz. Rai picks up HM. That's the second. Ooh. And that's the third. Rai again coming up big. And JY, fiery players.
LBA on the flank as well. This would probably be a round wrapped up for JY. As Brian now gets himself out to 21 right, gives him the kill, but LBA and Sun gifted 2 players on Ridaz to get a 9-11 going. This could be JY sealing the fate of Ridaz in this Ankara map.
Might just well be. As JY now 2 rounds ahead in OT. Slower approach this time as Franz gets spotted. Calling the shots, calling the push as they try and take control of big door from hotel window. And Bang S unaware! Gets struck down by Franz. It's another kill for JY as Son picks up Wong Feng. Arc control is just decimated for Ridaz as JY have completely controlled the map.
Were we surprised that on GR, JY are pushing? At least I'm not surprised. I mean, this has been what they've been doing on GR, on Ankara. And in a few of those times, it was expected on the side of Ridaz. But in OT, it's been a different story for them. It's almost like they were just giving these rounds away. Although, I don't think it's going to be deliberate. I think JY has just been winning those 1v1s.
Yeah, JY... me, I'm kind of a 50-50. They could have gone the safer route. They could have gone the push route, but they went for the latter and it worked. But I've been saying this all match long, Ramon. They should just push. They should just take the fight to the enemy. Because, well, it did work out at the start of the match. Kind of fizzled out in the middle, but now we're at the tail end and it's working yet again. Ridaz seem to have forgotten who they're facing up against. And they've also forgotten the adjustment they made on the first half. They know how to deal with JY when they're pushing like this, but they just didn't do much.
I want to see Ridaz just pick up the Cuerdas mentality, right? I mean, I don't think I've seen a smile on Kodak's face in a while. And they definitely need to lock in, right? I mean, need to focus. JY has been coming up to spawn.
Look
so
at JY
many in the couple of rounds now, right? I mean, they're all very focused. France is also like getting a lot of those shots in. I mean, I think he's been the secondary caller for the team. He's been wanting to have JY play around where he gets that first pick.
Alright, head back into the game. Potential last round for JY. They're going on the BL side yet again. Should be as quick as ever in terms of approaching an attack. They take hotel. Just like that, it's France leading the charge with a sniper, Ramon.
Not every day when you want to see a sniper coming down on Brian, and he wants to be the one to get that entry.
Oh, yes.
As they now flash on in. France trying to command his troops to try to overwhelm the only anchor, and they know that Mongfeng is on 2F. He's dead. Rai gonna pick up that first. The entry is perfect for the B site push. As France picks up the second kill for JY, they know that Jung is on RS. They're trying to trap him. They're trying to contain Rai. Ridaz can't do anything but die. 21 Rai, the last man for Ridaz. As they're probably on their way towards death. Rai gonna pick up the last frag. And it is the last ride for Ridaz in this map. JY Esports secure the 2-0.
The only chance for Ridaz to ever secure a set here in Masters Southeast Asia has just slipped away. I mean, I know they still have matches coming up, but JY just closed the door on them. And there you have it, the quickest OT we've ever seen in Masters Southeast Asia. JY wins the series with an ace. Couldn't have said it any better myself, Direct.
For sure, man. I mean, it's been a fun time. I mean, it's a fun game to say to at the very least, right? I mean, kudos to JY Esports. They really kicked it up to gear when they realized that why are we hesitating in a lot of the ways that we've been putting down. We saw that on port, and it kind of took shape here on Ankara, where they kind of just felt like pushing down WQ and found those picks entirely. It's not every day that you see a sniper trying to get that entry on in, but France kind of felt like he wanted to take that chance for himself. And we kind of need a lot more of those decisions made for JY, right? And for them to be able to take that first step, they finally get their second win in SCA Masters. So congratulations to them, and congratulations to Ridaz as well. Let's get it over to the panel to try to talk a little bit more about JY and Ridaz. Mochi and L, are you guys ready?
More than ready. You can even see my friend here handling this clock. And it's time, and it's just about time, you know, that JY Esports actually took this sweep. I mean, it didn't come to them easily, you know, because it took a lot of time, a lot of tug of war, push and pulls, you know. But what's important is the outcome, and the outcome is that they won.
A lot of dead rounds, Mochi, not to mention that thanks to our caster duo. But yeah, I feel like this is more speaking to the level of JY as a Filipino team than the level of Ridaz being able to keep up with them, right? The reason why Ridaz was able to keep up with JY up until that OT was because of JY's level, right? It's like this. If you compare the Filipino teams to JY, it's like this. But when it comes to JY and Ridaz, it's very, very close. But at least, right, it's time. It's time that we see the improvement from Ridaz and from JY as well. Because if we see Ridaz doing this kind of scoreline against JY, I'm not really all that hopeful against matches. But at least there will be at least a little bit of leeway that we have seen that they know that they can do, and they just need to pull it out. Just need to close it out.
And we can even see certain heroics that came from our players here from the Rosy team of Ridaz specifically, right? We already saw Kodak pop up. We saw Bangs actually being heated up pretty early here in the map of Ankara. And here for JY, it seems like they're still testing the waters for some reason, especially when it came down to securing spaces. I feel like the moment that they became online is the moment that our friend here, their recent sub-in, has been able to actually do such a very successful work all the way to LA, right? It's just pretty wonderful to see, because after him getting one and dying, there is a lot of fast follow-ups here from the teammates of JY Esports. Although I have to agree with you, I hope that we can see more of that, because it should have been a bit more farther than that, especially after that JY Esports been able to successfully defeat Veteran quite early into this group stage. But unfortunately, we haven't been able to see that.
Yeah, we haven't been able to see that result, right, for both JY not getting a win against Filipino teams, and as well as Ridaz not quite getting yet their set win. At least please make it a set win, right? Just one, but against your future opponents, it's looking bleak, but not hopeless, right? So looking at the set
Yes.
summary, it's still a quiet game for LBA. More of that support player, more of that backup player. It's Rai, Son, and Brian. I would say that's been taking the
Wow.
charge, and France also a bit of a secondary IGLing coming out from him with a lot of I would say forward aggression coming
Mhm.
out of him and a secondary player. For the side of Riders though, not much to say other than 21 Rai, but Rai, the real Rai, the one Rai
Mm.
only, is our MVP with a 2.3 KD, 1 kill per round, a high headshot rate, and a lot of utility being thrown around as well.
And the IGL is not just fragging, but also taking that MVP title as well here in the map of Ankara. And I do think that Raya is actually a must-have player here for JY Esports, is other than the calls that he's been able to contribute to the team, but also all of the firepower that he's been able to hand down here for his teammates as well. Well played, well played. 70% headshot per kill too. Oh my gosh, Raya had a field day in this map. And if you're quite late to the party, here is a quick overview of how our match just transpired. It is a 10-7, a 39, pretty close, almost for Ridaz, but unfortunately, almost is never enough.
I don't know the next lyrics to that song, but yeah, I would agree that almost is never enough here. But at least maybe it's a trickle down effect, right? We've seen the veterans get a good scoreline or total round scoreline versus Stallions. Now we see Riders getting this almost set win versus JYE. And then in turn, it's
Yes.
gonna come back around to veterans fighting Virtus Pro later. Maybe they're just amping up each other, but who else but to amp up the fight for JY other than Raya again and again?
Yep, and he's like in terms of consistency, he is definitely the guy to rely on, especially during the past week that we've been able to interview Raya. I recall him being able to ground himself in very, very pressure heavy situations, and also a bit optimistic, honestly, which is definitely something that you need in terms of mindset in these maps that we have so far. And despite of all of the hardships and them being led into overtime here by Riders, he never fails to perform. And I think I am pretty much proud of how Raya's been able to actually pop off in both of these matches that we had.
Yeah, if you are the mastermind and you are also the coordinator of the moves, right? You're heading into the battle with your teammates, right? Not just being a general from the backlines. You're gonna have a quick grasp of how this battlefield is gonna figure itself out, right? So Rai with being that virtue of excellence for this team, right? With the ace as well from one of their members, just letting the
Yes.
repetition of strategies just go around the map, right? We did not see a lot of variation, but even without the variation, he knows that his players can do the round wins, and the round wins they got, albeit taking a bit too long, right?
Yep, indeed. And I think it's already time for us to interview our match MVP. Huwag kang mag-alala, no, Raya. Magtatagalog kami para sa iyo. Ayan.
Hello!
Hi, Raya!
Hello.
Congrats! Grabe, no? Suki ka din sa mga match
Yeah.
MVP nyo pagka nanalo kayo. Kamusta naman ang experience natin fighting up against Ridaz so far?
Medyo nawala na ang focus dahil sa mga DC-DC sa sa internet
Ay,
namin.
oo.
Kaya
Valid,
Pero,
super valid.
ano naman, ginawa naman yung best namin lahat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Very nice.
question ko ngayon sa'yo, Rai, is ngayon na tapos na, di ba, yung last match nyo dito sa CFS Masters. Ano yung pinaka one takeaway or one lesson na natutunan mo sa lahat ng matches nyo na pwede mong ma-apply sa team mo going sa next season natin, sa next sa Masters natin?
Sa lahat ng match namin, natutunan talaga namin yung disiplina talaga sa sarili. At saka sa pagdating sa pagsiset ng mga play, Hindi dapat kami masyadong mabilis. Parang ano lang, simplihan lang.
Kalmahan lang, no?
Kalmahan lang.
Parang umaalis na tayo dun sa usual na puro agresibo lahat no? Ngayon, nagkakaroon na tayo ng structure, which is great. So, ano yung next steps natin dito, Raya, for JY Esports? Kasi for sure, hindi kayo titigil dito.
Siguro, malapit na yung summer siguro kami focus talaga sa practice at saka explore pa ng mga set play. Yan.
Pakapal muna tayo, no, ng playbook, kumbaga. That is why, Raya, congratulations uli, no? Nakakuha tayo ng palag talaga dito, no, kay Ridaz. So, Raya, pwede mo nang i-shoutout, gusto mo nang i-shoutout at mensahihan ng gusto mo mensahihan, the floor is yours.
And first of all, thank you kang God, kang Kuya Jay, kang Madam Yen, at saka sa coach namin na sa amin dito, nagpasok dito. Hindi dahil sa kanya, wala kami dito eh. At saka sa family ko, sa girlfriend ko, si Francis, sa teammates ko. Yun na po, salamat.
Yun, maraming
JY
salamat.
supporter pala, yes. Meron pa. Si
sige,
JY
go, baka may
supporter, at saka si Auntie Gigi and RMR. Yun lang. Bye-bye.
Yun, bye. Thank you, Raya. Congrats and hopefully
Thank you,
we can see
Mochi,
more
and
Davao representation. Yes. Thank you. And again, ito rin gusto ko, pagkakausap natin si Raya dito, sobrang light lagi ng vibes. And pretty much, no, at least they've been able to end their run in a good way with a W, which what matters. Kaya, maya-maya, ito naman ang inyong aabangan. Kasi tignan mo naman ang magkatapat Execration and FERVID. Oh my gosh, grabe itong matchup na to.
Babalik na naman yung orasan ko kasi it's time na naman para makita natin kung sino ba talaga ang tunay na number 3 at number 4 dito. FERVID, the challengers, Execration, the perennial bronze medalist natin sa liga. May changes ba? And with the familiar faces dito, Mochi, between Execration boys and former Execration boys nasa FERVID, this one is going to be exciting and it's going to dictate the leaderboards natin sa ating table.
Exactly. And I'm really excited. Ano kaya yung magiging outcome natin dito? I'm pretty sure you know them, you know everyone dito sa lobby na to. May kita natin. Sino nga ba ang mas nakakayala sa isa't isa? Malalaman natin yan maya-maya. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na pupuntuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he makes it trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rate here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Andito na tayo ngayon sa laban ng mga Pinoy. Kung kanina nagpakitang gilas ang Rosie, ngayon yung dalawang magkapatid ang magpapakitang gilas. It is going to be Execration versus Fervid. Sino kaya ang mananalo? Andaing usapan ngayon, no? Andaing nagtingin mo ba si Fervid mananalo? Tingin mo ba si Execration? Well, kami honestly hindi namin alam, pero at the same time, sobrang excited kami sa kung ano man ang kakalabasan nito.
Tao dito, Mochino, is win-win situation kasi top 3 in the standings, top 4 in the standings, magbabakbakan. Let me paint you a story how important this matchup is. Execration, back when A7JND was there, right? After ng last year natin na season, it kind of imploded. Basically, nagsapatos na sila at umalis na sila. At sa laman ng sapatos, may ticket. No, may ticket papuntang Cebu at doon nabuo ang bagong Fervid lineup, no. So ngayon na nandito na yung dalawang matatanda sa Pacific or roster natin na napunta sa Execration, and itong Execration boys natin sila Fall XCBN ay makakalaban na ulit sila A7J at CD. Well, it's gonna be a familiar matchup, and familiar is just the word that we can describe these two teams going at it dito ngayon sa labanan natin.
That is true. Kaya naman, pag-usapan na nga rin natin kung ano nga ba ang meron sa lineup dito ng Execration. Ikaw na rin nag-introduce, no, couple of our people here, no, na napakaganda ng recados dito. Kumbaga, all-in-one seasoning. Merong iba't ibang henerasyon na nandito sa Execration. Alo sa'yo for the later on. Pero so far, we already have these two na sobrang tindi lang naman talaga umasinta. We have Fall XCBN, ito si ZYK na nakikipagsabayan, parang hindi halata yung edad, alongside with NBA Justin, no. Grabe ang nakita nating pag-blow up nitong roster na ito.
Ngayon nga, no? At medyo napakaganda ng pinakita nila kahapon. Pero hanggang dun lang. Hindi sila nanalo. Sayang lang talaga, no? Na itong perennial third placers natin will stay right there muna habang wala pa tayo sa playoffs, and they will just take out, I suppose, their anger or frustration dito sa dalawang natitirang kalaban nila, Fervid and bukas Ridaz, no? So kung maisahan nila yung Fervid, kumbaga damay civilian to si Ridaz, isa ka pa, parang gumano na rin to si Execration bukas, no? I feel like this matchup, other than the top 4, no, matches VP and STS, which is yung matches medyo nawala in form, no? Itong Fervid na yung umako na posisyon ng top 4. So still, to show their dominance and to show that leaving this team or making this team better for Execration is an improvement compared to last year nung nandito pa sila di siya sa A7J. It's going to be very, I would say, important. Wala siguro may vendetta or wala. I don't want to know, pero I would say na gigil tong dalawang teams natin mag-face off, lalo na the familiarity nga naman yung pinaka-importante nating makita, lalo na sa playstyle, no, knowledge.
Totoo. And speaking of knowledge at maalam, no, from ZYK, same approach pa din simula first week, walang magbabago. Parang gasgas na yan no. Boss Aljon, parang lagi namin naririnig yung walang magbabago. Pero ang alam natin dito kay Execration is kung gaano talaga nila kagusto na ayusin yung sistema na existing ngayon, no. Kasi nung narinig mo at naalala mo kung anong sinabi ni NBA after nung na-interview natin sila from their win last time, no, before nung STS, parang sinabi niya na meron daw mga times na hindi pa rin daw okay yung communications nila kahit na sa mata natin napakalinis nila trumabaho, which just speaks volumes sa kung ano yung standard na gustong i-fulfill at i-take dito ng Execration.
And kung gagayahin ko yung post ni Boss ZY, same lang sa last week,
Okay.
wala pa rin magbabago. Ganun pa rin talaga yung ugali nila, no? Hindi ko na magaya yung boses, hindi ko pa narinig si Boss ZY magsalita. Pero I feel like, of course, even with the losses, even with the close matchups na nakuha natin from VP and STS, tanggal yung mental stress nila. Kumbaga, okay, meron, pero we're not gonna mind that. We're gonna take it out on these opponents natin na alam natin kaya, and kung kaya nga natin, let's show the improvement pagdating ng playoffs dun sa mga tumalo sa atin.
And speaking of the opponent, let us talk about FERVID. Dahil dito kay FERVID, no, nagkaroon tayo na quite of a roller coaster, no? Mala protagonist na mindset shift dito for FERVID after their loss against Ridaz last time. Well, nagbago ang kanilang pananaw sa buhay, no? Marami daw silang na-realize, marami daw silang in the process of fixing, but currently with the how every single one of them has been able to actually perform, especially in sniper heavy maps, parang gusto ko yung timpla din nila dito, no? Other than the fact na nandito yung magkapatid, si J. Kim sumasanib na rin dito for D, no? And alongside to si Dracifer na talagang matindi nga rin naman na makapag-pop off as well. And Lance actually gaining the confidence na kailangan dito para hindi din ka doon kabigat yung nagiging IGL rule na kailangan punan din dito ni A7J, no? And in comparison for Execration, abaya, nadagdagan lang naman ng isa ang kanilang pagkatalo, and that is against Ridaz. Pero the rest, quite and practically the same.
Yeah, I would like to say na ito sana yung ina-expect natin from matches na sa VP lang natatalo, sa SS lang natatalo. Pero nung nangyaring natalo sila dito sa Ridaz, nag-shift nga naman yung direction nila at yung pananaw ko sa kanila, no? Especially with this upcoming matchup with Execration, which is their final battle dito sa regular season natin. It's gonna beg the question, Mochi, na okay, kung hindi matches yung top 4 na team natin overall in the group stage, kayo ba yun? No? Kasi kung top 4 kayo, kailangan yung tatlong nasa taas, dun lang kayo matatalo. No? Kasi pwede pa mag-change yan, no? So hindi lang yung top 4 position yung kailangang hawakan ni FERVID. Kailangan nilang makip iyon. Kasi pag natalo sila dito, pagka dating natin bukas, magsha-shuffle yan. I just feel like it's gonna have a shuffle.
It will indeed have a shuffle, no? And sabi rin dito ni Dino, we're just getting started and heating up, no? Good luck, have fun. Uy, sinabi niya yan? Sinabi ba ni Dino?
Sinabi niya yan?
Sinabi niya yun. Ano parang sinabi rin ni dito na parang gigil-gigil nga din ata siya, no? Especially na nakita rin naman natin dito how much potential D actually has. And I do think na ilalabas o dito magkakaalaman talaga, no, sa ating laban. And in a bit ipapakita na rin ang ating predictions. Ang alam ko halo-halo yan, no? Pero, halo-halo nga talaga. We have 2-0 for you and Salvatore, no? And for me, it's a 2-1 in favor for Execration. Pero kay Sneaky Frog, 2-1 for Vid daw. I am curious kung bakit, no? We will know that later on. Pagka hinanded over natin sa kanila mamaya, tatanungin na natin at irerekta na natin yung talong na yan, no? Sila bahala mag-usap dyan. Pero at least for us, no, nila Salvi, it's more on Execration winning. I think this is more influenced by their consistency, no, as a whole.
Para kami pinagbiyak na buko ni Salvi, no? Parehas kami nang iniisip dito sa Execration. Especially knowing na galing sila sa talo, and si FERVID, tamang kaway lang sila kanina na parang ganito. So, different mentalities, not really affecting both teams. The one team, Execration, lost to whoever they needed to lose to and won everything else. Meanwhile, FERVID, they won the teams but except Ridaz, no? Yun yung talagang tumatatak sa except Ridaz. So, pag nalinis nila tong Execration, then we can settle into that conversation na. Pero, then again, vendetta or not, familiarity or not, for now, no, it's gonna be their final battle. And much like yung mga teams natin na medyo nasa front side ng season natin yung schedule nila for matches, they wanna close it out good. And who else to verse than Execration if they really want to say a statement sa katapusan ng regular season nila.
Yup, and in terms of katapusan, magsisimula pa lang na ipakita natin kung ano nga ba yung mga mapa na ipapakita natin dito, no, sa kung saan nga ba maglalaro itong dalawang team natin. Alam na alam nila kung ano yung kiliti ng isa't isa. So we have some base here for Execration, new compound for Fervid, and tama ba itong nakikita natin? It's New Mexico for our decider.
At least mga bagong map, new compound, New
Yup.
Mexico. And I have a bit of a feeling that sub-base pinik ng Execration because, guys, try naman natin kuhanin yung panalo, no? Kapag lumamang na tayo, feel ko yun yung mindset nila deep down sa back of their mind. Gusto nilang ma-prove sa sarili nila na, okay, we can get the lead. We can destroy the top 1 team in the Philippines. But we can't win, right? We can't get that 10th. At kung dumating man dun sa overtime, hindi natin ma-close out. So siguro may hidden vendetta tong Execration dyan sa subbase na okay, kailangan muna natin manalo dito bago tayo magtuos sa playoffs. New compound for Fervid is kind of okay thinking na tinanggal yung eagle eye nila. So I would suggest na if they take this sub-base, new compound might not be the best map for Fervid to, take a 2-0. So kung tatama nga yung 2-1 ni Sneaky or sa'yo, sa New Mexico tayo pupunta.
Yep, and parang ano to no? Labanan ng sariling demons ng taong nakakakilala sa kanila. I feel like parang naging summary nitong ating map Vito. And honestly, really curious how this is going to turn out because I'm pretty sure that's raising a lot of question mark pings, no? Sa ulo din ng mga talents sa inyong mga nanonood. Kaya naman, itanong na rin natin, no, kay Sneaky Frog at kay Salvatore kung bakit nga ba forbid naman ang lamang dito sa mata ni Sneaky Frog. Kaya naman, casters, nakrakan na.
Tapos na tayo sa suntukan. Si Pa naman daw, sabi dito ni Ellen, no? Welcome to our third match of today, no? Fervid and Execration. Parating na nga tayo sa sub-base na kung saan meron na talagang dalang kargada dito, Sneaky, ang Execration para pumili ng sub-base as the regular, no?
Yun nga, I was actually surprised na lumabas yung sub-base dito sa Vito natin. I was actually expecting yung Ankara or maybe even yung Eagle Eye, no, dito sa series, pero yun yung unang dalawang binan ng dalawang teams natin dito. So, interesting pivot, no, papuntang New Mexico. Feeling ko binan na lang ng Exe itong Black Widow and Fervid banning port, and I think they both realized, New Mexico pala yung natira dito sa map number 3. So, ayun nga, no. I feel like sub-base obviously will be very interesting considering na ayun nga, Execration, one of those few teams in the league that is outside of Cebu na can execute very well dito sa mapa na to. And Fervid, of course, I think it's pretty evident pa rin na kayang-kaya nila maglaro dito ng sub-base with the aggression na meron sila pagdating sa kanilang team. Pero, yun nga, no, may tanong si Mochi kanina. He was asking kung bakit daw napunta ako sa Fervid bigla pagdating dito sa predictions. And I have a reason na para sa akin, parehong magaling yung teams na to. Both of them definitely deserve third place. But I've seen a higher peak galing dito sa Fervid kumpara dito sa Execration. That could be a hot take, pare. That could be a hot take. Pero, I could be proven wrong today, man. I mean, this is one of the more exciting mid-table. Hindi nga to mid-table, pare. Upper table matchups natin dito, man.
Definitely. At nakita naman talaga natin na pag pinagsama mo talaga si A7J and si D, it creates this kind of environment, no, na parang medyo nakakatakot na lumapit yung mga ibang teams. Pero parang paniwala pa lang yung nakita natin sa regionals last year. Pero ngayong taon, no, nung nagkaroon na ng refinement dito yung mechanics ni D, meron na siyang komportableng mga kakampi na kaya talagang sumabay sa agos niya. It will be really, really nice for that kind of scenario para sa side ng Fervid, no. Sino ang mananaig sa dating magkasapi, no? Tamang-tama lang din naman actually, no. Pamilyar si Polex at si CBN. Paano gumagawa ng sistema si A7J, no, going as far as finishing third place sa ating regionals last year, no, Sneaks. Kaya wala nang mas ibang kilala pa si A7J kundi talagang itong buong Execration na to. Not only the two former teammates, kilalang kilala ni A7J tong dating core ng Pacific Macta ng talaga paa hanggang ulo hanggang paa rather, no. Kaya this matchup is not going to be easy for A7J kasi it's been a while nung nalaman nga nila paano maglaro tong team na to, knowing na galing pa sila sa magkakaiba-ibang team. So it's going to be a lot of pressure para sa IGL ng Fervid, pero ito Execration nga na to, no, it's always that strength in them na may mabigat silang pangalan, kaya kahit sinong kalaban pa yan, kakayanin ng Exe.
Goes all the way back to 2022 na when that first Metacore core came in para dito kay A7J, third place was basically locked away for a few years para, pero titignan natin kung sino na nga ang susunod na malaking talento dito sa labanan natin. ZYK with the first blood. A7J nakakuha ng dalawa dito sa ating Woods at si Dracifer makakabawi. A-Site mukhang bukas na bukas at hindi makakasagot ang Exe. Pero MDA, nakuha na si A7J. Pwede siya mag-disrupt dito sa CR, pare.
ZYK ang kampiyon na makakauwi ng Toron pre. What a first blood for Execration. And that amazing defense warranted them that control dito lang sa ating second bid. Pero problema nga kasi, that trade didn't garner any much space. Kaya hindi nakapag-challenge ng maayos dito. Execration that forced them to 2v3. Dalawang chip damage naman dito mula sa Fervid. So kakayanin pa nga ito ng Execration. Pero syempre, MVA, kapit sa patalim, nakalampas ng sikip ngayon. Good throw up the flash. Pero wala lang yan para dito kay MVA. Now pushing, nakalinya sila sa crosshair ni D at ni Daykim as Fervid gets the first round.
And what a resounding start to the map, no? Salvatore, grabe, A7J and the boys just slamming Woods as much as possible. Habang distracted pa yung kabilang side ng mapa. And ayun nga, it's just fights across the board. And I like this approach galing sa Fervid, no? Knowing round number 1 pa lang tayo, pare. Awayin na natin kung sino posibleng awayin dito sa mapa. And you did have a good point, no, about yung recent stint nga ni A7J dito sa Execration squad. What would happen kung nasa close proximity etong si A7J right next to ZYK? You're bound to absorb a thing or two, no, pare?
Absorption? Not really, no, pero it's going to be a lot of instances na kailangan talaga mabasa ng maayos dito ni ZYK. Kasi nga napaka-unpredictable nitong Fervid nga na to. This one of the few rounds na makikita mo, sneaks na magiging aggressive nga sila. Nakakalampas nga sila sa usok dito ni CBN. Nakitang-kita kahit napakalaki pang harang nito. CBN with the double kill. Not all headshots pero a kill is a kill. Justin now with a kill over to D. At isa lang ang makukuha doon ng Fervid after that exchange ni CBN at Justin.
Grabe. And I really like this new combo galing sa Execration, pero si Justin mahuhulog sa mid-side, pero si ZYK traded naman ng kanyang kakampi, parang si CBN lang. And yun nga napansin ko, men. The duo now sa lurk side ng mapa natin is the ZYK plus CBN combo. Tapos yung sobrang talino ng paggamit dito ni Aljon kay CBN, no, na okay, nasa akin yung attention ng kalaban, na may smoke pa naman dito sa harap. Obviously, the first thing they will aim at is itong luwag. And CBN being sent on an off angle, no? Just playing anti-flash the entire time. So, a pretty good mid-round setup galing dito kay Aljon. And Fall X, nakita na nga si A7J. So, ayun na nga, Fervid having to fight back after that return, men. So, they have to figure out yung core, and they also have to figure out saan ba talaga papunta itong si CBN sa mga ibang more aggressive routes na pa.
Well, in terms of aggression, no? So, parang pinipilit talaga ngayon ng Fervid. Pero itong pilit nga na to, pwedeng maging maganda ang kinakalabasan. Pero kasi kailangan mo din talaga maghanap ng isang magandang backup dito, no? Hindi lang dapat si D yung nagle-lurk. Meron sanang control sa may truck. Pero Fervid with a very odd split. Apat talaga ipapadala nila dito sa may luwag. Good blind para makapag-delay pa ng onte ang Execration ng makaboila pa si MBA at CYK. Damakta duo, hindi makakataka sa crosshair ni A7J. Jakem with the parkour. Dadakdakan niya sa pagbubuka dito si MVA. Folex, huge trade. Para maging 1v3 na nga lang to. Kahit pa paano, mabubuhay at makakainga pa naman. Pero mali mo naman sa tatlong nabubuhay pa ng Fervid, pwede nga nilang masakal si Folex.
Yep. And hindi na yata sakal, pare. Binatukan na agad dito sa CR ang ating last player. So Fervid looking quite good dito sa mapa natin. Tamang inagapan lang nila dito yung nasa MR. And as soon as nakita nila na namatay na yung teammate namin sa MR, tatakpo na lang tayo papuntang A-site. And pretty easy solutions to a very easy problem para dito sa Fervid. Pero walang problema para kay Lance na kumuha ng isa dito sa lockers. Fall X nasa kanan. Pero kaya na bang kumaliwa dito? Kayang-kaya.
Kayang-kaya, pre. May parkour yan, bossing. Maliksi pa yan. Ang ating idol na si Folex. Nakatakas na nga siya, pre. Kahit pa paano, no, Execration, hindi ata nakalkula na kahit nag-double setup sila doon sa may LR, mabilis na makukuha lang yun ni Lance. Baka nga siguro kung na-headshot niya pa ngayon, nakapasok itong Fervid na to sa may MR at B-site sana yung pinag-uusapan nga natin ngayon. Pero tinan mo yung kumpiyansa ng Execration, pre, hindi pa rin sila umaalis ng luwag. That's how clear-cut they are, na kahit pumasok sila ng B-site, merong mga magro-rotate papuntang A. Good pick from ZYK.
Ito na yung sinasabi ko, pare. Those early peaks from ZYK. And kailangan na pag-isipan dito na Fervid. Okay, saan na papunta dito sa CBN? Dito sa CBN pa talaga kailangan mo isipin. Justin still nasa loob ng CR. J-Kim with the trade. Pero CBN, nakita si J-Kim sa CR. Napakaliit ng target pero headshot pa rin para kay CBN. Lance nahulog. A7J na lang natitira. And with 22 HP, di na to realistic, pare.
Alam mo naman, pre, Arctic yung gamit. Pero si Paul X kasi, ang dati kong kasapi, ang siyang papas lang dito kay A7J. Good storylines na iniikot talaga dito yung Execration at Fervid. No? Nagpapalitan lang sila na aggression sa isa't isa. Where in Fervid, nakaka-coin flip naman kung makakapasok nga sila ng A. That's a sure ball around. Pero pag ito Execration, bigyan mo lang ng konting oras na makapagpa-delay, makukuha talaga nila pabalik yung site na gustong nasahin dito ng Fervid. And there goes the 1-for-1, Lance and ZYK. Nagpapalitan lang ng pangalan nga dito. At, piyama ni Popcorn, binibili.
Di kasi
Bossing,
sinundan yung script.
Dinididos na tayo.
Nako po. And ayun na nga, it seems like it is a dead round, no? Despite a very nice shot galing dito kay Lance towards the player that was born in 2002. Pero ayun na nga, magpo-pause tayo dito sa laruan natin. Men, it is an equal battle between yung teams natin. Just as expected, no? I feel like before even going into this week or before even going into this set, Salvatore, we had this parang story. I had this storyline in my head na kung sino man mananalo sa dalawang teams na to, I think as much as it is group stage pa lang, ito yung magmamark kung sino yung next up. Who is gonna be the next contender para dito sa top 2 teams natin. Kasi granted no Execration, they're quite close dito sa mga matches nila up against the top 2. Fervid is also a team na you can kind of point at and say, hey, feeling ko capable naman yung mga talent sa team na to, that they can beat the best of the best. And it's kind of a test no between yung dalawang teams na to kung gaano ka, how far is the level compared sa nakita natin galing sa kanila last year.
Siguro kasi Sneaks, yung grace period ng pagbuo talaga ng teams, ang bilis kagad na nagde-deteriorate. Kasi gumana lang tong team na to ng isang taon, pwede mo pa sila makita ng isa pa. Pero the moment na, okay, di kami nakapasok ng playoffs, natalo kagad kami sa first round ng playoffs, wala na, roster change na nga kagad. I hope that's not the case for Fervid talaga. Yung stability nito as a team, makukuha mo talaga dun sa core nga nila. Dracifer, A7J, pati na nga rin kay, pati na rin siguro kay J-Kim. No? So, isama na nga rin natin si J-Kim. Kasi J-Kim is a reliable attacker, A7J, proven IGL, Dracifer, one of the few prospects na maaasahan mo talaga when it comes to anchoring and getting that mid-round calling, no? Kaya Fervid, meron na kayong roster na solido, no? Kung gusto talaga ng contender, build around dito sa gantong laruan, no? Kasi wala, kasi ang tatagal talaga na roster Virtus.pro and Stallions, that's we all know talaga. And for Execration, I do hope that's the same case for them as well, na kahit nga ba sabihin natin itong si CBN at si Fall X, matagal pa natin silang makikita, pero what is going to be the longevity now for MVA, ZYK, Justin? Magsasama pa nga rin ba sila? We need those contenders talaga, pre. Natatagal talaga hanggang sa mga susunod na taon. Kasi kung hindi, habang gagalaw kayo ng gagalaw, masira yung chemistry. At itong Stallions at Virtus.pro, walang dahilan. Walang nakikitang paraan para magpalit talaga ng roster, no? And yeah, the next contender, whoever wins the series at sino makakapasok talaga ng playoffs, at least magkakaroon nga tayo ng onting impression lang. Pero not absolute to the point na manalo tong team na to, wala na yung Virtus.pro na yan, wala na yung Stallions nga na yan. At least, we have a face value worth of impression na kahit nga ganito, Fervid and Execration, sa laban ng group stage, may nilalabas pa rin talaga silang angas, pre.
For sure. I think we can't really just stay focused no, dito sa top 2 natin, pare, as much as yun nga, Virtus.pro and itong Stallions are not gonna change anytime soon. I feel like yun nga, Execration, as much as I would like to believe na yun nga tatagal yung roster na to, I feel like the eventual question nga no para sa team na to is ayun nga, are they actually gonna get a sniper this time para sa kanila, men? Is ZYK gonna go back to his role? Pero feeling ko ngayon pa naman pare, he's still young and spry. Kaya kayang-kaya pa yan ni Aljon na medyo kaya-kaya pa ng buto niya pare. Pero at the same time, I like yung direction dito ng Fervid. Yung pagka-build nila ng team, obviously last year it was pure youth. Para sa kanila dito, it was all developmental naman. Pero when I heard about yung rumors na nagsasabi na, okay, Fervid are trying to win. Win, like literal win this year pare. So nagbuo na sila ng kanilang super team, quote-unquote, from outside of Stallions and itong VP. And yeah, I like the way the team is set up. No? Parang tamang balance lang ng youth, tamang balance lang ng experience as well. And then, yun nga, no? nandun yung randomness that is J Kim pare. Yun yung parang, let's say, X-factor nila pwede natin tawagin pare.
Yeah, paano siya napunta sa sa transition na Sunday Shrooms attacker, no? Double KD, positive palagi, ina-average niya from both summer and fall. Tapos off-season pang Fervid, no? Kung talagang kung na-develop lang talaga ni J Kim yung connection niya with Sunday Shrooms, feeling ko Sunday Shrooms pa rin siya hanggang ngayon, or Trapstar to say the least. Pero siguro ganoon lang talaga kataas yung scouting potential dito, no, ni Kuya Aris, no, na okay, si J Kim kunin niyo yan. For sure solidong attacker yan. Saan pa ba pwedeng kumuha ng attacker si Kuya Aris, no, sa Cebu? Sige nga Sneak, sige nga. Parang any
napapaisip,
attacker.
natatawa lang ako pare kasi bakit kaya napabias bigla tong si J Kim no na pumunta ng Cebu?
Ay,
Kaya pare.
Bakit kaya?
Bakit kaya or sino kaya pare?
Feeling ko kasi pre may magaling magturo, no?
Omsi.
May magaling mag-ABC, no? Pero anyways, to J Kim, buhay mo 'yan. Pero kita nga naman talaga na naging effective naman yung transition mo, no? Parang mala Aldrin lang to matches. Pero ang pinagkaiba kasi parang ang bilis ng ang bilis lang ng transition ni J Kim from Manila to Cebu. Na parang di man lang siya nahirapan dito sa environment ng Fervid, no? Compared to Aldrin, who is still yet adjusting dito sa kanyang team nga ngayon. Pero I do hope na sa gantong klaseng roster move, makita talaga natin na matagal si J Kim sa Fervid jersey, no? Kasi it's a good mix around, no? Parang ilang beses na tayo nakakita na pag Cebu talaga. Pero ngayon ka lang talaga makakita, Snicks, na Fervid, out of all the attackers, no, out of all the potential, Yobs, siguro si Skies, si Lating, si Devil, no, J Kim yung nilanding nga nila, no? At napakaangas nga naman talaga, to say the least. And I feel like that is going to be the case, no, habang lumalakas nga naman talaga ang prominence ng mga ibang bansa. Parang lumalakas talaga yung potential na hatakin natin yan, pero dito nyo paglaruin yan.
For sure. Parang pakiramdam ko nga down the line pare, baka may Rosea import na nga na mapunta sa atin dito sa dito
Virtus.pro.PHT
natin pare. Virtus.pro.PHT, Stallions Fires pare, anything is possible in the next 5 years pare. Feeling ko we are probably gonna have a very nice rivalry with the other boys from the other countries as well, and hopefully we do see a lot more flags dito pare. So ayun nga, Execration and Fervid still inaayos pa nila kung ano man kailangan nila ayusin in the background. Nagtesting lang sila na internet, nagtesting lang sila na mouse, keyboard, monitor para eksakto sa kanilang preference pare, and hopefully the teams will be running on back dito sa laruan natin, kasi knowing yung dalawa na to, knowing yung dalawang teams na to, gigil na sila pumasok ng server.
Yeah, for sure naman talaga. Kahit naman siguro no tayo, Sneak, gusto talaga makapaglaro lang din. Hindi lang tayo basta nagkakas dito ng Crossfire. Tayo din gusto rin natin makilahok na to the point na kahit nga siguro showmatch gusto nating salihan, no. Pero bago nga tayo dumako sa ating laro, no, mga bossing, pinapasalamatan ko nga pala ng Auxilium Clothing, especially no Ate Nikaya. Maraming salamat sa merch drop nga ngayon para sa amin dalawa ni Mochi, Bella Gaming, UTZ, no. At higit sa lahat, maraming salamat din pala sa ating viewers diyan na walang sawa na nanonood ng Crossfire, na kahit nga ba umabot nga tayo na madaling araw, nandiyan pa rin kayo sumusuporta sa inyong mga paboritong mga aso, no? And here we are, mga bossing, once again inside up sa base as Execration and Fervid ipagpapatuloy na nga nila. So alive round na to, Sneaks.
Fervid second mid. Medyo mabilis to pare, masyado yata mabilis. Nawala ng preno ang Execration sa second mid. At sila pa nga ang maglalabas dito sa taas pare, nasagasaan ng Fervid. Nagkamali ng detour, nagkamali ng left turn. You can't park there, sir. 3-2.
Ara. Oh, sorry. Sorry, pre. Sorry, natawa din ako. Anong i-analyze natin doon, pre? Fervid, pumasok ng second mid. Pumasok ang tatlo.
Naubos.
Patay. Naubos. Hindi ko na pwede duktungan yung kasunod doon, pre. Pero here comes MVA who gets taken down. Fervid, hindi gumana sa second mid. Dito naman tayo sa MR. A 3v2. Dracifer, if this naman galing ng passage. Oh my God! Diabolical pick. Call that a CBN pick. Isang strafe lang makakuha ka na ng golden headshot. Pero ito di mo madidiskartehan to. Dracifer, ZYK. For sure, alam mo nang may maingay dito lang sa may CR at luwag. So, ikaw na nga ang bahala ka dito at ZYK. Naging ambisyosa niya sa lalaban up against Dracifer. And here comes 2009, laban nga pala sa 1992, ZYK&D.
Nako po, narinig yata yung fake news pare. Sa kanyang balita, sa kanyang birth date. Nako ba, pinarek ka na nga, Salvatore. Pinangita na nga yung Liquipedia eh.
Dito,
Na totoong
napapalitan
totoo.
yung information yun, pre. Napapalitan yun eh. Ikaw ba
Okay,
pag pinagre-research ka ng
inaaway mo
teacher
yung-
mo?
Inaaway mo yung Rookie of the Year pare.
Super rookie yan, pre.
GYK. Super Rookie of the Year. Porket di siya naka-clutch doon dito sa last round, I think stable pa rin ang Execration now na there isn't a Fervid running dito sa second mid, running dito sa locker. So, stability, which is pretty weird dito sa mapa natin so far. That has been pretty chaotic. ZYK now inside of LR, backing up all the way to DR, no? So, pili ko gagawin ng Execration. LR control, lalabas yung ibang players, pupunta ng passage at try nila mag-B-split dito rin.
Well,
Or,
no?
second mid.
Na naman, kung isa-second mid na to, no? Knowing Fervid, pre, this has to be woods. Isa lang yung may iwan dito lang sa may second mid. Nag-second mid. Hindi ko na alam, naghahatakan na lang kayo dito, Dracifer. Pero pabalik din sila ng MR, pre. Ano ba to? Ano ba to, Fervid? Ano ba, Kuya Ari? Saan ba
Sa talito
tinuturo mo?
Napakalito ng tawag na to pare. Tama tayo sa NBA. Nako po, nagulat. Merong tatlong player na nasa loob ng LR. Yung isa naka-USP na nalilipati. HK, dalawa ang makukuha niya. ZYK Folex down. A7J traded in return ng kanyang kapatid. And it's a one-tap galing kay D. Kayang-kaya na rin yan, sabi niya dito kay CBN.
Yeah, mas kaya ko, no? At wala nang mas A7J pa kung anong ginawa nila dun sa loob ng second pick. No? Isang pick sabay punta ng MR. At naalala talaga ng Execration, yung mapait na kahapon. Kasi palagi na lang sila nirerektahan. Pero ngayon, Execration bumabawi na nga with the first 3 kills mula dito sa MR. 2 versus 4. Execration, ayaw nang magmalalim. Pero syempre, may control sila sa C4 na nakaiwan lang dito. Pero Folex, dumungaw. Wala ka ng utak para makapag-isip pa. Pinagpahinga ka na ni Lance.
Oh my God!
Lance! Nabali na ang braso mo. At hindi pa siya tapos. Lance, kakaiba ka. 2v4 by the way, naging 2v3 pa.
Oh my goodness me. Lance with a 3K out of nowhere. Yan ang gusto kong makita galing sa'yo pare. MVA. Smart play galing kay A7J. Spotting the Execration player. Pero tamang gapang ba? Tamang push na ba? MVA 1 versus 2. Lance. Tutulungan na sana si Lito pero hindi niya na kailangan ng tulong. Fervid, medyo maalat yung nangyari dito sa MR natin pare. Pero nilagyan pa nga ng seasoning dito ni Lance para balance down.
Tatlo na yung nakuha nyo yung Execration. I-hold nyo na lang yung C4 pero gumuho pa kayo. The Execration Classic. Pero napaglumaan na at napapanahon na pre. Time to push MR. Pero tinulak din kayo pabalik dito ng Fervid. 3v2 A7J. Napaka-diabolical ng pwesto mo ngayon, pre. Pero pag gumana to, yari si CYK, hindi ganun ang kaso. Kapitan laban sa kapitan. Lance the shot. Walang makaka-rotate na CYK pabalik ng kanyang RS. As now, 2v1, CBN needs to get the headshots and Lance embracing the role. Hot take, dinudurog ni Lance single-handedly ang Execration.
Lance has been frying for the past 2 rounds, men. And Execration, unfortunately, nalulunod na nga dito sa oil natin, pare. And it seems like they could not get out of the domain expansion ng ating sniper. Man, grabe naman, Lance. I mean, this is the peak na sinasabi ko, Salvatore. This is the peak that I was looking for from him specifically. No, Lance being the only player na natira galing dun sa pure youth team na kinuha ng Fervid from last year. He has something to prove. And pinuprove niya na ngayon, pare.
Sinabi lang naman natin kahapon na, or nung mga kumakailan lang Snakes, na ang kailangan lang talaga dito ni Lance is kumpiyansa, ego. Siguro din, onting confidence lang no? Kasi kung ikukumpara mo siya dun sa mga snipers nga natin, like Franz, Cetra, KLP, paminsan si ZYK, or in this case, no, si Zach, na lahat ng yun, pag pinagsama-sama mo talaga, parang hindi mo sila pwedeng pagsamahin sa isang team sa sobrang laki ng ego. Kasi nga, every fight for them is an insane one. Pero ito kasi sila parang napaka-hesitant last year. Pero ganun pa rin naman siguro nung unang 2 weeks ng ating si Masters. Pero ngayon pre, nahanap niya na yung forma niya. Pumapogi na dito si Lance. Kasi nga every fight to him is a winnable fight. Literal na kahit nga wala sa screen niya, awa ng Diyos, 4x3 yung resolution dito ni Lance. Pero nakita niya yun, naplikad niya yun. From second mid all the way to gate. Kaya ni Lance yun pre. And my goodness, Lance, pinadapa si NBA na una ang mukha. Without Dracifer, nakarating na nga dito lang sa may bid.
Hala!
Fervid! Grabe naman ang wrecking ball na opensa nga dito. Mala 4-wheeler ang dala ng Fervid.
Gusto ko as soon as nakuha ni Lance yung first pick, no? Feeling ko patalon-talon lang din si Gracie po to try and check kung sino man may tao sa labas. But as soon as he sees the kill feed, forward is the way to go para sa Fervid! And D, nakuha na ng 2, pangatlo para kay D. Justin already down, CBN, ZYK, NBA gone, Fall X na lang, napatay niya si Kim pero si D, makukuha niya ba? Mukhang hindi. Machine room push, wala nang question control dito sa Fervid.
Ngiti lang ang dala dito ni D. At alam niya kasi kung anong ginagawa niya, alam niya dinudurog niya ngayon ng Execration, wala yung sa niya, hindi mula sa akin. NBA nakakabawi na nga kahit papano kasi Execration gets a 2-for-1 trade. And my goodness naman, paano nakakalampas ang Fervid sa ganito? Hindi ba lang kayo pinagsasabihan ng mga referee? Masyadong madugas ang mga pinagagawa niyo dito sa Exe. At parating na ang Execration dito lang sa A-site.
Yun nga, ito yung tanong ng Salvatore. Did Fervid do their homework? Well, Lance will even get to answer the question, pare. Pero feeling ko si Lito, nag-homework to, pare. Pero tama ang tingin ni Aljun. Aljun, paano ka nagbintis, pare? Naglalakad na nga dun si Tropa eh. Pero si Justin, mamamatay na rin dito. Di all of a sudden, with the help of his brother, naging 2v2 pa nga ang laruan natin. Call it a brotherly clutch. Incoming, Fall X NBA. Kahanap dalawa dito sa si Kepti. Will get the trade for his brother. 12 seconds left. Fall X versus the 2 prospects. Pero sino ang mananalo? 6 seconds, 4. Wala nang oras para kay D. Fall X, he doesn't need the kill. All he needs is time.
Grabe naman yun. Kalkulado ni Fall X na yung agwat na katatayuan niya mula doon sa C4 ay hindi sapat para takbuhin ng Fervid. 8-4 a scoreline, so diabolical, di mo akalain. Execution ng kalaban ng Fervid. And NBA now with the kill, A7J ang bilis kagad. Pero ito Execration na to, hindi na ulit lumalaban ng patas. Mga nagsisiwalbangan na itong mga players ng Exe.
Yun nga, and itong si Paul, no, parang kumukuha pa ng atensyon ganit dito sa kalaban na okay, may tao ng CR, mag-A na tayo. Tracifer inside of the smoke, pero spotted agad dito ni Paul X. ZYK gustong bumawi at pinawian na nga dito si Lito, pero hindi naka-TRG, pare.
USP, the greatest weapon of all time. Mas malakas pa sa AK, M4, M60, XM10, OG, pati mga BIP na Scarlight tsaka M200 pre. Wala yung tapat dito sa side ng USP ni ZYK. Pero teka lang. Natutunan nila to sa Stallions pre. Bilisan lang daw natin para masira ang tempo ng kalaban. Lance na basa nga to. Pero Fervid, pamilyar na pamilyar sa mga ganyang galawan.
Parang Execration pa yata nasiraan ng tempo dito, Salvatore. Masyado silang nagmadali and the BPM is too fast para sa kanila. The steps confusing. Pero Fervid, most of the map, nasa kamay pa naman nila. Mas priority nila na dumikit na lang dito sa may CR shutter side ng mapa kaysa naman dito sa LR. close proximity with the teammates. A7J nakarating na nga ng 2F. Pero CBN, tama ba ang tingin? Tama ang tingin. But he is looking for the secondary player, but he is spotted by a second player. Kapatid pa ka dito ni D, or kapatid pa ka dito ni Lito nakahanap sa'yo. Pero si D will not trade his brother just yet. A7J down, Fall X. Sinuting squad na lang pare. Magpasa na lang siya sa LR. 9-5 FERVID. Almost ceiling sa base.
O pre, Execration, mali pa ata ang pinasukan nyo na liga. Kasi muntik na kayong batuan dito ng FERVID pre. O, tinan mo naman pre. Map pick ng Execration at wala nang mas AA7J pa kung anong ginagawa nila sa LR. Justin namumulit dito sa may passage. And he gets the kill. CBN. What a 180 by CBN. D and Lance natitira. Ang tagapagtanggol kahit papano may hininga pa. Justin hindi makaka-fade away. Hindi kasi Kobe kaibigan. Pero nakatayo pa rin ang FERVID dito lang sa sarili nga nilang RS. Inaantay na lang nila makapasok ang X eh.
Lance though, still could be a factor kung bakit di sila makakapasok sa site. A, flashed already. Sikip, not the best angle no, para dito kay Lance. Pero gusto niya yatang kunin itong si CBN on that first swing. Pero walang magpipikan sa X sa kanan dito ng missile. So, careful gameplay. Galing dito sa X and D. Siya naman ang papasok dito sa may vent side. That flash is needed. Pero may nakarating na woods dito and will confirm that there is no one on the backside. CBN nakapatong literal dito sa C4. Pero spotted na nga sa loob ng site. NBA Justin getting the last two with the flank. 6 and 9. Di pa tapos ang labanan. Dito pa yung Execration.
Yan ang retake talaga, no? FERVID, kita naman talaga natin composure nga nila. Pero mas wala nang malupit pa sa ginawa ng Execration sa 2v3 nga na yun. And they played absolutely passive. Execration, di ko alam kung maganda nga to. Dracifer, pero si NBA, alam niya yung angulo na yan, pre. Yeah. Good try para nga dito sa FERVID para makuha kagad nila yung early control. Pero Execration is well aware sa mga fights nga na ganito. Kasi nga FERVID really wants to get a dent dito sa map pick ngayon ng Execration. They're doing everything. Nagbubukha mang desperado pero I'm seeing the potential na pag nakuha ni Dracifer yun, yari na yung buong outer ng Exe.
For sure, 1-for-1 yun pare. Magpupush dito si D at si J Kim para mag-sandwich sila dito sa outside. Would have been potentially the set ending play para nga dito sa FERVID. Pero nawalan ng buhay dito si Dracifer. Ano ngayon ang natargetin dito ng Execration? A lot of options dito sa mapa, honestly. Second mid, MR, passage, pwede rin pasukan dito. Pero kailangan maging careful ni ZYK. Doesn't want to get shot early dito sa LR. You don't want to make it a 4 versus 4. 7-day! Nakita dito ni Justin. Masyadong nagsaya dito sa outside. 3 versus 5 na agad yung laruan natin.
Aljon, wala ka bang rifle magazine? 27 na lang yung reserva ng M14 mo. Kakaspam mo. Parang kalma lang bossing, no? Wala mo pa rin magtipid ng bala. Palibasa kasi, no? Lahat kasi ng parte ng subbase, puro gawa sa papel eh. Kaya ganun eh, no? So, saan ka makakita pre? Sa taon ng 2026, ZYK umi-entry? Mali mo gumana? O baka split lang talaga to? Si Polex talaga ang tunay na attacker. D, nagmamalalim at pumutok ang sentido dito ni MVA sa layo ng liag dito ni D. Polex, quick trade. Lance, hinahanap na nga yung mabilisang pwesto nga dito kasi nakapasok na ang kabuuan ng Execration. J. Kim na likuran ni ZYK. What a round for Execration. Read after read. At hindi aware ang FERVID. They need a breather, pre.
Di na ako nagulat sa ganito. Salvatore, nararamdaman ko na yung timeout galing sa FERVID kasi nararamdaman na rin ni Nice Katol na okay, we are pushing a bit too hard. Masyado tayong, paano ba sabihin to? Thirsty para tapusin ang laruan natin, pare. And we kind of forgot what the default looked like, no? Para nga dito sa FERVID. So FERVID now kind of stuck in a trap. It was very similar sa mga teams nga ni A7J and ni Dracifer and, you know, yung prior teams nila dati, which is they get so caught up sa pagkapanalo ng round na parang pagdating ng next one person wants to be the hero, the other one wants to end things immediately. Kailangan talaga ng may mag-stabilize sa kanila dito. And I think this is the attempt galing kay Nice Katol. Kasi obviously hindi nila pwede madaliin to. Hindi nyo pwede madaliin yung Execration. That is what ZYK wants. And once na mag-grasp nila yung concept na yun, pwede sila manalo. Pero si ZYK, lest you forget pare, this is not the only brotherly thing dito sa series natin na kailangan niyang mag-isip at kailangan niyang mag-isip na mabuti kasi kalaban niya ang kanyang kapatid sa coaching role dito sa kabilang side ng server pare. So, it's 3 brains working up against, let's say dito sa Exe, like 2.5.
Sinong Alde nga ba ang mas matimbang nga dito? No, yung Alde na nagtatawag habang naglalaro o yung Alding nagtatawag pagkatapos ng laro para makapag-mappings, mabigyan ng leksyon tong mga players ng FERVID, no? Let us know guys, heart reacts para sa isang Alde at like react para sa isang Alde. O, di ba? Hindi nyo alam kung sino doon. Pero kasi no, going back to serious business talaga, if there is any player na kailangan talaga mag-step up kayo, no, it's definitely CYK. Kasi this is a full-on effort para sa kanya kung paano nga ba mag-isip ang isang Aris, no? Paano nga ba niya pagaganahin tong timeout na to as much as possible? Is it going to be a rush na naman para sa second mid? O re-rectahin na lang talaga nila dito lang sa may A? At second mid ata ang gusto ng FERVID nga dito. Actually, hindi. Gusto na lang nila mag-boost dito lang sa may events. Walang tao sa B. Lahat nasa A. A7J now with a huge pick. Pero Polex, mabilis ka agad na palitan. Polex, nakarating na nga na CR. Ila nawawala na hangin nila. FERVID saves the day. Pero dalawa kayong duguan dito ni JKM na ako na 1v2.
Oh! Almost getting 2 gamit yung HE. Pero si JKM, kapit patalim lang dito sa side. Katabi niya na ang C4. Pero wala nang pasabog dito sa CBN. So it has to be a face-to-face fight between him and JKM. JKM, iniisip niya pa rin na nasa CR pa rin si Cloyd. Pero pwede siyang umikot. Pwede siyang umikot all the way into CR. And paabot pa ka siya dito. And if he turns around just in time, pwede pa to. Pero si CBN, he's got the read. Walang tao sa site. Isa lang ibig sabihin yan. Umiikot si Kim, pero iikot ang mundo para dito kay CBN. May basa ka nga. Pero mas malaki ang libro ni J. Kim FERVID with a plot twist win dito sa sub-base map.
Kanya-kanyang revolusyon ng utak, braso, pati gulang nga din. CBN, kaya mo magbasa, pero marunong gumawa ng obra dito si JK Pre. 6 HP? Walang iya. CBN, marunong ka mag 180 ng mabilis, pero dun sa mga oras na yun, di ka naka 180 kaagad. Ay, nako, na miscalculations for Execration, the overestimation ng sarili nga nilang lakas dito sa loob ng sub-base na akala ata nila magiging madali will be the downfall of Exe. At nandito nga natin yon nakita, no, sneaky FERVID. Huge W, no? Well-deserved nyo nga yun kasi kung sino man nagtatawag na lahat na lang ng rushes dito gawin natin sa GR, kailangan mo talaga ng taas ng sahod, pre.
Yun nga, men. Isa lang yung may sagot doon, pare. And it is 100% si A7J na tumawag ng A-Gamble dito, pare. Kasi that was a very, very lito call. And honestly, that is what they needed. No? Masyado ng common na nakikita natin galing sa kanila. We needed something weird. And something weird we definitely got, pare.
Eto, pre, nakakalito yung binabato dito ng FERVID. Pero nakuha nga nila yung panalong yon. Anong props naman ang ilalabas dito ng aking kapatid El kasama ang kanyang host na dito na si Mochino? Kaya panels, take it away.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters and dude El. Alam mo, yung buong laro, close, diba? Saktuhan lang yung cortisol level ko eh. Nung dumating yung ilang segundong naiiwan bago matapos yung mapa ng sub-base, biglang gumanon yung cortisol ko, dude. Doon na stress. Nung feeling ko, iniisip ni CBN, nasan nga ba itong si J. Kim? Hindi niya ina-expect na tama na pala yung gut feeling niya. Nasa harap niya na pala. Oh my gosh, this game is insane.
Paikot-ikot lang tayo dito sa ating mapa, no? Pero I have 3 cards for you here, Mochi. And from what they say, it's A7J, right? So may meaning yan, no? A for Aris yung coach nila. maganda yung timeout timing. As a coach myself, I respect that. Pero it came down to the wire, no? 7, no? But 7. Kasi 7 lang ulit yung rounds na nakuha ng ating execration dito. And yung J, sino ba tumapos? Si J. Kim. Di ba? Napagaling ng ating mga baraha. Pwede na magtarot. Pero going to the highlights, Mochi. I feel like, Mochi, this execration, hindi nila mabawi sa base
Yep, hindi talaga nila mabawi. No? I mean, kahit pa paano nakahabol naman sila, pero the moment that they decided to do that, it's already a bit too late. Especially, no, na kung ano bang niluluto nila dito, especially how they were able to actually press itong mga membro natin dito. Parang hirap sila na sumapaw pabalik, no? Lalong-lalo na parang pinagdiskitahan ba naman nga nila A7J, nila D, nila J, lahat sila actually, no? And unfortunately here for Execration, parang kailangan nila ng kaunting salon pa siguro after point of a very treacherous journey dito sa mapa ng South Base natin. And well played talaga, no? Kasi kung usapang game sense lang naman, kahit na meron naman ito si Execration, mas lamang talaga at mas sharp ang paggawa din dito ng ating team from FERVID. Congratulations for taking such of a well-deserved map. Not to mention that this has also been chosen by Execration as well. And look at the stats here from D! Oh my gosh, 26 kills, 18 headshots. Single digit
2016, 2017, LeBron James no, yung galawan. Talagang hindi naman sa no help. Pero there's a player and then there's a star player, no? With the lead of his kuya, talagang okay yung pinapakita ditong abante ni D. And I would just assume na kahit sabihin natin si Folex on the other side is trying his best with 16 kills and 13 headshots of his own.
Yes.
Well, kailangan lang talaga ng FERVID na ilabas dito si Dino, yung alas ng ating FERVID squad with a 2.89 KD, 1.44 kills per round, and a 0.69 headshot per kill. Very amazing from this young player natin, and also helpful in terms of the utility, di ba? Hindi lang siya yung basta baril ng baril, hindi lang siya yung nauuna. He knows his timings, he knows how to help the team, and it's also impactful na minsan siya yung nagsiset up para sa team niya. Hindi lang siya laging nauuna, minsan siya din yung panapos.
Yeah, exactly, no? I feel like I am seeing a bit of adjustment galing din dito, KD, kung paano siya at certain times, no, hindi lang siya yung puro, okay, di go kill, hindi na siya ganon. There's already some sort of adjustments na pag kailangan ng pansalo, present din siya. Which is great. Kasi kahit paano, we're already seeing him not only just flexing all of the aggression na meron siya and how matindi ang kanyang accuracy, but somehow there is already this certain growth that is away from just fragging, no, dito sa side ni D. And in this next map, no, I am pretty curious what will happen. Kasi ito naman yung pick ni FERVID. Might be for Execration, alam nila paano sila mag-operate dito, no? And we'll see if it will be prolonged or not. At kung meron ding bang ipapakitang mga bagong gamit itong kasama ko. Kasi grabe, no? May mga pa-props din pala ito si Coach. Kaya ngayon, magpapahinga muna kami saglit at kami ay magbabalik. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakuputukan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
At tayo ay nagbabalik pa rin sa laban ng Execration at Fervid. Oh, God forbid, no? Na 2-0 sila ng Fervid. Ewan ko na lang talaga, men, kung mangyari man yun. Execration, this is not gonna be good.
Alam mo ano kailangan nila, Mochi? Mystery Mouse Katul. Yung Mystery Mouse Katul natin ngayon, can opener. Alam mo bakit? Kailangan nilang buksan yung laman ng kanilang stratbook dito. Kasi bukod sa stratbook, no, yung mental, feel ko may something ngayon sa utak ng Execration na tumatak from their losses sa VP at SS na naki-carry over nila ngayon na medyo personal and medyo madikit sa puso nila yung laban na to. Kaya kailangan can-opener, buksan natin yung puso't isipan ng mga Execration players na yan para ma-focus nila yung laruan nila dito laban sa Fervid. Kasi pang top 3 na yung ano nila, yung galawan nila, they need to stay there. Pero sinasabi ng Fervid, no, kilala namin kayo. Pwede namin kunin yan and ganun namin tatapusin yung regular season namin.
And I feel like this the best way to break out of it, no? Na ipakita mo na hindi ikaw yung inaakala nilang kung sino ka. Kaya naman ilapag na natin ito sa ating mga casters. Tawagin na natin si Salvatore and si Sneaky Frog.
Ikaw, Sticky, tatanungin kita, ba't mo ipambubukas ng libro ang can opener no? Parang jellyfish siya, gubat lang yan, pre. Di ko alam paano magluto itong si Ella, pero for sure, no, may magagawang hapunan dito ang Execration bilang pambawi man lang, no, sa mga nangyari sa loob nga ng subbase, yung new compound nga, definitely hindi to bago para nga sa kanila despite adding the new first in compound, no? At kung maalala mo, last year Sneaks, eto nga pala yung mapang kinuha ng dating Execration laban nga sa Pacific, no, as our opener ng regionals. And if Fervid, if there's any time para gumawa ng isang malupit na eksena dito ang Fervid, kunin nyo ulit yung mapa ng new compound dito para lahat tayo namamahinga na, no, Fervid?
Let's go farther back, pare. Let's go farther back all the way to TS. Kasi kung maaalala natin, Compound was also one of the maps na that team was also kind of good at, no? Sila yung nagpauso ng random CA aggression na I didn't even think was possible in the first place, no? So, napapaisip ako, kanino kaya mapupunta yung lakas na yun? Mapupunta ba dito sa Execration with a 7 days time on there of obviously and imparting his knowledge, no, dito sa mga ibang players? Or is it gonna go in the way dito ng Fervid? It will be an interesting thought experiment itong new compound natin. Fervid ngayon dito sa BL side, Execration nasa GR side at what will be the priorities? 1-1-3 para dito sa Fervid and a 3-2 technically.
So, yung dalawa.
Comes muna. Okay. Dito daw, sabi ng Fervid, atake na lang no? Dito naman tayo sa LB, Storby. Minamatahan na nga nila yung dito. Kasi papasok na nga sila doon. CBN nakatayo lang. Si CYK nasa gilid. Lance papasok na. Kung saan siya papunta. Lance now makakuha na nga ng control. And he gets another kill. Lance with an entry gamit ang Arctic.
Yun nga, is Justin ang hulog na dito sa B-side that he will be taking 2 with him or 1 with him. Nakita na natin si Justin at si MBA and Lance will get the last one. Nakala ko may onting laban pa dun yung Execration, no? Kung nakababa pa siguro dito si Justin, provided a bit more disruption. Pero alam mo naman yun, Salvatore, pag nahulog na yung dalawang B players, it's likely na B-site na ang taking.
Naman tayo ng mga tao. Execration, bobomba tayo ng conmid pero wala naman kayong kasama. Kada paling ng camera may namamatay na tao. Ganyan lang talaga kataas yung level ng galit ng Fervid at Execration sa isa't isa. CYK nilason, naglabas ng Racumin dito. At si JK Matracifer ng isay.
Ng CYK naparilo pero rinig na rinig dito ni Lance. Binigyan pa nga siya ng onting mamon dito sa B-site natin. And A7J from all the way in A-site 2F pare. Nakakuha pa nga ng isa dito pero alam ni Justin na separated ang dalawang players. So the C4 must be in the hands of one of these two. Problema nga lang, Justin could get the instant kill dito kay A7J. So they do have existing information kung nasa na last player. Pero tignan mo si dito. Nag-iba ng position just right under tower. And what a nice repo para kay A7J starting off on the A site. Napa-ending na nga dito sa main. But at the same time, Fervid, feeling ko just pushing Execration back dito sa kanilang depensa as much as possible. Pero according dun sa body language ni Dracifer, gusto talaga nilang kunin yung first pick and attract that first pick.
Execration, binigay na nga sa inyo yung GR, pero parang DGR yung nilalaro yun, no? Nakukulangan tayo sa reactions na binabato talaga ng Fervid, knowing na alam niyo naman talaga paano kumilis ka dito ang Fervid. Kino-coin flip nyo nga lang naman talaga every step of the way yung mga rounds. Therefore, Execration, the best time possible for you to play retake is right now, no? Pero anchor position pa rin talaga yung gustong kunin ng mga players dito ng Exe, and you cannot blame them. They want that early pick pre para makapanira nga ng Congo line ng Fervid. Kasi the moment that Fervid will be able to get the first blood, magpapatong-patong na yan pre. At makakapwesto na si A7J for the lurk. Dracifer magtatawag na nga ng smoke and flash. And then the attackers will do the attacking duty. Justin, what a diabolical pick mula sa flash ng kanyang kakampi. Justin gets 2 players. Lance makakuha ng pamalit dito, but it's a 4v3 man disadvantage for Fervid. Pero pre, wala silang sinusunod na batas. Pabatas-batas pa kayo. Eh, batas yung atas dito ng Execration na para sa kanila ang depensa ang pwedeng sumagot dito ngayon. A7J gets taken down. CBN with the double headshot. Fall X. Nakakita ka na ba ng Lance na corner? Grabe naman yung Execration with a sandwich play.
2-1 and finally a response galing dito sa Execration, no? But at the same time, it's a bit too straightforward para dito sa Fervid team natin. Feeling ko pas hindi nila nakuha yung early footing dito sa B-site and kinda just tried to push through dito nga sa main lane. Prepared yung Execration for that exact thing, pero pagdating naman pabalik dito ng B-site natin, Justin CBN already 2 down, J Kim the out of the equation, pero si Dracifer dumiretso ng mid, then diretso ng A-site. Si A7J nagkaroon pa ng ideya na awayin yung LB kahit yung C4 nasa A-site na pare. And Lance, papapalipat na lang. He has to do some heavy work dito, min.
Kaso masyadong mabigat naman yun, no? Dracifer and Lance. May potential nga kayo na dumurog nga ng mga bungo. And Lance now will be able to get it. Grabe naman talaga ang USP paghawak ng isang player. Di mo akalain na nagmumukha nga tong HK Dracifer. Pinangratol na nga. Now MVA still yet to make a kill. Pero ini-stick na nga pre. MVA! Robbery in broad daylight. As Fervid, hindi nyo naisip yun pre. As they say it in the business, pros don't pick.
Aray mo. Grabe naman yun. Yung masakit pa doon, Salvatore, si Dracifer nag-plant na pare. So, he knew exactly where it was. Problema nga lang, merong napakalaking pader dito sa baba ng buwet na nakaharang doon. Pero si Lanzo na mahuhulog para sa kanyang team. J-Kim spotting Justin dito sa may mid-side pero hindi pa tapos mag-away dito ang Execration. Ayaw nilang bitawan ng mid. Dracifer down D with the response as well. Naku po, nagkakabangayan na nga yung dalawang teams natin sa may mid-side pero bumaparil na naman si D. Finding JYK. 2 versus 3. Di pa tapos ang labanan dito. Stuck sa CR ang dalawang last 2 players. Oh my goodness me.
Pre, na-ecoms na nga nila dito yung 2F. Masyado na nga mahirap to. At yan ang pinakalibreng paraan para makasmoke bang dito ang Fervid. A7J and J Kim joining forces. Grabe nga naman Execration. Parang natatagalan na naman tayo sa pag-react ng mga plays ng Fervid. And now, the constant rotation ng Fervid ang kinamamatay ng Execration during the mid-round.
Sheer speed talaga ng Fervid sa pag-take na makaside. As soon as nagsimula na X, you really have to be on your toes pagdating sa comms and pagdating sa shooting as well, no? Kasi di simpleng push ang ginagawa dito ng Fervid, pare. It's all weird timings, it's all weird angles ang kinukuha nila. And Lance, nako po, nag-diving papasok sa TRT dito ng ZYK, pero si CBN spotted sa boxes. Patay na nga dito ni J. Kim. However, nawalan din ng buhay dito si D. Thanks to that headshot, Tracifer. You have to get a pick and that he does. Fall X down, GYK. Nakita na si J. Kim. C4 na iwan sa CA. Pero kung makuha ni Tracifer yung dalawang players na nasa loob ng B-side, posible pa to.
Possible indeed, no? Wala naman tayong pinagdududahan for Execration's ability to hold down a site. Siguro ng mga nakaraang rounds lang at tanging oras ang kalaban dito ni MVA. Kung matimingan nga siya ni A7J. Dracifer with the chip damage. Already 1 HP kaya si A7J na lang ang natitirang hero dito.
Piso.
Oh my goodness, si CYK na piso pa. Pero Arctic naman yung hawak na pre. Pero A7J hindi nga nire-respeto ka ito at pinaglaruan talon-talon gamit ang USP jumping lason para kay A7J. Execration. Parang hindi sila nakakapaglaro ng crossfire ng maayos pre.
At sakit dun para kay Aljon, pare. Dumaplis dun sa pader yung sniper shot niya kaya 70 lang yung bawas. Oh my goodness. And the shots as well, galing kay Dracifer, man. That guy was 1 HP. Pero nakapatay pa siya ng isa sa 2F and got passive damage. Dito kay ZYK, and speaking of the devil, Dracifer, mapapabalik siya ng CA. Onting tap lang, onting damage lang galing kay MVA. Bit of mid presence galing sa Exe to try and investigate kung saan ba talaga papunta tong Fervid. Pero no realistic setups yet para dito sa FB.
Okay, Execration. Nasa inyo na nga yung pinaka-buenas na side. Hindi naman ito yung compound 3. Pero siguro ganun lang talaga kataas yung antas ng Fervid nga dito, no, Snicks. Now when it comes to attacking, wala silang nakikitang kahinaan, wala silang nakikitang mali pag nirarush na nila lahat ng mga angulo, no? Kasi kaya naman nilang ipanalo yung mga duelo. Justin nilason dito si Dracy pero with the CR position. A7J, paano nakapasok ng zitong mga to? Inubos na nga lang nila ang depensa ng Execration na lahat ng miyembro ng Exe nakababa ang kamay at hindi handa pumaslang. CBN kukuha ka ng isa, D with a 180 over to Justin, gets the angle. Jakim not fighting fair. Gamit ang usok, pinaslang si CBN. Fervid with the largest lead so far.
Grabe si Dracy. Pero naman, nakala mo may Berserker's Call na napatingin lahat ng players dito ng Execration sa kanya. And it feels like the distraction is working, pare. Kasi pag di mo napatay agad si Dracy, he will kill 2 of your players instantly, pare. So, attention has to be put sa kanya 100%. Pero tingnan mo naman si Dre. Oy! Boss, yung C4, boss. Baka gusto niyo drop, boss. Kasi ikaw mauuna dito, boss. Pero ito ba talaga yung plano? Salvi, ipasok ang C4 agad sa A-site, ipaplant sa corner? No way. Okay,
no way gumana, no? Okay, sabi ni A7J, magpasok na tayo dito sa loob. Tas iwan isa. Bantay lang tower kasi lusubin namin to kahit may smoke pa. Sinabi ni A7J yan, pre. Either global silence man to, pre, o requiem ang magagawa ni Justin. Piso na nga lang siya. Pero hindi niya nakikita na yung buhay niya. Isang malaking hadlang. Triple para kay Justin. What a prodigy you are. 3v1. A7J na nagtawag ng isang diabolical call sa may exit, pre. Nakita mo na nga nag-iisa at nangingisay. Paul X nag-lock na nga ng crosshair nga dito and my goodness, Execration. Baliwan na lang to, pre.
Grabe, Fervid with the most RM call possible na pare. Smoke niyo yung corner dito ng A and then doon kayo mag-plant men doon sa pinakasagad ng corner. Pero, knowing kasi yung bomb area dito sa compound to, no? Di ba wala na doon? So,
sa 3 wala na eh.
Sa 3 wala na. So, I wouldn't know na what Fervid was putting doon sa round na yun. Pero, if it did work, it would be man yung problema ka lang. It kind of provided yung space para kay Justin dito sa C2 na mag-left-right lang pare para makuha talaga yung players. So, would have been a good idea if nakuha na nila isa. And speaking of isa pare, J. Kim una mahuhulog para dito sa Fervid. They are still actively looking para dito kay CBN pero tamang gapang lang siya dito sa smoke.
O CBN, kanina mo pa nilalaro yun, pre. Nakakalimutan mo ata na yung M14, malakas yung tagus niyan na parang may nalaman lang. 36 HP, wala nang magagawa dyan si CBN and he gets taken down. Justin, good anchor, gets the headshot. Grabe yung pagugol niya ng oras sa FFA New Gris, pre. 200 kills ba naman, kaya handa na siya sa mga ganyang klaseng aksyon. CYK, bakit mo pinapalampas yung curve, pre? Anong ginagawa nga natin? Pwedeng makapasok dito yung Fervid, pero ang laki ng tiwala mo kay Justin, pre, ha? Literal na one player anchor lang to, Sticks.
Fully aware naman si Justin about yung limits ng kanyang smoke dito sa EB. Spotted si D. I don't think Justin should be peeking right now, pare. Feeling ko kinda wanna keep it as quiet as possible dito sa B-side. Especially may sniper dito, men. Baka malay mo may mag-peek ng frame na masyado yata matapang dito. Pero B-site ang kukunin ng Fervid. Last 3 players have finally decided. Nandito na sila papunta. ZYK with the first shot. Di nakita si ZYK. Justin getting one in return. Pero magsasayaw naman sila dito sa baterya. Pero mas maganda ang samba ni Justin. And there it is, the 5-4. And pantay lang ang labanan natin, men. I mean, low-key, we did expect this, Harvey. Kasi yung compound yung mapa and both of them know how to play this.
Indeed, no? At the highest level pa. Na hindi lang basta compound, favorite map namin yan. Literally, mappings 100%. At alam naman nating strict to dyan, si Kuya Aris. At wala nang mas iba pang alam na new compound na mapa kundi ang Execration, no? Kasi syempre, no? Vietnam, balita ako para sa kanila ang new compound. Yun ang Black Widow. Para sa atin, no? And, for Execration, gusto nga talaga nila kasi tumapat sa level ng mga international teams, no? And if you don't have that good compound tulad nga ng Rock Esports o kaya tulad na lang ng Nemesis, yari ka talaga, no? Kaya Execration, pinagpapabuti nga nila na lahat ng rounds dito, no? Kahit may nabubuo nga silang mga strat nga, no? So kahit nga medyo magulo yung pag-a-anchor nga nila, ang bilis ng recovery talaga ni Justin at ZYK, which was definitely the MVPs of those sequences. Kaya Fervid, kailangan nyo na nga pagbutihin din yung depensa nyo nga ngayon, pero kita mo na nagpupumalit pa rin sila ng early pick. Pero titigas na ulo.
Grabe. Huwag natin kalimutan vitality, pare. Alam mo naman si Horus, siya yung hari ng pag-take ng store A no matter what, eh. So, titignan natin kung kaya nga makapantay ang mga kasama natin dito. Pero si Angelito, tamang tago lang sa smoke, tamang labas na nga. Wala nang cover, wala na nga siyang info kung sino man na nasa kabilang side. CBN getting one in return, pero meron ng information ang Fervid na may paparating dito sa B-side. Pero wala pang confirmation kung di ba talaga lalapag ang C4.
Paano? Yan isang malaking katanungan, no, for Execration. Kasi, diba pre, namate ata sila dito lang sa may convid kasi kulang yung kinuha nila doon sa may LB, no? So di lang sila basta-basta pwede makapasok ng CB na may daladalang C4. So masyadong risky. Malaki naman kasi yung respeto nila dito kay D na out of 7 kills, 6 headshots na nga pala yan. Dracifer, bakit ka nagtawag ng flash? Teka lang, bossing. Oras na para magdepensa kasi natitipid na nga lang yung oras dito. Tsaka ka pa nagtawag ng pa-flash. Here comes the 3v3. Kailangan nyo nga talagang i-delay ng sobra-sobra dito ang Execration. Lance now with the kill. Folex with the one tap. At Folex, kailangan mo na nga tumakbo. Itanim mo na kay C4 kasi 10 seconds na lang ang natitira. Bago nga mag-countdown at bilang na lang ang oras mo sa mundo. Folex, Lance now with the jumping lason na naman para sa Fervid. Parang mala crossfire nga talaga yung nakikita natin para sa Fervid.
Grabe. And yung isang shot na yun, no, dito ni Lance para makuha dito si CYK. Hindi ko yun yung pinaka-importante sa buong retake dito naman. Eliminating the only possibility of Execration catching both EB players dito. Pero Lance naman ang magpapasakit dito sa Exe with the pick-off dito kay Justin. Dracifer magpipeak. Mali ang U-turn dito ni NBA. Akala ko si Dracifer pa mamamatay doon, but the flashes low-key wasted para sa Execration. Dami nilang nades sinapon, pero wala silang nakuhang map control dito, pare.
Grabe naman talaga. Fervid, meron ba talagang buff yung pagsisid sa tubig, pre? Nasa resort kasi, pre. Wala tayo magagawa dyan. Pero ZYK, parang gusto ata painitin yung tubig nga dito ng Fervid para di nga sila makabuelo nga kaagad. Execration. Finally, a resurgence na gusto nga nilang kunin tong EA nga na to, pero si Lance nakabantay. Gonna get one. Ang bilis makatakas. Pero Lance still alive at may gana ka pa talagang mag-re-engage. What a re-hit by Lance. He is now fully activated. Sneaky. 16 and 7. Kumpiyansa lang ang kailangan. Lance, yan ang kanyang baon nga ngayon. What a play by FERVID for a diabolical entry. D with the kill to finish it off at pinower bomb lang ng FERVID yung round na yun pre. Execration, binilangan ng 3 at T nakabangon.
Grabe, si Lance parang gusto yata mag-CCN pare, ayaw na maging LUHNS, parang gusto niya na maging MVP dito sa laruan natin men, kasi last map pa siya ganito. 16-8 para kay Lance, finally meeting his full potential. But speaking of potential, potentially may mamamatay sa mid and it is gonna be Justin. JK mamamatay na rin, 1 for 1. So 4 versus 4, tamang opening situation lang. Parang ano to eh, parang it's like a greeting in CROSSFIRE Philippines na may mag-push ng mid and parehong magkakil dito men.
Oh my god pre. Execration, kulang kayo sa RM boost, no? Itong FERVID kasi yung mga yan familiar sa kanila lahat ng mga nangyayari sa loob nga ng RM eh. Kaya A7J, hindi ko alam anong pinagmumulan na itong pag-iisip mo ngayon, pero akala mo naman pre, no, sa team na akala mo on paper gumagawa lang ng gulo, no? Para happy to be here na team, kung anong maisip natin, yun na yun. Gumagana para kay A7J, no? Out of all the teams.
The TS
paano nyo napalampas?
The TS macro.
Paano nyo napalampas to pre? Nakalapas sila ng Convid. At pwede nga nilang lasunin yung mga LB players ng Execration. A7J, masyado ka maingay. Pero ingay nga ang ibubugad dito ni A7J. MVA now taken down.
Wala,
paano
trap na
nakalampas yun? Sabi ni Matt.
Trap na sila pare. I think even if mabigay tong B-site, okay lang makaisang pick dito si Lance. Pwede pa to, and there is the pick. CPN will fall down. Lance don't have to repick anymore pare. Meron sana kayong presence dito sa EB, pero di pa sila makakalapag ng C4. Meron tatlo na nasa likod nyo. ZYK planting safe. Right decision. Fallex getting A7J. Tatry nilang gulatin yung planter, pero di man lang nagulat ang XCD. Through the smoke, getting one. Pero si ZYK makakakuha ng dalawa! Oh my goodness me! Don't reach Youngblood, sabi dito ni ZYK.
Masyado ka bang bata, pre? Anong experience? Anong bata, pre? Wala pang silid na pwedeng lumaki. Dito, mga bata, dito muna kaming mga veterano. What a shot by ZYK. At grabe nga naman, ZYK, na parang gusto na ngang maging MVP. Diyos ko naman. FERVID getting shut down is one of the weirdest ways na pwedeng mangyari doon sa loob ng B-site na yun, pre. Granted na nakapasok nga sila ng Convid at CB, sila pa yung nadehado nga doon. At FERVID, that was your only shot para ma-shutdown yung momentum dito ng Execration. Pero ano na ang susunod yung pagkakataon dito lang sa A-entry nga na to.
Ako po, Drazifer catching the sickest timing at walang nakabantay dito sa long. Malaking pagkakamalian dito ni Aljon, man. He was supposed to be the guy holding the corner para sa kanyang teammate. J. Kim will be the one down, pero i-bailout na dito si Drazifer. A7J mamamatay kay Justin. Sandwich na nga si Dre, pero hindi pa siya mamamatay sa long. Justin, known entity dito sa C2. Drazifer getting his second one. Alam ba nila kung nasa na last player? CBN being the lurk, now the clutcher para dito sa Exe.
Now down to the 1v2. FERVID. Paano nangyayari to? Hindi dapat ganito, dapat pumapalya, pero pinapagana. Now Drazifer, siya pa yung nanalo doon, pre, napisuhan pa. Si Drazifer, what a flat armor ang nagagawa ng may birthday talaga, no? FERVID, 2 rounds na lang para mapatumba ang Execration na kami ang tunay na ikatlo.
Grabe, ang laking reality check to, Salvatore, para sa Execration. It seems like there is someone aiming, gunning para sa third spot nyo. A7J! Nakita na si ZYK at si CBN, the lurk, the sniper down. Nako po, Justin gustong kumorner pero siya pa nga nguhulog. Nako po, Execration ng kanda, watak-watak na nga ang playbook. Pinunit-punit na nga ng FERVID ang chance nyo para makuha sa round na to. C4 is down as well, men. Might as well call it.
Di na gumagana yung can opener dito ng Execration, pre. Di nila mabuklat yung strat book nila. At FERVID constantly reading the map. Fall X1. Can he get the second? Dalawa nga ipupush nga sa kanya. MVA na lason. Fall X lumalaban pa nga rin kasi kumpleto pa naman ang braso pero pinapiraso siya dito ni A7J. 9-5, oras ng trabaho pero gusto nang umuwi ng Fervid.
Grabe, Fervid. Granted, this would mess up yung predictions ko pero wala na ang pake. Pero wala na rin pake dito si Lance sa nararamdaman ng Execration. 2 picks mid, J-Kim getting MVA, Fall X 13 HP. Tinitignan din ang kanyang kakampi. May naghihingi na siya ng tulong pero wala nang paparating kahit mahulog ang kutsara para sa Execration. And with only 3 left alive, hindi na, para life support na si Paul, pare, si ZYK at si CBN, naka-rifle na. I mean, kung maka-miracle headshot tong si CBN, pwede pa, pero miraculo na hinahanap natin para sa Exe eh.
Hindi na umiikot dito ang barena ng Execration, pre. Ang umiikot yung mga sarili nga nilang utak, nalilito na sila, pre. Wala nang magawa ang Execration sa mga gantong klaseng senaryo. Oo, nakuha na nga ni Folex yung Arctic, pero ano na ang susunod? Wala na tayong pick na nakukuha kasi tinatago na nga ng Fervid yung sarili nga nila because they want to play for sight. Last ditch effort Execration, nasa inyo ang bola. Siguraduhin nyo na babank nga to para makuha nyo ang puntos. Dracifer playing passive still. J-Kim nakabuelo pa rin. Walang nagmamatsyag sa Fervid. Pero eto na nga ang last play. Dracifer nakuha na nga. Folex na lang nga natitira. Nasaan ka na para makapagseremonyas na ang Fervid? What a 2-0 Fervid shuts down Execration.
Well, Fervid, safe to say pare na they did come into day 14 with a objective in mind, and that is to remove Execration galing sa kanilang throne bilang the next big contender right behind Stallions and right behind VP. And finally, men, some sweet catharsis para dito kay A7J at kay Dracifer. One of their first big hurdles no dito sa ating Masters, or one of the last hurdles actually dito sa Masters for the side of Fervid, and they did very well. And not just that, pare, Lons, a man possessed for 2 games straight, pare.
Ang paghigante sa mga dati kong kakampi, Lance. What a series for you. Pero si A7J, pre, yan talaga ang mas malakas na ngaw-ngaw wala dito kay Angelito, no? And congratulations dito sa Fervid, no? At may nagpapabati nga pala mula dito sa side ng Fervid. Binabati ko nga pala si Boss Lemon ng Rhea 7, pati na nga rin ang kanyang mga kasamahan dyan. Happy birthday nga pala sa kapatid dito ni Boss Rashgar, no? At I believe pangalan niya ay Boss Dance, no? Happy birthday sa'yo. Magkasunod nga kayo ng birthday dito ng aming tropa na si Dado, no? At sana more blessings, no? At sana maging mabuting tao ka pa ka, no? Yan. Either way, no? Fervid, congratulations nga sa inyo. Kayo nga naman talaga ang panalo, no? Nasaan kayo nang sinabi nga natin na ang Fervid 2-0 up against Execration at nakahanda na ang panel para sa kanilang mga banteran nga dito, no? El Mochi Banat!
Grabe naman yung bala to. Ito lahat ng fighting stars na kami. Pero at the same time, parang si Execration ata talaga yung binanatan dito ng Fervid, no? At nung pinakita natin, ng prediction natin, sinabi na natin, Fervid Pro was wrong. Abay, talagang they said, well, gladly, no? Talagang gagawin nila. Gawa na nga nila ngayon at ngayon. Ang daing nagulat. Dude, Fervid is destined for more.
Yeah, they're really destined for more. And even though in the standings natin, makita natin na baka hindi mag-move yung yung galawan ng table natin. Execration might still be at 3 and Fervid might still be at 4 since apat nga din yung talo dito ng Fervid. Pero it makes a statement, Mochi, na itong Fervid, pagdating ng playoffs, talagang may palag, no? We have yet to see it dito sa Virtus.pro, sa STS, pero may palag dito sa Execration, which is supposed to be the next in line, no? Pagdating sa international. Kung pwede nga lang maging 3 yung slot natin for the internationals, why not, no? Ako lang mismo gagawa, pero wala akong mabigay na item dito sa Fervid since hindi pa naman sila champion. Natalo lang nila yung Execration. Good job, pero para sa Execration, madala siguro sa dalawang mapa na yun, nagkakamot sila ng ulo at pagka nakakamot ng ulo, baka magulo yung buhok mo, bigyan kita suklay. Ngayon, no, talagang makakatulong at least kung natalo man kayo, at least you're looking fresh, no? Props to Fervid and Execration. This raises some questions na does this bother you na natalo kayo ng Fervid, which are your former teammates? Or does it bother, does it sting even more because you lost to VP, albeit masasabi ng iba na controversial, natalo kayo sa STS na very very close, but to Fervid in a convincing 2-0 fashion, wala man lang OT-OT, nabasa ba kayo or what, diba? Is it the mental, is it the opponent, or is it really internal? Yun yung mga tanong natin.
Yup, and I feel like parang dito din siguro mabubunot, no? Yung sinabi ko nung nakaraan when it came down doon sa ating parang week 3 reactions. Parang at the time, binanggit ko na ang kailangan lang is magkaroon ng sort of realization itong si Fervid. And it actually happened, no? Na kung saan after that very, very excruciating loss against the Virtus, that is more than enough to keep them and ensure na nandoon sila sa mismong daan na tinatahak natin. Hindi sila nagliliwaliw, hindi sila nagpo-pause, hindi sila nahihirapan, hindi sila nadadapa, natitisod o kung ano pa man. Pero dito, sa mapa ng sub-base ngayon sa new compound, ang mas lalo pang hinigitan dito ng Fervid ng kanilang performance kasi tignan mo naman, it is just a consecutive 18, 13, 10, lahat-lahat na, no, almost all positive KDs galing dito kay Fervid at talagang magaling itong si Lance. 18-10 ba naman? Di na magtataka kung siya ang ating maging MVP dito, pero sino nga ba ipapakita na it is going to be no other than this dude. We've already said before, we want to see more of Lance taking that confidence. We want to see more of Lance taking that MVP title. And hindi talaga tayo binibigo ni Lance.
Yeah, very true, no, Mochi. Yung isang bata kanina, si D, yung nag-MVP sa set 1, and then another kid made sure that his name is also right up there, no, within the halls of the MVP players natin for the set. Looking at it, 7-10, 5-10, I would say these are past horrors para dito sa ating Execration. Growing pains, no, ika nga, para sa kanila dahil hindi nila talaga makuha yung solution sa sub-base. It is good tong sub-base natin, pero the final solution, yung konting sprinkle ng magic dust, hindi pa nila talaga nakukuha for the win. New compound, however, as much as gusto mong sabihin na it's equal, it's not, no? Pinakita sa atin ni Fervid na they are a level ahead, 5 rounds ahead talaga, and to be honest, basag yung predictions natin, and it's all thanks to the ㅍMatch MVP na kung sino. Drum roll, please. Wala akong drums eh. Drum roll.
OECD. 1.94 kill per round, 74% headshot per kill, and in terms of all of how consistent, how powerful itong si D so far in this group stage, wow, talagang congratulations ng malalaan dito, no, para sa ating possibly another golden boy, no, from Fervid. And I guess this is also gonna be a nice opportunity for us din, no, na tanungin, no, kung ano nga ba iniisip nila dito habang sila ay nag-opera laban lahat ng kaguluhan nito na nangyayari sa sub-base as well as sa ating new compound. Kasi from the looks of it, from the likes of it, parang hindi talaga nagkaroon ng rebat o sagot dito ang Execration. I mean, maybe there is some minuscule efforts, no, na when it comes down to our individual duels, pero sa ganitong extent na mapa ang usapan, parang talagang yun yung inintindi dito nila dito.
Yeah, I feel like this kid has a lot of potential, and even though na untapped siya, kuno dito para sa ating Execration lineup last year, it has been brought out and not just brought out, expanded upon dito ng Fervid for this year. Talagang very overwhelming siguro yung support sa kanya for him to be able to perform at this level. And not just him, Silas din magandang call out. Pero for this one, let's focus on D because he truly stood out in that sub-base pick na Execration.
And of course, kaya naman tawagin na natin ang ating i-interviewin dito, no? Siyempre, kailangan ng more exposure, more questions, more answers. Kaya ilapag na natin dito sa ating desk si D. Hello, D! Congrats!
Hello po.
Grabe, Grabe.
Hello po.
Solid. Any questions, El?
Ngayon na natalo nyo yung former teammates nyo, no? Sa playoffs ba, sa tingin nyo, in case na magkatapat kayo, ganun pa rin yung result?
Hindi ko alam.
Hindi mo alam.
Bawal! Oo,
Dapat
hindi
alam
lang,
mo.
D. Oo, hindi lang.
Tanong mo sa kuya mo.
Nata po ba kapatid kami, sir?
Siyempre daw ba? Sabi ni 7J?
Siyempre.
Okay, Grabe, no? Parang kailangan ng coach ni D pag sumasagot. Pero sige, okay lang. Ito, D. May tanong ako. Ayan na, hindi na
Ay, maguba.
Di, may tanong ako. Maniniwala ka ba na possible na ikaw na ang susunod na na pagdating sa mga susunod na mga liga natin pag tumagal pa? Yung sa personal mong opinion
Hindi ko po alam eh.
Hindi talaga. Parang masyado siya mabait, no? Pero, parang tanong mo nga sa kuya mo, tingin mo ba kuya ako may susunod na
Yo. Nakugaw.
Nahihiya siya no? Nahihiya siya. Ano sabi ni Kuya A7J? Ano daw ba? Wow! Papugi
Hello po, good evening.
Ano daw?
Good evening daw po.
Lang eh.
Good evening lang daw. Ayaw,
Good evening
no?
din.
Pero eto, Di, ano yung nagbigay sa'yo ng confidence na makapag-match MVP dito? Napaisip talaga siya. Hindi, kaya mo yan.
Hindi ko maisip.
Kasabay sapatos ko dito. Unti na lang talaga, di.
Ang kailangan mo ng tsinelas, Charot.
Ayaw mo magsagot. De, pero yun nga, sa sarili mo lang. Ano yung parang
Sa sarili mo lang, Di.
Sarili.
O like, parang ano lang yun, another day for you. Hindi mo ine-expect na magpa-pop off ka ng ganun.
Oo, di ko ni-expect yung yung magiging MVP ako.
Alright. Parang dito din maganda yung dito na iba yung capacity niya as a player. Pero okay lang, kayang-kaya mo yan. No? Pero sige, Di, pwede mo nang i-shoutout lahat ng gusto mong i-shoutout dahil biro mo. Ikaw lang naman ang match MVP.
Ito tayo kung anong daw trip nyo.
Shoutout sa boss namin, si Boss Alin Waps, at sa family ko at Ate Sam at si Kuya. At sa teammates ko. Shoutout. Si Coach din. Shoutout.
Yun. Maraming salamat, Di. Congrats and mukhang magiging maganda ang ating tatahaking daan for playoffs.
Thank you
Okay
po.
din sa magot no?
Ayun. Oo, shy type pa si Dino. Kulang pa ng exposure dito sa broadcast natin, no? Pero, I mean, yun din naman yung maganda na, no? Siya, parang pangbalagbagan in-game, tas siya tapos sa tunay na buhay. Pero it's okay. Just need some time, no? Pero, we also have dito, no, yung susunod na laban natin is going to be veteran and Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I feel like this one, it's just a perfect way to cap off the day. Makita din natin yung villains ika nga ng ating scene. And parehas V is for victory or V is for vendetta ika nga. Baka may gusto sabihin niyang Virtus.pro for this match-up. Dahil nakawalo ang veterans dito sa STS. Makakailan kaya sila sa Virtus.pro?
Yup, we are gonna find that out after nito ang ating maikling break. Maya-maya magkikita tayo ulit. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupunto ka niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he makes it double with the receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
A full day full of Crossfire, and now finally we're on our last match. It is going to be Veteran and Virtus Pro, no? And kaunting impormasyon lamang, no, para sa lahat. Ang laban na ito ay naantala nung linggo, kaya naman ito ay magiging continuation lamang, no? Initial score natin is 2-3. And we will be starting our 6th round pagka nasa game proper na tayo mismo. Kaya sa ngayon, bibigyan muna natin ito ng kaunting recap, no, sa kung ano nga ba ang meron sa dalawang team na to.
Yeah, I feel like Mochi, it's awkward to put this match at the last one. Parang ito ngayon dapat yung pinaka-inunan natin kasi ito yung una nating opener nung Sunday. Tayo din magkasama nun, no? Pero I feel like if we want to talk about this matchup, the veto will be shown naman later. Veteran, I've been saying this earlier, no? I'm gonna switch to English mode right now. Veteran, they want to at least end off with a bang. They tried earlier, but sad to say, they only got 8 rounds. Now, I'm curious. Now that Fires is playing, I don't think he was playing back on Sunday. Now that he's playing, it's a bit of a different story because he can shoot. He was the reason why this veteran team was able to get 8 rounds total against Stallions. And the versus Virtus Pro, who seems to be in an experimentation period since they have a mixed bag of results, 2 zeros and 2 ones. We can expect the same level of firepower, even better from them now that they are warmed up, and the results of the Rossi teams for this day has been very, very good, at least in terms of improvement and final deliveries of the season.
Yep, indeed. And it seems like we still have the vibes are pretty high here for Veteran as well. After that win against Ridaz, which is quite interesting because there wasn't a game anyways. It seems like it's just a consecutive losses here from all of the Filipino teams so far, and I wonder if the round differential will be a bit more closer than what we have when they fought Team Stallions earlier on. And again, as you have mentioned, there were in a total of 8 rounds, right? And I wonder if that would be more or less ones that they face up against Virtus Pro right now.
Yeah. This standing does not really look good. That Ridaz win is, I don't know if you can call that a win. That's a forfeit. So, I don't know if you include the rounds there. I don't even know that if rounds are included, right? So, at least they have a win, but I want to see, as I've been telling earlier, since Ridaz got something good against JY, our set win at least. But this is what 20sim said. Let me speak it for you, Mochi. Last week's results made us realize that we still have a lot to improve, and it motivated us to work harder, which I do believe, and I have seen with my own eyes, they are working harder and they are indeed motivated.
Yep, and little by little, we're already seeing glimpses of changes, improvements, and as well as progress and how they were able to navigate throughout the course of the weeks that we have. It's been 4 weeks, and it's nice, and we're proud to say that Veteran and Riders are already moving in a slow but steady pace in order to make that to happen, right? And we are also gonna talk about Virtus Pro in a bit, and I feel like we already know a lot of this team, and thus it seems like a light bulb has lit up on top of L's head. But later on that, here we have Cetra, Elvin, Kel, RKSI, and as well as Yobeb, where from what we remember in the cut-off match last Sunday, we saw Cetra and as well as Yobeb already starting off pretty good here for them. Usually the fire starters here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, Elvin has been taking the brunt of the damage for the first few rounds, right? I believe that this game it's gonna be different because it's a different day, it's a different setting. They are gonna face
Mm-hmm.
fires, not shocks. So it might be different, right? So maybe Elvin
Ooh, look at
already
that.
knows how to like play against this veteran team on Eagle Eye. Granted, it is one
Mm-hmm.
of their better maps, Virtus Pro, and this might just be to cap off their perfect but not perfect. They're great but not perfect performance in the group
Mm-hmm.
stage up until STS, where I would say it's gonna go down to the wire, right? But let me add
Yep.
on a bit, Mochi. This is going to be the experimentation period, and I'm gonna make you guess what my item for later will be. But I think the player code is gonna be
Ah.
shown, and what I wonder what they said, right? I wonder what they said.
Yep, I'm really, really curious and I'm dying to know what you have as an item, but I'm also dying to know
It's the
what
same
KSA
thing.
has to say here. Veteran, kasi feel ko may gusto sila patunayan sa amin kahit na galing sila sa puro talo. Ooh, I like that. It seems like they're vouching to fight against Veteran because they want to prove something despite losing consecutive times in the past. And all he has to say to them is to have fun, which is great to hear here from KSA. Normally, you would hear a lot of trash talks coming from KSA, but right now, he's pretty chill about it.
Yeah, it's pretty chill, and I think to end off their experimentation period, when it comes to experimentation period, I do believe that
Uh-huh.
this is the perfect
Oh.
example, a frying pan. Why? Because every single time, I feel like Virtus.pro has been signaling to us that they are cooking. They might cook veterans here, right? They might turn them into
Uh-huh.
Indomie, but for the
Yeah.
final showdown tomorrow with Stallions, we're gonna see what they cook. A la carte? Is it a full meal? Is it a buffet?
Mhm.
We're gonna have to find out. But
Exactly.
this might be their thinking cap when they're trying to do something different in the social media. But well, I'll give the chef Zero to the floor later to show us what they cooked. And for tomorrow, I want to be served a 5-star meal.
Oh my gosh, that is true though. I feel like they've been saying that for quite some time already, that they've been experimenting with a lot of stuff, and I agree with you on that one. I hope that it is not overcooked or undercooked. It should be just right, right? But here in our predictions, it is 2-0 all across the board, all in favor for Virtus.pro for, obvious reasons. But again, what we're vouching for here is to see if there is some growth here for Veteran, and if they got 8 rounds from Team Stallions earlier, would it be more? Would it be less? We're about to find out, depending on the maps that we will be playing on right now, and will be shown here right in front of your screen. So let us see which maps were banned, which maps are chosen, because from what we're seeing right now, it is going to be Eagle Eye, Port, and as well as New Compound.
Yeah, no changes here, Mochi. It's the same maps from last Sunday. It's just
Mm-hmm.
a continuation of where we started off. I mean, to be fair, it's a proper decision because they already started the game, right? They already knew what each other was doing. So going to round number 6 instantly when we throw it off to our casters, I think is the proper move
Yeah.
here. So props to our production for doing that and for our league operations for thinking of that decision, right? But again,
Mm-hmm.
even with the map veto, I don't think that veterans can change anything in terms of what they want to do because sure, the map veto earlier versus Stallions, it was made during this day and they had a plan about what the veto will look like. They had ideas. That's why they got 8 rounds total, which shocked us, right? And the casters.
Yep.
But for this one, it's already pre-written. It's already right there. You just have to say the lines or you just have to remember your lines because if you don't, well, I think the recipe for Indomie is a pot, water, the noodles, and then seasoning, right? You just they might get cooked here, veterans, and I don't know. It might be bad for them if they get cooked.
That is true, and that sounds me how you use that item of the frying pan for both of our teams who will be playing right now. That is so big brain of you. I love that you're here in our co-panel right now. And I guess it's already about time for us to hand it over to both of our casters, Datum and Ramon.
Thank you so much, Mochi and El, for giving us the lay of the land of how we ended up in round 6 of Veteran versus Virtus.pro. To say the least, Matt, I think it's going to be a busy kitchen. It's not every day where we start in the middle of the match instead of round 1, but considering the circumstances, we're just going to have to pick up where we left off, where it's a 2-3 in favor of Veteran.
What makes this even unique is because of the last line that you just said there. 3-2 in favor of Veteran up against Virtus.pro. Chris, that's a sentence I don't think I'll be saying this year. A Rosea team getting the advantage up against one of the top teams in the country. Well, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. And it's going to be even more interesting because of the fact that Fires is entering the fray. In my opinion, the best player out of Rosea is coming to play. And Virtus.pro, well, they're going to have to recover from the early 2 rounds that they have struggled to get here in the first series of games, or maps rather, in Eagle Eye.
And it's not every day where we say struggle and Virtus.pro in the same sentence, right? And especially considering the opponent, it's pretty much a long stretch for us to kind of make that true. But it is true. It's reality. And we can't really doubt that Virtus.pro can get themselves back into winning form. I mean, have you seen the form that they've had in the recent games? I mean, Elvin has been frying all over SEA Masters, being that star player that we kind of know him to be, right? I mean, instead of being on that front line, he's usually going to be a rat around the angles, right? And sometimes a lot of teams, specifically a lot of the teams that they have played up against recently, they can't seem to get a finger on where Elvin is going to be coming from, and that's been one of the stronger points so far on the side of Virtus.pro, where they already have Yobib, they already have Cetra, 2 young players that are touted to be at their prime at this current moment, but they're yet to secure that crown up against a Team Stallions. So at the present, they're gonna have to be laser focused. They all have the firepower, and I'm pretty sure that once the gears are going, this Virtus.pro could actually steal back the lead that Veteran have built up for themselves since last week.
This kind of stings, Ramon, that you had to bring up the Stallions argument here up against Virtus.pro, man. Come on, we are talking about them, not Stallions, and you really had to bring up which is the team that won regionals. But let's talk about Masters. Do you? Let me ask you a question, Ramon. Do you believe the argument that Virtus.pro are experimenting in the group stage, which is why it hasn't been 2-0s?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I'd say yes and no. Yes, that they have been experimenting, but I think it's not all throughout that group stage. I think they locked in on the second half of it. I think today is going to be a good day for Virtus.pro, and Veteran will have to be prepared. Let's take a look at the comps.
Yeah.
Silence for Virtus.pro. They just want to take the fight to the enemy as we take a recap of the first 5 rounds. 3 going in favor of Veteran, and KSA taking a look at Dormid. Yobib making contact, but Yobib is down! That's Fires introducing himself again to Yobib.
Welcome back, Fires. Really reintroducing himself back into Virtus.pro. We're caught off guard on towards that Dormid position. KSA, they want to steal the lead back as Fires is taken down with the peak coming down. 3 versus 4. Cetra relied upon to take a pick because of his high mid possession, but there's still 4 players from Veteran that can't turtle up. They know they have the numbers.
And Virtus.pro somewhat has been struggling when their game started a few days ago, Ramon. Can they work up those mistakes that they have been making up against Veteran today? Question is, can they do that consistently? The answer so far is yes. KSA takes down EV9, but Twintism is still holding inside of the A site.
They can't underestimate Veteran, who are still sharp. And they have their footing, and instead, because of KSA's drop, VP will have to at least relieve the pressure up right now. They decide to go up towards that B site. As we see Elvin and Cetra now laying the land down on towards that side of the map. Veteran now realizing this, will have to rotate with all 3 players. There's already Reknart very close by.
I'm almost sure Elvin is going to go for the flank. It's Elvin we're talking about. But the problem is, Twentism has the sniper and is coming in from door mid, so there's very little avenue for Elvin unless Cetra gets the kill.
Cetra, definitely a sharp shooter, and he keeps on shooting. Gets the shot, and Elvin will clean it up. VP steal the round back. And what could have been a good start for Veteran, Virtus.pro just played it professionally.
And it's Zetra, of course, to get the double kill before going down. Elvin coming in from Hotel into EB, which is what made them win the round at the end of the day. That round for a bit of a respite here for both squads, and I just wanted to say, Ramon, we did have a bit of time before we continued this matchup from the few days ago that we started it. So there's been some time for Virtus.pro to kind of minimize mistakes, mitigate whatever they were doing wrong the first time these two met, because all things considered, this is not how this was supposed to go. This was supposed to go like one way and one way only, and that's Virtus.pro, but it's not looking that.
Hey, we kind of had this expectation up when we saw Veteran up against Virtus.pro, and the first thought to our eyes is how clean was this going to be for VP, right? But right now the narrative has been somewhat thrown out the window. I mean, they're cutting it very, very close, to say the least, right? Yeah, there's a bit of a lapse when it comes to that mid-round. They can definitely say that Reknard was a little bit too aggressive with the peak coming down on RS, which kind of turned the tables back around on towards VP. But at the very least, they are handling the early rounds very well. And VP were just better in the mid-round.
You have to see it too. Fire's finally rocking the HK consistently. But what makes Virus interesting is when he's pressured, when he needs to deliver, he defaults back to the A game. You need to watch out for that. As EV9 pushes Hotel, ㅍMac is at the ready. ㅍMac going down. Nice little trading from Veteran.
Not so aggressive for ㅍMac. After the first kill, he could have actually gotten the moment to back on in and back on the numbers. But still, EV9 very aggressively takes the fight. You can see the same for Fires, who just gets swept down by Elvin. So, Virtus.pro, now they're in control. She rotate back in towards that A site. Reknard cooking the flag very early on.
And Reknard will be facing the bullets of KSA. Taken down to literally 1 HP here, Ramon. Meanwhile, Twintessim on the other side will be forced to regroup. Virtus.pro plant the bomb on top of the site. And Zetra gets caught, pants down, going to bunker. This is suddenly doable.
Absolutely. Even having control
over
RS, Reknard spotting one, KSC down. So it's now up to Elvin. And on an M14 with two veteran players that are low on HP. This is winnable. Definitely for Elvin. It's Elvin we're talking about. This guy's been frying on veteran. And he continues to take that clutch.
And look at that stoic place. Stoic face, sorry. Elvin not showing a single emotion off the back of that clutch, the 1 versus 2. As Veteran tried to take control of LB, and ㅍMac going down early again.
Okay, Twintism on the early rounds is frying using the TRG to success. ㅍMac never expected that on the peak towards LB. So now giving up the numbers away. VP will have to stabilize and make sure that this kill off of ㅍMac does not go in vain. They need to take a little bit more risk in pushing over to LA. They make some noise, they make that attention. They're probably baiting drone supports to peak. They know that he's there on house. And a good shot from KLR confirms the 4 versus 4.
A nice little angle from KLR in garage. This is a classic Filipino angle. You have to expect that. Veteran not knowing any better. That turns the tides equal footing for both squads, 4v4, as the players of VP make their way again to A site. KSA, KLR isolated picks, and Elvin opens up the site. It's all up to Reknard.
Slowly, Eagle Eye is turning orange with the kills. All the way towards Hotel, all the way towards LA. Each VP player just handling the macro to perfection. 5-3 is the scoreline, and Veteran losing out on tempo. They needed some sort of adjustment to try to clear back up against VP. This time KSA, but good punishment, gets the kill. One tap from Cetra. All right, end the show right here, right now. VP are stealing it, and Veteran, they lost with just one guy, and that was Cetra on that cult. No need for a sniper. This guy's fiery hot on a pistol.
2 kills on the Colt, and that's the reason why some people still like playing this pistol, as Zetra has so easily demonstrated. Virtus.pro giving no respect whatsoever to the defense of Veteran in that round. She's completely rushing many angles here. One from Hotel, one from mid, and every single duel won. At this point, Ramon, I would argue that it's not just the map control that's winning Virtus.pro this game. It's also the duels. They're just winning and fighting and winning.
I told you. 2-3 doesn't really tell the whole story. We're only at chapter 1. But as the novel goes, it's Veteran being the authors and possibly writing the bad ending for Veteran, possible tragedy being written up in this Eagle Eye.
Yeah.
But it is
Certainly,
early to tell. It is early to tell. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Tatum, because it's very early to tell. It's been the first half so far. And there's still time to adjust for Veteran. I think maybe they'd be happy to take the other half. Maybe on the other side, this could be a more comfortable lead for them.
You have to remember though, Ramon, we started at a 3-2 scoreline in favor of Veteran. Score now, 3-6. On the other side, there hasn't been a single victorious round for Veteran. And you have to wonder what's different now compared to a few days ago when they were giving VP such a big fight.
Have to wait and see as we now swap in towards the side. Then how often do you see KSA on a chainsaw? Now that is something new.
No, drones. No. Drones, you have to expect these drones. He's so much closer than you think. They're making their noise in mid. There's KSA holding on to the chainsaw. Oh, just behind the box. KSA. He knows the drones is there. He can hear him. And KSA is just waiting, biding his time as drones peeks out, jumps away. KSA can just wallbang the box underneath. Just no movement for KSA. This is a lot of patience.
A lot of tension. And finally, the chainsaw revealed. And in the hands of KSA, he feels like the nightmare under your bed. Fires with that tray at least to get the Sus door mid. A little bit of space for Veteran to move around. EV9 shows himself. Setro doesn't hit the shot. A little bit of leeway for Veteran. But they still have to push towards the site. Where's the call for Veteran at this point?
What's the call for Veteran? It should be B side. There's nobody there. KLR though on the sniper. Gets to Intissim and the Obib somehow finds fires. Oh no. The fire re-entry frag has been extinguished and it's all up to Reknart and EV9.
Oh no. Oh no, am I hearing boss music right now? KSA just lurking in the shadows. KLR spotted, gets the kill. And it's as easy as that for VP. They even get another kill from the chainsaw. And KSA, that is diabolical in the hands of this attacker. 7-3 for VP.
An insane shot from KLR to put icing on top of this beautiful cake being built by Virtus.pro. 7-3, Veteran. Dead giveaway that they are struggling is the fact that Fire's playing the AK on top of the HK. I mean, he's gonna default back to the HK this time, but will he win the fight against Zetra?
That's the question.
Yes.
Good spot, then Fires just swings at him. Very, very wide. Zetra could not adjust. And a player like Zetra usually hits those shots, but he just got caught off guard.
But you have to think, Virtus.pro, is that a serious angle? You see the players laughing at Zetra after he went down, because that was a really aggressive angle from the sniping department. Kind of expected their sniper to go down, which is why the boys were laughing. But nevertheless, Virtus.pro have a disadvantage here, 4v5.
Play weird games, you get weird prizes. But Elvin, nice catch, gets a hold, gets a double. All right, Elvin, you've proven your point. He wants to get more. He wants to take over Eagle Eye. KLR gets another on the Twintism. Better sniper so far, but a chainsaw lurking in the shadows yet again. A 2K for KLR. KSA gets another kill.
Wait, sorry to cut you off, Chris. Pardon my Tagalog. Nakita na nila si Elvin. Bakit naka-double kill pa rin? Ay, Virtus.pro. They're kind of dropping the ball on this one, Ramon. And Virtus.pro are making the most out of it.
Can't say it any better than myself. Push coming in, Fire is just through the smoke, just wants to ego out of Elvin, but Zetra, you can't out-ego Zetra! This guy's playing with his attitude, and KSA just whips out that chainsaw yet again! There is no hope for Veteran in this Eagle Eye! Set point for VP this early on.
Well, if this was the weapon that KSA always used in the group stage, I would believe the experimentation argument as well. It's been 7 rounds in a row for Virtus.pro. No signs of slowing down. Look at Zetra pushing again, this time in LA. And the Colt, well, it doesn't work. Fires takes him down.
Finally, a little bit of life into Veteran, but you could say that it was just VP just testing the waters, testing if the Colt is actually enough to take down 4, but that kind of ideal is a little too much for a little old Zetra. KLR, Yobeb, they clean up house. Onto the push on LA. Veteran could get no space. So they have to pivot, but pivoting into Elvin, that is the biggest mistake veteran can make. As they kill off the 2, and YoBebol does get the 2K himself. That is a Virtus.pro game set up on a silver platter, 1-0 in the series.
Wow, that was quick, Ramon. And Virtus.pro proving that they are not to be meddled with. Maybe it's just the DR that was making stuff a little bit hard for Virtus.pro, or maybe it's the connection issues for some of the players from the last time we saw them. But they are definitely not to be trifled with. Certainly not by Veteran, not even scoring a single round as we head into Eagle Eye, at least after the reset here. So there you have it, Virtus.pro making that look a little bit easy. KSA rocking the chainsaw even. And I dare say, Ramon, not even needing to experiment any new strategies.
For sure. As they now it now feels like the full application mode for the time of Virtus.pro, right? The playoffs is around the corner. They need everybody to be active, but of course they have to remember at the end of the day they're playing a video game, right? So of course you're expecting that they're gonna play something outside of the box. You can see Cetra just pulling out that pistol every single time. You can see KelR now kind of polishing his old TRG, so a weapon that he likes to flex whenever he has that opportunity, right? And the chainsaw, well, I don't think we're going to see that in every VP game, but it's pretty nice to see KSA just experiment with that gun. So congratulations to VP. Now for the panel, before we throw it off to you, I just have one question. Because this game happened since last week, is this the shortest game today or ever at SEA Masters? Or is this the longest game ever since it was last week that this started? Let me know, Mochi and L. What do you think about this?
Technically, it's the longest, right? I think it's the longest.
Maybe
Question
it's the
mark?
longest. It's the longest because a game, for it to count as a game, it
Yeah.
should be from start to finish. This is the continuation, so technically it is the longest, right? So
Yeah,
it's the longest.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I yes, and I guess that is
Yeah.
already then for our first map here of Veteran and as well as Virtus.pro. That forced me to use my 2 remaining brain cells. But anyways, let us check on to our highlights here as we saw how powerful VP can be. And the challenge that we stated earlier on is to use the least rounds as possible here for VP and STS. And it seems like VP has quite of an edge from that one.
Yeah, they only managed to get 3 rounds, and mind you, Mochi, those 3 rounds from veterans. What's the rounds from last week? Like,
Yeah,
they didn't even score around today, right? In the longest match, they only scored 3, which was from the first day of the match. So, I don't know, maybe the changes and the scheduling created a big impact here for the side of veterans. I don't really want to compare and contrast the players that they sub in and out, but it's just business as usual here for the Bears. And well, they took it up on my challenge, right? Veterans got 8 against Stallions. Now they have 3. But remember, who also scored 3 in the first map versus Stallions? Still Veterans. So if by somehow, some way, this port map pick of Virtus.pro turns a bit hectic, which Veterans is going to try to do, maybe we might see another 5-10 or even more. I don't know. I'm just predicting here, but there's still a possibility.
Yep, let's see if that will be indeed the case, because I remember that Port is also quite a vouchable match here for Veteran, but I wonder if it is vouchable enough against VP, because for KSA, it is just another day. 2.29 KD, a kill per round. We don't need even to talk about the headshot per kill, because, you know, what matters is they get the dirty job done with good utility usage, of course, with the smokes here. I guess it is just also where KSA goes online. It is Eagle Eye after all. More opportunity for them to just go bonkers, basically, for all members here of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and for KSA, right? I feel like sure, Virtus.pro, their logo is a polar bear, but I feel like deep
Mm-hmm.
inside, right? The boys at the with the orange jersey, they're like this little bear, right? Very much
Uh-huh.
starry-eyed. They have their eyes up to the sky, and I wonder if
Of
they might find their
course.
dreams to come true, right? If they beat the Stallions tomorrow, but that is for tomorrow. Well, let's focus right
Mm-hmm.
now on veterans. They still have port. And the challenge is to not go past 8, right? Less is
Yes.
better, and I want to see Virtus.pro take the challenge really seriously, right?
And yep, in terms of the dream that you have mentioned, they're already in the process of doing that. So I have no doubt with all of our VP players here as well. And thus, I am really excited what will happen for our next map with Veteran actually get an inch further onto this one, or will VP crush them down? We'll find it out after this quick short break. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade from PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
And we're now back here to our match of still Veteran versus Virtus.pro, where earlier on Virtus.pro won in a 10-3 swift fashion here in the map of Eagle Eye. And now we're heading on to port.
Yeah, I noticed Mochi, right? Our map veto is Eagle Eye, Port, New Compound. Guess which team they had the same map veto? It's Stallions. So, remove everything I said when we introduced these two teams. It's not about veterans not getting that preparation or that same level when they faced Virtus.pro and on Sunday. It's the same thing. So basically, Stallions was the practice for the real match that is Virtus.pro. So Port was the map pick of veterans, but this time it's Virtus.pro that picked it. But there is a clear difference, and we're about to find out, right?
Yep. And I am pretty curious if that key difference is definitely present, or are we just thinking this about this too much, right? And I guess that will be laid down in front of us by our casters. So let's hand it over to them, Ramon and Datum. How's Port, guys? How's Port?
Well, we're right here for you guys over at that port map. It's pretty musky. And the air here is pretty thick. That's the only thing that I can say right now. We're here, Ramon and Datum, very much ready and prepared to be here in the venue of this port map between Veteran and Virtus.pro, right? And this is going to be the map pick of Virtus.pro, to say the least. They're going to be starting on BL. And for me, I think I want to open the conversation around that, right? Why is it okay that Virtus.pro are going to start on a BL map where it's going to be something that they're comfortable with anyways, right? I think this is a good time for them to refine what they believe should be something that they should approach Team Stallions with, right? Like on the BL, if they're going to play on port, what is something that we can refine? And I think Veteran is a good sort of, I wouldn't say that word. I have a word in mind, but I don't want to say it. But I just want to say it's a good practice rain for them.
Say it, Chris.
I don't want to say it.
I'll say it for you.
All right.
I'm gonna say what Chris is saying because I know what he's thinking. He's good. Virtus.pro gonna use Veteran as a punching bag for port. I mean,
that's your
full disclosure, guys. I'm not trying to be biased. This has been the best map for Virtus.pro for years and years, except for this year, and it does make a valid argument, right? Veteran, of course, has been struggling to catch up with the meta here in the Philippines. Granted, it's a big adjustment for them. But these are behemoths they're facing up against. And I think they finally got that memo as we head into Eagle Eye today. Virtus.pro asserting dominance in all areas of Crossfire in that particular set that they didn't even drop a single round as we saw in Eagle Eye quite recently. Yes, I agree. This is the perfect opportunity as Virtus.pro. Let's listen to their comms.
Mid push, udah di GRB. Udah di B. Bawa B ya.
Yan yung bahay, yan yun.
May kanan, Z. Piso Z.
All right, we got a bit of a back and forth, and they kind of saw that they wanted to go for the comms, see who can get the push on towards that Z side. But hold on, it's not curved. It's all the way towards the back lines of drones. Elvin, good kill over to him, and a big punishment for the side of VP. They're already towards B, but EV9 is prepared.
So a sniper, but Keller is just gonna use his pistol for that encounter. As they control towards that B side, HB's there. Zetra watching the flank. Is 1 HP. C4 planted.
Versus 2. Reknart low on HP, so he has to be the one to open up the sight lines. Ooh, what a shot on his Zetra. All right, Reknart. Keep cooking. Probably has Elza walk over to the other side, as it is going to be that 1-0 for Veteran. A strong retake up against Virtus.pro.
Finally score a round again in this matchup, and I think this is going to be a very definitive statement if Veteran are able to continue with this lead. That Virtus.pro have fumbled in form in their port, but that is yet to be seen. Kellar takes out the enemy sniper. Twintism loses LA.
Loses his life in the process. Zetra now layered down a little bit more on that offense. Yoba with another as well, as VP are coming off of the hinges. And are becoming unhinged in front of a Veteran right now, as it will be a double coming through onto the mid-side push. And a 1-1 for VP.
Well, that was quick. I glanced over to my side here, not expecting what was happening, but when I turned back, the round was over. Virtus.pro able to tie up. Is there any peculiar weaponry? Not yet. As Virtus.pro take control of Z, going towards B side. KSA with good cover onto his teammates. He gets the double, fires, answer back. But that is Virtus.pro pushing towards B. Another kill. Zetra on the HK. And Yobib securing RS under his airs. B side is theirs. And Yobib reaping the players of Veteran.
Yobib just makes it a 2K as well. That was just picturesque for VP with how they handled that B aggress. Their initial plan was the only plan that they needed to do. And it's not every day that you see Zetra hold up that HK, pick up a one tap, and say, I'm done at whatever I wanted to do in this round. 2-1. Mid-side push again. Yobib. One tap onto Reknart. That is just one hell of a way to start your round for Yobib. He continues his push. KSA finds fires, but finds a golden headshot onto KSA. All right, what a 1-for-1 we have.
Sniper, probably Zetra just watching RS. Keller spots out Quintism, and that should be drones going down to the nade. 1 HE from Zetra there as Virtus.pro again make headway towards A site. Another grenade kill. But this time for Kel and EV9 all alone.
What can he do? They're surrounding him like sharks all around me. 3-1 for VP. And again, the 1-by-1 for VP. It's all because everybody from Veteran is just willing to fight a little bit too far.
Oh my goodness, Zetra. I know how I react when I see Zetra on the board, so I'm gonna try to calm down. I know what you're thinking. I'll be chill.
Yeah, you're chill. Don't worry about it. You can say the same for EV9 though. He pushed up to LA a little too far. A clothesline from Drones, but Yobib recovers with a kill onto Fires as well. Yobib with a 2-kill as well. Okay. Alright, I see you, Yobib. You wanna go towards MVP performance? You have no idea that you're that close. But EV9 gets him, so it's a 2v2 at this point. A site also wide open for VP, so they just planned.
Yep. Elvin taking the safer approach, anchoring in top A, or actually not top A, just under the stairs. As Zetra does regroups with his teammate, plants the bomb in top A, so that should be the rotation for Veteran. But Elvin is exploring, Ramon.
Can't help him. And he can't help himself. A good shot over to Reknard eventually with the spray down. EV9 drops in. All right, 1v1. It's up against Zetra. We've seen this man do dastardly things with that TRG. Stuck with a Colt in his hand. Has 15 seconds to work with. EV9 denies the dream of possibly being in play of the week. It's a 2K for EV9. And a second round win for Veteran.
And again, Zetra exhibits why you don't want to use the Colt. You're going to use a USP to jump down and spam away at the button, but couldn't do that with the Colt, so he loses that 1v1. But this time, it's Twintism who wins the fight against Kel. Sniper down for VP. It's a good thing they still have Zetra.
Second time's the charm for Twintism. That's the second time that he's met Kellar on LA, and he finally wins the fight with KSA. Definitely no hesitation. A hard-headed attacker into the front lines of Drones. He never expected that. 4 versus 4. KSA continues to be a threat. E-double for him. EV9 tries to be aggressive. Kills it out to KSA. Elvin knows that LA is a very big position for Twintism. And now he's being careful.
And Virtus.pro making their way towards LA. Twintism can hear this. Got the sniper, but it isn't enough to win the duel against Elvin. Loses a sight. And that's VP planting the bomb here, Ramon. 3v2.
Lots of damage done onto Fires. Definitely a good spot. The side of VP. Underpass. Controlled by Elvin and not controlled any longer. Zetra has his back and Yobib just controls the angle. So that's definitely going to be one hell of a blom of a round. 42 for VP. Pretty good adjustment for them on the BL side.
Yep, the Blom getting paraded around by Virtus.pro as they push towards that Z area. Fires, providing a crunch before the entrance to HP, and Yobib is the one to fall prey. KSA isolated against 4 people, and he's got nowhere to go. Both players down for VP. Elvin follows after, and it's all up to Kel and Zetra.
This is such a decisive round, and it even comes over with one more. Oh my goodness. Veteran are about to get a flawless round up against VP. Alright. I'm gonna stop talking, Zetra. He wants to prove everybody wrong, all the haters wrong, and it starts with 2 kills. One with the Colt, one with the TRG. 3 versus 1, 1 minute and 40.
I'm sorry, Ramon. I just want to see some Zetra magic. You know how excited I get. But look at the Blom. It's a little bit far off from the position of Zetra, and he's going to have to come in from his own RS. Z for 2 of the players are Veteran, and you have to remember it's 1 versus 3. But it's perfect, actually, because Zetra has the sniper, can isolate the duels. Fires. Up close. Spotted, but not taken down. But Zetra picks up the C4. Look at the flank, Zetra. Has to watch from behind. Drones is heard, but Zetra is unaware nonetheless. There you go, Veteran pick up the round. And a nice anticipation. They read the B-side push from Virtus.pro.
Yeah. Nicely done from their side. And might I say, right, I mean, from the Crossfire that set up on store, as well as the pick coming through on long A, that was the best round that I've seen so far on Veteran side in their GR. And we need a lot more than that. Need a lot more than just 3. Definitely a good system working so far until KLR disrupts it, gets another Drones! Alright, this guy wants to be in the conversation. Finally, we'll go down at Twintism. Picks up the pieces onto Yobib. Down to the 3v2. They know that they're coming through towards LA. And the C4 is not put in the hands of VP.
Yeah, it's too far off. Killer and Zetra don't have the weapons to take and challenge that C4. They're going to try and get the picks. Hits a bullet onto Twentism, but it just hits the heel. So they're going to have to try and fire at them again, but Zetra getting too aggressive, and it's all up to Kel. Ramon, this is... I don't think this is Virtus.pro experimenting. I think this is them struggling.
I think it's their ego getting checked out, but Kelar, where will this 1v3 clutch go? He starts off with 1 on towards Twintism, and he has a lot more work to do. Again, C4 not within his hands. He's also taking a little bit of time to get up to CA. Maybe a ninja play. Reknar just holding down the sightline over towards BR. 56 seconds. Michael Alfonso. A crossfire established by veteran. And too many eyes set up on BR. Reknar is willing to take the fight to him. Striking for veteran to even up the scoreline 4-4.
I think they need a timeout. I'll go as far as saying that Virtus.pro, that was a standard execute from CA that they weren't able to make happen in LA. It took drones to shut them down. Just one player from veteran, no less. And Virtus.pro seem to be running low on steam on their BL side. Elvin just set out to prove me wrong. He gets a double, but there comes Reknart. A big push as veteran dwindle down the numbers of Virtus.pro. And the Bears are dead. Zetra is down. And that is the advantage for veteran.
Seems like you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Because veteran have seen everything before up against Virtus.pro. The push on Storby. The peak coming down from Elvin. Although it was a timely double kill, he cannot handle the whole weight in this round. 5-4 is the score. First half done. And VP now on GR. It is very close so far for veteran. But they have to make sure the set is there.
And Kill Art going down. What is happening, Ramon? Virtus.pro. They look shaky. Look at the movement after KLR goes down as well. They look unsure of what they're gonna do next. Shotgun for KSA. Is this desperate or is this fun? I don't know.
I think he just wants to have fun. And I think it's the perfect weapon and the perfect location as well. I mean, it depends. Wherever you are in the world, are you in the VP camp? Are you watching as a viewer right now? KSA now reveals his position, reveals his gun. It's on veteran if they want to push the issue. They do. Oh my God! But they still want to go into the loving arms of KSA. And with the FERVID.PHT singing in his hands, he has dealt so much damage to veteran that they can't even plant the C4. Elvin gets the frag and gets the 2K. VP shut house on towards the side of veteran.
It's legit, Ramon. The shotgun is legit. Okay, Virtus.pro. I'm expecting to see that in playoffs. Because KSA made that look easy, even with the flash. KLR this time wins the battle of the snipers. And this might just well be the case of KLR polishing his old sniping skills. But can't say the same for Yobib. He goes down.
Too far for my liking. I got the double LA push, but flash already expired, so not much of a support. That was a free pick-off coming through for Reknart. CA now in conjunction with the LA push. Zetra low on HP, but one shot is needed for them to possibly stop them in their conquest. But with a wall bang, Fire is able to catch Zetra off guard. 3 versus 4. Smoke coming down on VR as well. This is all about a TP8 push, but Elvin gets the shot through. EV9 gets the trade. Reknart also provides a lot more cover, a lot more support for veteran. This now falls on the IGL, but the IGL also falls. Veteran gets another round in BL.
Look at Twintism getting excited. Veteran know what they've done. They've taken the lead against one of the country's best, and they've made Virtus.pro look vulnerable in port. That's not a feat that a lot of teams can say. Certainly not in the Philippines or the Southeast Asia, for that matter. But Veteran have done it. Now to close the gap. Now to get to 10. Virtus.pro, they haven't used that timeout.
not. But Virtus will have to consider that as Kellar picks it on towards Fires. That's a TRG kill. VR secured by him. Z and House also. The crossfire established for VP, and Veteran are not deciding to make any aggressive noises around that B site. So you have 1 minute and 40 to try to punish VP for a little bit more of over-aggression. But you can't really say that VP are aggressing. They're just turtling up. They know that they have the numbers.
Maximizing the numbers advantage is the key, but KLR gets double swung from bridge. What the heck is that, Veteran? Don't think I've ever seen that before in Masters Southeast Asia. But it works. KLR is down. And look at KSA, he still has the shotgun. He's gonna
on towards Z. It's on towards Z2. Oh, Veteran. What are you going to do? KSA spotted. The repeats onto them. Alright. Biggest mistake of your life, KSA. Now giving up that Z position. Even on towards curve, but Yobib, Cetra, the snipers are sniping all over the map. Everywhere they go, there's a TRG waiting for you. VP got a 6-6.
Yep, it kind of feels like Dora. Sniper goes sniping as Zetra goes. Or whatever the code says. Virtus Pro able to tie up once again, even without proper weaponry for KSA here. 0.5 KD on the shotgun. I mean, I think this is... Yeah, this is a bit for KSA. I'm pretty sure.
That's 1 shotgun and 3 snipers on the hands of VP right now. Only 1 M14 EBR for Elvin. He kind of feels like the only serious person in the Thesis group. But KLR, he knows that he's doing serious business. He gets to kill onto Twintism. Cetra whips that grenade. But it's okay. He's maintaining control still on LB. Anywhere Fires goes is a death trap.
KSA. KSA. That's the bait from Zetra. Hoping to draw in Fires, but it doesn't matter. They don't need the shotgun. Zetra's got it in control. Drones actually still wins the fight. It's got to be some sort of a highlight for Drones. Got to be some sort of a record for him. As KSA pushes up.
Did he just hit his head on the railing? That's unfortunate. It's alright. Kellar's gonna clean it up. Kellar's gonna sweep it up for the team.
Yeah.
The leaders got you. 6-7.
Let that sink in. Guys, I'm looking at Ramon's camera. He shook both his hands as he said 6-7. Let that sink in as Elvin picks up EV9. Let that sink in, Ramon. A 30-year-old man doing 6-7.
Excuse me? Who's the 30-year-old man over here? That is disrespectful. I'm saying that as the
Is that the same disrespect that Virtus Pro is giving to Veteran?
Possibly.
Yeah, that's a
And
question.
they're feeling it right now. Kellar just got shut down by just a sniping coming down. Runs with that shot for V4. KSA is still holding it again, that shotgun. Over to the other side. There's 1 minute and 40 seconds of a few shenanigans happening in and out of the server. But still, Veteran are setting up for that LA push, and they have a lot of time to do so, especially since there's only 1 guy here.
Yobib. He's been spotted. It's actually been spammed down to 1 HP as the flash is now raining on that A side. Zetra has come to aid his teammate. Zetra getting spotted too. Shut down by drones. What are these duels by Veteran? They're actually making it happen. Reknart, and here comes the shotgun from KSA with the ADS, no less. That's 1 down. That's 2. KSA, what is this? I mean, it ain't no KD record, but that's gotta be the biggest shotgun round we've ever seen.
Hey, you know what? At least it gives us a point to talk about when we were making our assignments. KSA with that shotgun ringing through towards the side of Veteran. Kellar with the shot. The Reknart just reveals himself out of the smoke. Kind of like a bipolar magic trick. He just shuts it down onto Kellar. 1 for 1. Drones with that 1-tap. Cetra goes down. The sniper out. But Yobib's still alive with that TRG. So there's something to say about this shot coming through for Yobib. Elvin with another kill. VP are just handling Veteran. Serious business. 1 versus 3 now for Twintism. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the hard place just shut him down. A 9-6 series point for VP.
And the most crushing blow here for Veteran is that Virtus.pro aren't even doing the standard things anymore. They're not defaulting. And look at Zetra, perfect example with the HK pushing LA. No sniper for the Star Sniper, and he still somehow gets a double tap. EV9 and drones not expecting.
Wait! Not definitely expecting Twintism with the 2 kills that they have, but KSA and Alvin steal the lead back. So it's now 1v2 for the map, for the series. Rek'Sai spotted. Elvin is just gonna shut him down. That is a 2-0 victory for Virtus.pro, the Remind veteran who is on top of the hill. And they just knocked him down instantly.
Yep, 2-0 in port. Virtus.pro on their way to vindication. And it's all building up to tomorrow. You have to remember, Ramon, who they're facing tomorrow. Their biggest opponents, their kryptonite Team Stallions. They gotta be prepared for it.
Definitely do. It was a pretty clean sweep over towards the side of Virtus.pro. Apart from the few rounds that we've seen from the side of Veteran, it's almost a clean sweep from them all throughout this day. I mean, an almost perfect Eagle Eye. We could kind of not count the... We can count a little bit over towards the 3 rounds that they have over Eagle Eye. But overall, it was just full confidence over towards the side of VP. Even sometimes ego by the looks of it, right? I mean, pistols coming around from the sniper. Shotguns being played for KSA all throughout this port game. But at the end of the day, the result is still the same. A VP that have possibly perfected their system. And I feel like tomorrow is just going to be a big testament of how they perfected that system.
Exactly. And even though that was kind of a one-sided affair on the second half here for Virtus.pro, I think it raises a very legitimate concern on the BL side of their port. They really struggled to penetrate the defense of Veteran here, Ramon, which shouldn't be the case for a team of this caliber. I think it really exposes where those lapses do lie, and Virtus.pro, they could definitely use this game as an example of where they need to improve to again gain God status in this port map, because honestly this time I can't say that's true anymore, Ramon.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, for the top 2 aside, I think both of our top 2 teams have already gotten a little bit out of their favorite map side. I mean, port for the side of VP, as well as the sub-base game where it was that close for Execration. But at the end of the day, both of our top 2 teams have flaws, and they have it till tomorrow to show what they are capable of, and they have fixed up all those flaws. So we're going to be handing it over to Mochi and L. This 2-0 up for VP was impressive, but how impressive was it, Mochi and L?
Thank you so much, Ramon, and as well as Dayton, and to answer your question for Veteran, yes, it is quite impressive, especially in that port map, yeah, right? And it appears that they garnered 6 rounds from this alone, and seems like L also has his 2 cents and what to say about that one.
Yeah, so far I feel like in the battle between Veterans, both Stallions and Virtus.pro had trouble in this port map versus Veterans, but then again, Veterans only scored 8 total rounds versus Stallions, and they scored how many versus Virtus.pro? 9. Right? So if you want a bit of appetizer before tomorrow's main course, right, for Virtus.pro, sure, this raises some concern for their port, just like Datum said. But if that is a reason to be concerned for Virtus.pro, why not take a look at their 2-1 victories, right? Compare that to Stallions 2-0s. But never mind the horses of orange here in the side of Stallions. I feel like we need to talk about how Virtus.pro took this win, not as clean as we would have wanted, but still took this win, right? They want to get all these extra matches out of the way, prepare for their final match tomorrow, and I think expedite this win is one of the things that they wanted to do, because hey, Mochi, more practice time for the match tomorrow, right? They're gonna grind out the hours for tonight, and I feel like even with the shenanigans we've seen here, the FNTPS from KSA, it's still effective, but not as much as I would have liked to see it being effective.
That is true. Although this is inevitably a very entertaining one from KSA, honestly, after all those shotgun plays that he's been able to do. But at the same time, like you have mentioned, it hasn't been able to end in the cleanest way that we want it to be, or what we at least envision it to be. So let us check out our set summary as well, because I do think that there were some blood spilled here in favor for a veteran as well, because look at the stats that we have for Reknart and as well as Jones. It seems like they definitely know the areas that we have here in Port. They know how to navigate through it, and here for Virtus.pro, we can definitely see how Elvin has been able to pop off with 20 kills and 9 deaths. And to me, that is very, very pleasant to see here for Elvin.
Yeah, very pleasant, especially during on Sunday. I remember he was the one being targeted on Eagle Eye by veterans. He took his revenge here in the second map in Port. Made sure that he ends this game with a 2.22 KD, 1.18 kills per round, and never mind the headshot, right? It's all about the performance. As long as you're hitting the shots, getting the kills, Elvin is satisfied with that. And I think this is just his warm up. I haven't really seen his lurks all too much in this map, but I expect it to be hidden because, of course, if you want to lurk properly against STS tomorrow, you have to be really well hidden.
That is true, but I wonder if they have something else stashed within, for specifically Team Stallions as well. I hope that we can see more of that tomorrow, but for now, we definitely saw that 9 rounds were taken away by veteran here in just this series alone, which is quite of a good way for them to actually end their run, because at least they've been able to actually grow throughout the course of the weeks, and despite not actually taking any of our maps here, what's important is they at least been able to pull it off this close. But let us see who is the match MVP that we have in this specific series, because it is going to be no other than Elvin himself. And what I really like from what we are seeing from Virtus.pro so far is that we are seeing Elvin more and more taking these match MVP titles, and that is so refreshing to see. We're so accustomed to seeing Yobib, we're so accustomed to seeing Cetra, but now we are seeing Elvin, which is very great.
Yeah, it just shows that all the cards here are primed and ready for Virtus.pro, right? Maybe KSA could have gotten the MVP if only he did not use the shotgun that has the aim down size. I really wonder, why does a shotgun have ADS? Are you gonna shoot someone from afar with a shotgun? I don't really know how that gun works, but it's time for Elvin to take his MVP role here, and with the highlights being shown, right? He's just everywhere, and that is a problem for veterans because they cannot seem to find a solution for him.
Yep, and you know what? Now that you mentioned it, I'm still wondering why that specific shotgun has an ADS. Why use a shotgun anyways, if that will be the case, But does that make it a pseudo sniper rifle?
Sniper?
I don't know. Right? I don't know. We don't know. But what we do know is that we're gonna interview our match MVP here on our desk. So let us welcome itong si Elvin. Kaya ngayon, magtatagalog tayo. Si Elvin na naman nakausap natin. Kamusta naman, Elvin, no? Grabe. Ang dalas ka na namin nakikita taking these match MVP titles. How are you feeling? Kasi for me, parang deserve mo siya.
Wala naman po.
Ano wala lang sa'yo? Really ba?
Ako.
Okay.
Alright.
So, kung wala lang sa'yo, how about yung match niya bukas sa SS? Kasi natanong ko din kanina si Kano, no? Ang sabi niya, konting special lang daw yung match nila laban sa inyo. Kayo ba? Ano tingin niyo sa laban niyo bukas sa kanila? Kung may special ba na treatment kayo sa Stallions kapag sila kalaban niyo, or just another day para sa inyo?
Wala naman. Lalaro lang naman yung laro namin.
May nakatago bang something or wala?
Meron daw. Depende, malalaman naman po bukas.
Depende.
Ayaw
Isang
talaga
tulog na
nila.
lang.
Walang tumitibag sa kanilang
Mm.
dalawa, no? Grabe, talagang nakakonceal. Pero Elvin, I feel like it is time for you, no? Na pasalamatan lahat ng gusto mo pasalamatan, shoutout gusto mong i-shoutout, at kung meron din kayong message kay STS, pwede din.
Sa STS, good luck bukas. Tsaka sa mga fans ng Virtus Pro, tsaka sa Virtus Pro, tsaka sa teammates ko, sa coach ko, sa mga girlfriend nila, sa family ko, sa girlfriend ko. Tsaka nagpapa-shoutout to yung Pardo family. Yun lang po.
Sorry, Fajardo family. Ayan, parang baka kasi hindi narinig. Ayan, shoutout din daw kay Fajardo family. Anything else?
Wala na po, yun lang po.
Alright. Thank you so much,
Good luck.
Elvin.
Sa
Congratulations
coach, sa mga
ulit.
casters, yun lang po.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Elvin. And good luck sa inyong laban bukas. Bigyan nyo kami ng napakagandang laban tomorrow.
Thank you po.
Alright. Ayan o. Parang teddy bear si Elvin.
Naka-ready na ako, no? Naka-ready na ako.
Yeah, ready na. And I'm really excited what will be the look for Virtus Pro tomorrow as well. And I do hope that we can see very close matches kasi it appears na parang ganun nga ang magiging vibe natin dito, El.
Sa isang tulog na lang, no? Yun yung natin. Isang tulog, parang siya, telenovela na finale. Sino mananalo sa laban na to? Bukas malalaman. STS versus Virtus Pro, isang tulog na lang. Talagang blockbuster tayo dito, Mochi. I feel like papakita na yung standings. Hindi na tayo magtataong sino number 1, number 2. Pero bukas, mag-iiba yan.
That is true. Tomorrow is the final day, the judgment day for us to actually see kung ano nga ba ang pinakahuli, final, lahat-lahat na papunta sa ating place. Kasi tingnan mo nga kung gaano kadikit yan, no? The only difference here is yung SDN, yung round differential natin dito for Team Stallions and as well as Virtus Pro. Pero, the rest though, umakyat ng rango si Fervid, which is wonderful after the 2-0 against Execration. And here for JY Esports, kahit paano naman, no, they still reserve some of their dignity naman dito sa ating 8th place.
Yeah, at least finally, no, yung top 8 natin dito, puro Pilipino. And, well, si Execration, may isa pa siyang match, I believe.
Yeah.
So, pwede ba nila bawiin yung pang 4th place nila? And, yeah, I feel like we're gonna see the rest of the 8 match natin na nakalagay dyan sa ating teams na talagang mafa-finalize na natin. Kumbaga, thesis ba, ito na yung final draft.exe.word natin, no? Ito yung mga matches nga pala tomorrow.
Yep, parang ito na, no? Naka-USB na, naka-bookbind na, lahat-lahat na, no? Preparado na, kailangan na lang i-deliver, no? Sa departamento, itong lahat ng mga laban na nakapila dito for tomorrow. And kung ako sa inyo, screenshot nyo na yan, mag-set na kayo ng alarm, markaan nyo na yung inyong kalendaryo, as if tomorrow na naman yan, no? Kaya lahat-lahat, no? I-prepare nyo na. Pero for you, El, any last words bago tayo mag-wrap up at tapusin itong ating broadcast for today?
Okay, so hindi ko po ano-ano si KLP, kamukha ko lang siya. Hindi po ako nagbebenta ng mga gamit. Pero thank you sa ating mga manonood for today, no, and for our players for showing up and playing their hearts out for our game CROSSFIRE. Shoutout sa ating production TNC for bringing out a very wonderful show, to our casters Nikki, Salvi, Didom, and Ramon, and to you as well, Mochi, no, for our paneling, mapa English, mapa Tagalog, mapa magbebenta man ng kung ano, nandito tayo lahat. And of course, especially sa viewers natin, pinaka-shoutout sa inyo for enduring the comedy namin, no, kahit hindi nyo flavor. At least, nagtataka kayo magkano yata yung sapatos ko o yung aking kaldero, no? So yun lang, Mochi, mas-shoutout ko. Thank you guys for watching our show.
Yes, parang kulang na lang, no, merong yellow basket na ilagay dito sa ating podcast.
Click the link, nanagon na ako.
Yeah, it's been so fun, guys. No, actually, personally, enjoy ko din tong broadcast na ito, no, na maki-engage sa inyong mga nanonood, na makita kung gaano kagaling ang ating mga teams, na sobrang solid nitong ating production team at lahat ng mga taong narito sa mga teams natin na tuloy-tuloy na nag-grind para gumaling, na patindihin at pag-itingan ang kanilang progreso para umakyat sa ating mga ranggo. Maraming salamat sa inyo for my fellow talents, no, of course, UL, no, lahat Kat, si Dado, si Ramos, si Sneaky Frog, at si Salvatore na nandoon sa kabila naman, no? Ano pa ba? Maraming salamat, guys. And I guess this is already the second and last day para sa ating group stage at bukas magkakaalaman. And for now, keep the fire burning and bukas magkikita tayo uli for our next broadcast. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the double. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.